said, I don't need you no more.
I know you said stay out of this bit, but I don't get tired of it. You told me I'd never be happy. I'm not sad at all. Maybe I'm a fool for following my dreams, but mama, you're gonna see me on every magazine.
Welcome in, everyone, to the CRL Fall Open number 2. I'm your host for this weekend's festivities, Vaudable, and joining me is a great cast of characters. We got Bass, Jixa, and Novanta on your screen and ready to lock and load for our series today. And man, it has been a monumental and historic event that we've seen so far, Bass.
Monumental, historic. There's a lot of words you could use. Chaotic would probably be the first word I would use here, as pretty much every upset you could imagine happened. We have multiple teams in the lower bracket that you would never imagine to get there. You have the former CRL Open champions not even competing this weekend.
Asterisks on that, though. They didn't have speed. They did have Calix in as a sub. We'll talk a little bit more about that. But Jixa, how are you feeling being back on another week of action here?
I mean, last week was crazy. This week is still very crazy. We have 2 new teams in the top 8. We have teams, like we said, in the lowers that normally aren't in the lowers and at risk of going out. There's a lot on the line for Open number 2. And as I've always mentioned, consistency matters in an open format. If you can't do it week after week after week, you're going to fall behind in those points.
And we might see that happen live as it's happening in the background here. Northwood and West Virginia currently in a Game 5 overtime. Only one of them can move on to the top 4. Novanta, what's your heart rate at currently?
Man, hopefully I got to hit somewhere in a normal range. I don't want to pass out here live on screen, but that's what kind of the benefits of this open format. It was definitely something new, something fresh. We got some new rivalries, some new challenges. Everyone should be feeling the heat right now.
Well, all these teams feeling the heat and the pressure because only the top 8 are going to make it into the CRL Fall Championship, and points matter more than ever in this specific format. So let's take a look at our standings and see how things have gotten to this point in time. This is the cumulative standings that we have so far, and it doesn't even show all the teams. Let me mention some of the ones that aren't on your screen right now as well. And all the teams, I believe there's 11 that are tied for 11th place. We have LCU, Southern Miss, Kennesaw State, Harrisburg, Rochester, Mizzou, Columbia College, GMU, George Mason Patriots specifically, Stockton, ISU, St. Clair, Saints Gold are close to that as well, and then Fisher and St. Edwards. I mean, so many teams in the running here, Bass, for that top 12, but look at all the other teams and how they are performing up to this point too. I mean, Maryville, of course, they got top 16, but they didn't do too well, and Fisher did not compete this past weekend. So a lot of changes already with just a week gone.
Yeah, no, it's already been a chaotic start here. I mean, it already feels weird to even state number 1 team in the country and in North America at the moment is Maryville. It's not Northwood, and that's really odd in comparison to almost every other collegiate season in the past. This team has been dominant, but not only did they show some vulnerability last weekend, getting upset by losing twice to Maryville, something very few teams have ever done over Northwood, but also this weekend, again, getting dropped into the lower bracket due to an upset loss against UTK of all teams through the first day of qualifiers. I mean, the chaos reigns supreme at this point. I am happy to see St. Clair back at 4th place, though, there with those 10 points now. St. Clair, the former world champions for CRL. This is the team coming from EU that was on Boomin, is now going to St. Clair. So it's good to see this team back at their, former glory.
Europe is just dominating. It seems to be the case. Maryville, Concord, St. Clair, probably a couple other players here and there that we don't know, but either way, we got to talk about the standings that we saw from this specific iteration of the CRL Fall Open. And Chicks, I mean, we see some names that we didn't see last time that participated for the first time. Kennesaw State, Mizzou, George Mason Patriots. They have Memory from Shotfire Rebellion on that roster. Got to give a big shout out. But my biggest question mark for you is Stockton. They took down Davenport, but then lost in the 3-0 sweep during the bracket. Do we think Stockton are on a revenge tour after we used to see them pretty regularly in CRL?
I mean, it's certainly possible. Again, open format leaves a lot to the imagination. I personally love that Stockton did go a little farther this week, but like we said, there's an absence of a lot of teams, as well as just some slightly different roster changes or people not being able to be present. So that gave a lot of opportunities for teams to maybe rise a little bit higher in the rankings than what we saw from them last week. Is it a one-off thing, or is it their opportunity to really grow and show up next week? So Stockton taking full advantage, I think, of potentially an easier bracket, but still nonetheless, the top 16 has always been absolutely stacked in collegiate play.
Okay, we have breaking news that is happening here. We talk about some change-ups, we talk about some upsets and teams that we're used to seeing doing well, not having that consistency. We have breaking news now as a match just finished up. We talked about it. Northwood and West Virginia were in a Game 5 overtime. Over 5 minutes went through, and as you can see in the bracket here, West Virginia have gotten the victory over Northwood, the first time in CRL history that Northwood has not made a top 4 in a championship Sunday. This is record-breaking for Northwood after being upset, as we mentioned, by UTK earlier on, and now they lose here to West Virginia, who break their own curse. They had 3 times in a row that they lost in this format. Now they finally break it by taking down Northwood. Bass, I need your opinions on this.
There's 2 conflicting feelings inside of me right now. There is I'm excited that we have Northwood, finally being shown that they are vulnerable. And it's not because I want Northwood to lose, but because for so long, Northwood were the kings of CRL and definitively wore the crowns. Now it's nice to see vulnerability. I think big shout out to BK, one of the people working on the program over at Ball State, who mentioned this is the first time we've seen the top 10 teams in the nation all be able to beat each other. And that's why it's awesome to see West Virginia win this. And it's even more awesome that West Virginia win this. They break the curse. Finally, West Virginia play in a double elimination bracket, and they don't go 0-2 on a championship Sunday. I am very happy. This is a program that deserves a win like this.
And still, we do have the Ball State and Davenport matchup going on in the background. A quick update on that. Davenport are currently up 2-0 or 2-1 in that series, but Ball State are up in that game. Novanta, this is insanity. Maryville and Northwood, who were both in our grand finals last weekend, are nowhere to be seen in this top 4.
You know what? I would say this. Maybe I'm the anti-Bass here, man. Maybe I'm the guy walking around. No, I like having a king of the mountain. I like having someone at the head to be the target takedown. Of course, parity is great. More teams, more skills, more players get involved. But it does feel like it's a dark cloud moving over CRL with some of these new contenders.
That is true. Europe is reigning supreme, as you can see in that upper final, with 5 out of 6 players on those rosters coming in across the pond from Europe. Helix, the only one on Concord from North America, participating in that upper final matchup. Ball State and Davenport, of course, still trying to make their way forward to face off against West Virginia. But that's enough time talking about our bracket here. Let's talk about our match that we have upcoming. I kind of alluded to it a little bit. It is St. Clair Green versus Concord. We'll talk about that in a second. But as you'll see, Davenport, Ball State, one of those 2 teams will face off against West Virginia after that. Then we'll go to the lower final, loser of the upper final versus winner of the lower semi, and then the grand final after that. So this is just a historic day for Collegiate Rocket League, and what a way to kick things off with St. Clair back in the swing of things for the first time since the World Championship. And now we also see new kids on the block in Concord making their name, staking their case into that top 3 guaranteed by making it into the winners final. These rosters have been forged as super teams coming into this one, Chicks. What are your initial thoughts looking at this matchup?
We've seen so much out of Concord recently. Of course, Hugh Invitational winners, Crispy Seamoss, a dynamic EU duo. There's been so much about Concord, but then we also look at other tournaments going on the offside, and Concord was upset by ISU recently, and you have to wonder,
True.
What is Concord doing? Are they really as dominant as they make themselves seem, and they win off-season tournaments and win outside things, or are they dominating only in CRL sometimes? Didn't have the finish they maybe wanted last week, and then they're against another EU super team, and St. Clair Green, and you have to wonder, do they understand each other really well? They know EU versus EU, who they're going to go up against, or is St. Clair going to take the opportunity, the shot they have this week, already placing 4th instead of being outside of even the top 8, and move on forward? I'm nervous for both of these teams. One has a shot, the other been here before, but wasn't able to execute as much as they would have liked last week.
Both these teams outplacing their performance in the first CRL Open. That's what's great about this open format, is it's always going to be different faces, different looks, and different teams popping off on that weekend. 2 days of competition from Saturday into Sunday. A lot of best of 3s and then best of 5s for the qualifying matches, and then best of 5s and only best of 7s for the grand final. But this is going to be a best of 5 this time. And I honestly cannot fathom how this one's going to go. We've had so many game 5s already in the bracket today, in the bracket last weekend. My question to you, Bass, is this going to be another game 5? I don't want your prediction yet. Just is this going to be a game 5?
I think it has to be. I don't really think there's another option besides that at this point, especially for the way that the 2 teams have gone back and forth today alone. These are both teams that have gone to game 5s already today, that have gone to game 5s throughout the weekend as well. This is going to be an absolute battle, and the honest truth is that this is a coin flip for who comes out on top. We've obviously all got our predictions, but realistically, this could easily go either way.
Well, speaking of predictions, we'll start with Novanta, then go down the line as always. Novanta, who do you have taking this? How many games?
Well, I gotta say this. I actually think it's gonna be out of 4. I don't have a best 5 schedule for this one.
Okay.
So you got 2 different kinds of energies going out there. I like Concord. I like St. Clair. Concord has been a very, very strong team on the back of Helix, but our prediction is St. Clair. I'm not sure it's because of the Seb contingent from last week or being near to you, Vod, but I like the fact that Jazzy would needs to be, in my official opinion, that could be an absolute goon on the pitch to really be a lot more forceful with the aggressive bumps to get people out and off kilter. I'm going with St. Clair in 4 games.
I respect that. I respect that decision. I'm sure Seb is probably cheering and maybe paid you off of maple syrup in the background. Either way, though, Chicksa, do you agree with Novanta? Do you disagree? Who is it going to be?
I mean, if anyone had watched me on Champ League this past Friday, they know I do not glaze St. Clair. I completely left them out of my top 10. I'm going with Concord. I do think they are the better team. Would I be upset if St. Clair upsets them? No, that's the whole point of me challenging you. That's why I rile everyone up, because then teams make things interesting on the pitch. If St. Clair proves me wrong, then prove me wrong. Please do. I think it goes to 5 and Concord squeaks it out.
Well, there we go. Bass, do you think it's going to be the Concord victory lap here to make it into the grand finals? The top 2 we expected from them last weekend, or is St. Clair going to show up and upset again?
Look, I said this last week with Concord when they ended up losing in their upper bracket matchup. The only reason I thought they lost is because they were nervous. It was their first week into NA in a culture like this. This is a newly formed team. They were playing well. And I think that the jitters are over. I think this team has got their nerves settled. They've looked phenomenal. I think Concord is taking this one. Combine that also with the fact that, like, I can't vote for Canada. Seb and I have a rivalry between West and Canada. You think I'm going to break this here just so that I can vote for St. Clair?
That's valid. That's valid.
Don't say the matter.
I am a fellow Canadian to Seb, and putting my bias aside, St. Clair Green, I think they had a solid shot at making it last weekend, but they faced off against a peaking Fisher Navy who took them all the way in game 5 and had one of the worst chokes I had ever seen in the first game. 4-goal lead, lost 6-5 at the end of the day in that first one. We haven't seen that bad of a performance from the St. Clair Green team since then. They have been grinding, they have been working on things. They didn't even go to a LAN this weekend so that they could focus on things here. They are on stage in Windsor, Ontario, trying to make sure that they can make a case as one of the best in Collegiate Rocket League. They have former world champions. They want to be world champions again if they get these victories. So I'm going with St. Clair on my prediction. I think it's going to be close to game 5 at least for either of these teams to come out on top. So who knows if that's going to be the case. If it is going to be St. Clair, if it is going to be Concord, but I think there's still plenty of chances for either of these teams to make their statement in this CRL Fall Open 2. And this is the time to shine for both of these rosters. Concord coming back for seconds in CRL Fall Open 2. St. Clair Green here to shine and show the world that they are ready for this stage that's been prepared for them. 5 out of 6 European players in the North American CRL Winter Split is going to be amazing. Take it here.
Well, we find ourselves here on CRL Sunday, or really what I should call RLCS EU regional number, I don't know at this point. With the amount of EU players that have come in and dominated the collegiate scene, this might as well feel like another regional, but the only difference this time, Chicksa, it's for a North American Cup. These guys looking to move on for a guaranteed top 2 finish if they can just win this best of 5. And honestly, as we talked about, this is anybody's ballgame.
Yeah, it's a historic moment, as we've been mentioning time after time. This week, last week, all of these placements new for each and every team, and teams also not placing, which is really new and different. So it's exciting. Either of these teams will have an opportunity, like you said, to place at a minimum in top 2, get themselves some points, and really feel victorious this weekend. But it all starts here, and as we've mentioned how many times, a very rivaled EU matchup except for one.
One thing I will mention again to a couple of the people that maybe are coming into this as their first week of CRL. You didn't get to catch the action last week. This is all going to culminate in a championship with 8 teams that make it through. So we talk about the points here because this is the halfway mark for the season, basically. We've got 2 more opens after this, but for the current moment, this is basically the halfway point. So if you want to even keep yourself in contention for making it into that top 8, for making it to that championship, you need to make sure you are playing well on Sundays like this, because we've already seen what can happen. You can be in first place, you can be the #1 team, and then you fail to make the event, and everything turns on its head. Speaking of which, redirect downfield, and we've got the first goal.
Yeah, I love this pass from Helix. He has been very influential when it comes to offensive plays upfield. Perfectly sets up Seamus. You can't ask for a better pass, and of course that shot is executed. Seamus has been automatic as well as crispy when it comes to finishing off plays, especially we saw a lot of this last week. Nice start for Concord. We'll see if they can continue this pressure. I just don't know if they can do just that. St. Clair Green, they have to show a little bit of what they're made of. If this is going to be their best finish, they better show us why they got here.
I'm glad that you bring up the fact that St. Clair, this would be their best finish, because one of the big things about St. Clair since they've come to North America is they've looked a little bit shaky. They haven't looked bad by any stretch of the imagination, but again, a really bad choke that they had in the last qualifier combined with some bad land placements. They don't care about that, though. Immediately going to find a way to fire back, and we're all tied at 1 apiece.
That's a feels bad moment for Helix. Gets 50'd on that corner area, and it goes on in. How many times do you make bad challenges like that, and you're caught for it? 50 is just as vital as those regular mechanical plays, flip resets, air dribbles, whatever it is. You have to make the most of each touch, and being sloppy there is going to cost you. That one right in front of the goal line on the net, and somehow squeaks on through. A miss there by Crispy Helix, last back fob, so doing work right in front of the net. St. Clair, that one goal has given them so much confidence that you could see in their play.
They're just playing offense right now. I don't know if they have played any defense since that last goal, and they won't need to until after the reset here. Another goal for St. Clair, and I hate to say it, Seamus, where are you going with that touch?
As well, the 50, another poor 50 by Concord in their defensive end. The confidence, like I said, sparked for St. Clair as soon as they put the ball in the back of the net. The momentum driven in this game according to those goals happening on the pitch, and all of a sudden this game has changed its head quite quickly. Concord just throwing the ball upfield, trying to find clears, trying to find space, but St. Clair quickly back on it.
Halfway through this first game, and really this still, oh my goodness! I was gonna say, feels like anybody's ball game. I take it back, it's Jazzy's ball game. They're playing it solo and only hitting home runs. What is this double?
Nasty. That's what I say it is. It's a gorgeous read by Jazzy. Again, a sloppy touch by Seamus in the defensive end. Leaves, gives that ball away, needs to keep it closer, needs to win a 50 instead. This opportunity given to Seamus, taken away quickly by St. Clair, and look at them, already back on the offensive end. Impressive start for St. Clair. They fumbled once with that first goal for Concord, and since then they haven't stumbled at all.
It just kind of feels like this is the St. Clair that I think people would say they know and love. Again, this is not a brand new roster. Technically, this is a former CRL World Championship roster. So to see them at this caliber cannot necessarily be too surprising. The only reason you would be surprised is that they haven't been able to replicate this performance in a very long time. That CRL World Championship was over a year ago at this point. So there's a lot still to be, proven here for the St. Clair team, but they're doing a dang good job of proving it here in game 1. 90 seconds to go. They've got a 2-goal lead, and honestly, they're barely even playing defense, still just pressing Concord into their half.
Midfield presence has been very important for each and every team this past weekend. We saw how many pre-jumps happen in that midfield challenge line, and if you can extend your offense that much further by staying there, it results in a deadly outcome often for whatever team on the defensive end. We'll see what ends up happening with the remaining minute of time, but St. Clair clearly in control this game, and Concord very much not in control of even their own heads.
I didn't think this would ever even turn into a goal. This is a crazy touchdown field, but Crispy with full boost and Helix also with boost. I think they both just thought they were going for it. Concord, you guys have played already a phenomenal weekend. This cannot be the time where the comms start to just die and you cannot find ways to communicate as a team. That's the opposite of a double commit. It's a no commit, and unfortunately, it's probably going to cost them the game. 4-1 with a minute to go. Technically, a comeback is possible, but Concord have left a lot of opportunities up at the table.
I think, again, I think they've lost their mental at this point. I've never seen such a mistake in such an important game, to say the least. Yes, they're in the uppers. Yes, you have another life, but certainly you don't want to lose your extra life now if you can get the opportunity to. Crispy just missing a basic aerial upfield. That cannot happen. They desperately need the minute now of gameplay in between. Once this game's over, they better not ready up right away. They have to talk this one out thoroughly going into the next one.
100%. This has to be a team that just goes back to the drawing board and figures this out, because I know for many people this is probably their first look at Concord, and if it is not their first look at Concord, they don't have a great idea of how this team plays. I'll tell you this much, St. Clair is doing Concord style, and they're doing it better. They're locking them into their half. They are barely giving them chances on offense. They are just aggressive in all the right ways, and on top of that, they got some nice mechanics to back it up too.
It's crazy. That's crazy. The extra goal, the extra pizzazz, just the salt into the wound. I don't know how you come back from this. Personally, I'm glad I'm not the one playing, because I would feel embarrassed right now. Thoroughly. St. Clair, that was their game for really 4.5 minutes. I'll give Concord the first 30 seconds, but otherwise that was all St. Clair the entire game.
Yeah, that was domination, and also a taste of their own medicine, if you will. Just before this series was going on, we also had Concord versus Ball State as one of our upper semifinals. I was lucky enough to be able to watch and cast that one with Taco, and both of us got to witness as Concord beat Ball State 6-1. They were 1 goal off a Brazil, and now they get to feel the exact same thing on the other end here. 5-1, Sai putting up a hat trick. And I think probably the most concerning part of this entire thing is the fact that there was really about even saves on both sides, but a ton of shots for just 2 players on St. Clair. Fabso had 1 shot the entire game, and they still controlled the offense with only 2 players, basically the ones shooting.
Yeah, again, I don't know how we can break it down when it's so one lopsided. St. Clair took that game. Concord needs to show a new look going into game number 2. Do they break something else out? Helix clearly has the assisting pressure when it generally comes to upfield transition. Helix needs to try to set up whoever has the hot hand or feels like they can, or maybe Helix starts to play himself. He is the one that generally is the grounded player on Concord. He understands, he's been here just a little bit longer on that Concord roster. So hopefully he's able to give a pep talk. Concord moves on forward, gives game 2 another look, because they desperately need to find a way to get back into this series. Just any way to get into the series.
I will say Helix has been kind of the striker for this team as of late. Through the first series, I think he was their lead striker, if I'm not mistaken. That might be overtaken by the fact that CMAS had 4 goals in, oh my gosh, a single game. Yo, I'm done trying to give any compliments to Concord. I want to, but every time I do, Jazzy comes through and does something like this.
Jazzy has been incredible, making, I mean, what are those, 5% plays?
Yeah.
And not less. Those are not easy shots, to say the least. And each time, Jazzy has executed what is needed upfield, already up again, very confident on those jumps. I don't know what other word to say other than confidence, because that's what St. Clair are oozing right now on the pitch.
Confidence, just ego at a certain point. Like, you're not diving for those plays unless you truly believe that you're going to be the one to make it. And not only that, you're not only the one to get the shot, you're also the one to get there first. Look how often we are seeing St. Clair straight up dust Concord to these balls right now. And that's a surprising thing when one of the biggest compliments we've had for Concord throughout this CRL season, as well in just collegiate events in the past, is how fast they are all individually. These players, individually brilliant, are usually able to out-mechanic their opponents. They're able to just play faster than them, beat them to these 50s. They're not doing that right now. They look timid. They look almost scared to make a challenge against St. St. Clair, because St. Clair has won almost every challenge. Another great example, Sai muscles through the 50, and although there is not a follow-up, it completely negates any offense that Concord was building.
I'm more confused because Concord looked confused on the pitch. That's the best shot we've seen yet, and Sai safely ends up saving it. Another one into much traffic, and Fabso credited with the save as well. Pop out for Crispy into his own half. Sai quickly on transition. Is this one a touchdown? Jazzy there, but can't get the shot on target. Fabso, well, why are you giving him an open look? Where's the challenges, Concord? Like I said, the car movement, if you just look at them, they're moving back and forth as if they don't know where to go or what to do or how to challenge. That's, that's a good look, but it's still not much. Pure seconds.
It took all three of their players. Literally every player dove into that play, and they still barely got a shot at that. They had one lead blocking. They had two out of the midfield. It just kind of goes to show Concord are having to use like 110% of their power. Meanwhile, I still kind of feel like St. Clair have got another 10% in their reserves. They're just kind of waiting for their moments. They're looking for their opportunities. And again, with the brilliance that they've shown mechanically thus far, they don't need all too many opportunities. Yes, they've only gotten one goal through the first half of this game, but they have limited the amount of opportunities Concord have had. Sai almost going for the own goal there, or at least serving it up to somebody midfield. But again, the just shyness of what we are seeing from St. Clair means they are not making these dives in front of goal. They are far too scared to overexert at the cost of a counterattack.
Simas, the 50 in midfield. Crispy picking it up as well. Concord have to get out of their half, and they have not been able to do so until that clear. Jazzy the touch initially. He looks back towards the other corner and patiently waiting for Concord to set themselves up with any sort of offensive pressure. But that went everywhere but in front of the goal line. It's a nice touch. It's a little bit of ball play, but yet nothing has materialized into the offensive effort that we need to see from Concord.
They're trying to get something started here, but first they got to break out of their half. They've been a lot more steadfast on defense right now. The structure just looks a lot better, and the passing plays are almost developing into shots. That one going to go a bit wide, but Felix there looking for the block, finds it, and Crispy to finish the play. The most well-coordinated play we have seen from Concord thus far.
You have to love when Helix just lands his players on a silver platter opportunities. That is, again, you can't get any better than that. Over and over again, Helix is setting up his team, and that has been really the biggest thing that we can highlight right now for Concord. It's just Helix on the pitch. St. Clair, granted, have done well offensively no matter who really touches the ball. And granted, they're missing a couple of opportunities here in the back end, but hopefully they'll be able to find a way to get out of it. A demo will certainly open up some space, Fab, so he can't get a better flick than that, and that space wide open for the opportunity.
Nope, chaos reigns supreme yet again in CRL here as we get into demo and bump play almost immediately. And this is more the pace of play we were expecting from both of these teams. The only problem is that if we keep on this trend, Concord, you're getting swept. St. Clair on the verge of moving to Game 3 with a 2-0 advantage, a reverse sweep necessary if Concord cannot find an answer. With a minute to go, they definitely got the time, but they need to keep this aggression up. The amount of attacks that they're starting to finally find in the back half of this game is innumerable in comparison to the first. They also do need to still slow Jazzy down. They have been a demon on the pitch thus far, and if you give them another goal, this game is over.
I don't know exactly how Concord can get out of their half. This is the first great look we've seen from Crispy on the aerial. Drops it down. Side with a read. Can Helix find the follow-up? Doesn't get underneath the bar. Finish for Crispy. Fabso back in net. Great opportunities for Concord, but everything taken away by a goal line stand. That one on the 50, even as well. Quickly thwarted away. Simas controlling, taking from his teammate, though, and I think that's where you might have questioned.
I mean, he had a full tank of boost. Helix was fully boosted up, ready to rip a shot on target. And while I don't dislike the slow play, maybe at least grab some boost and back your teammates up, because now it's a double commit. And look at the awkwardness on offense. Jazzy just needs to spike this down, and they will. St. Clair getting away with a little bit of highway robbery there. I hate to say it, Chicksa, but I feel like we should be in overtime right now.
We probably should be. Concord not on the same page. I think, again, they don't look to be as if they're a seamless team right now. It seems like we have three players kind of doing their own thing and not really communicating most of the time. Helix sets up a play, but it's basically a solo play that someone's been finishing. It isn't as calculated passing team play that we've seen across the line. So now St. Clair, you mentioned on match point, knocking on the door of a sweep. I totally see it happening because Concord hasn't shown us much when it comes to working as a cohesive unit, as a team, as a full roster as they should be.
I mean, I'm glad that you bring up the individual and solo plays from this team because that is kind of their bread and butter. Concord, again, individually extremely talented. You guys, I have to imagine that our audience is aware of the impact that Crispy and CMAS have had individually in EU RLCS. They have that ability to show that here. They just kind of haven't. And it's been very odd because this is a team that is a dual-edged sword. They do both sides of it. You have the passing plays that connect so beautifully, and you have the individual plays that bait out defenders in order to make that space for passing plays and team cohesion. They're not really showing us either right now. It really does feel like panic, Tixa. I think you described it well. We thought that this week, Concord got over the nerves. I'm starting to think that maybe we were wrong.
I don't know. Is it, again, another EU matchup that makes them nervous? I would expect them to understand each other better. If there's anybody that knows who they're up against, it's all the EU players that normally play against one another. But it seems like they're almost so scared of the people that they've played before, they don't know how to craft up a theory to fix it. That's, I don't know what to even say, Bass.
You say that Jazzy's the best player in CRL. I don't really know if there's another word to describe it at this point because they just keep scoring, and I have to give credit on the fake, but also at the same time, what are you supposed to... Is this just intimidation? Like, what do we say at this point? Is it just the straight-up fact that Concord are so scared of the abilities of St. Clair that they are flopping up balls, and rather than going for pure contact, they are going for playing the 50, just trying to find ways to get in? Another great example. That should have been a clean dust from CMOS. Instead, he goes up specifically for the 50, and when the other team is expecting just to try and dunk him, nobody makes contact. Concord right now need to find some confidence. They feel like they are getting to these challenges at the second place every time, and on top of that, they just don't seem like they are making these challenges timely enough. Something's got to change, Concord. I know you are more than capable of turning this series around. It's time to prove it. Goals like this will help.
Fantastic challenge that starts initially from Crispy right there in the midfield line. CMS picks up that ball, controls it, and Crispy follows up with the bump on the goal line. That is a very well seamlessly executed play from Concord. You get the contest, you get the extra follow-up on the challenge. Fantastic work.
This is what we were hoping for out of Concord, and I know they can show us even more of that, and saves like this will help them stay at least in this series. Reminder again, it's 2-0. If St. Clair take this one, Concord, they're not out of the competition entirely, but they will move to the lower bracket where they have to face either a West Virginia or I believe a Davenport. Do we have the results of that other series here? Ball State taking it, so Ball State, again, upsetting here at this point. What? This weekend has just lent itself to every weird result under the sun.
I told you this had to be the open of opportunity. Not strong enough Maryville, no Fisher Navy, opportunities for other teams in seemingly easier brackets. Northwood Blue gets dropped by a UTK that were like, who are you? Like, it ends up being an opportunity filled weekend. When you get points, you got to get those points. And this is what teams are doing. They're capitalizing on every single point that they can find themselves and manage to get. And Concord maybe capitalizing on an upfield pressure here. It doesn't go much into it as St. Clair's defense has been the better of the two teams on the field.
We're starting to get back into an actual battle here, though. It does not seem nearly as one-sided as it was before. And full credit to Concord, they are playing a phenomenal game in comparison to before. The only concern for them is that they still only have the one goal scored here in this game and really need to find ways to get into offense with some more pressure. It feels like these individual challenges and moments, but so quickly are they sent back into their half, having to restart the offense all over again. Current moment, well, they're actually doing exactly that. Back into their half where they're going to try to restart. Crispy, a flick up high. And I don't think he realized Helix was behind behind him, not to the side, so the pass isn't exactly well received, and the defense isn't exactly home. Barely in time is Cyan. St. Clair finally starting to show some vulnerability on their defense.
Now, the demos have applied extra pressure onto St. Clair Green's defense, and that has opened up a couple of holes as people aren't filling in on the rotations as well as they need to be. If someone gets demoed, you better fill where that person really was just seconds before. But a couple of those touches left open in midfield, and St. Clair are getting those open clears that is needed. Helix trying to win that 1v1, doesn't win it, and back towards the other end we go.
Fabso, he's got that read. He knew if that was a miss on defense, he has got that goal every day of the week. Instead, he's going to pay for it with his car's life. To the scrap heap he goes. To the other end of the pitch, Concord goes. Again, right back into offense. They do not live on their defense for all too long, and I think that's very intentional. They recognize you give an opportunity to St. Clair, they might score it almost every single time. Speaking of which, though, Seamas, an open air dribble. Fabso barely able to get in the way, but again, set up on offense is this Concord team. They need to take advantage of the pressure they are building. One of these shots has to ring home.
Crispy, possibly a pinch. Fabso still gets underneath of it. St. Clair denying continuously. This one set towards the other end, not on target. Could have been an opportunity for Concord. The bump comes through. Crispy misses the touch though, and Helix, last line of defense, gets the challenge. Can Seamas get the double? Crispy on the follow-up, finally punches it on through top right corner.
Finally is the best word you can use to describe this by far, but the heavy lifting has to come from Seamas there. Not only does he get the dribble out center, but he also keeps his car behind the ball, giving almost no option to the defense to escape from. It's why he muscles through the 50. It's why he is just playing better at the time. 1-2 here, and Concord finally showing us the fire that we have been waiting for.
Again, out shooting St. Clair Green 11-1. 11-1 right now. That is monumental when it comes to the game state that we have seen throughout. But the fact is that 11-1 still only results right now in a 2-1 game. And all it takes is one opportunity for St. Clair to get back in this. Helix missing that touch. Good thing Seamas is back. Crispy. Shot here, can't get through side, trying to buy time. 5 seconds left on the clock. Concord stalling this out, looking to take the first game in the series, and they do just that for them.
They finally get the win they've been looking for, and they do so in very impressive fashion. It, again, is not only the fact that they are able to control the offense consistently, move either into their own backfield and restart an offense again, but they do it while allowing not only one shot, they were forced to make one save. They made one save the whole game. It's not as if there was a lot of pressure in front of their net whatsoever. So, Concord, this is the game you were looking for by every stretch of the imagination. For St. Clair, it's back to the drawing board. I know you guys have got a good program there. I know you've got staff and coaches that can help you, and they got to help you right now. You put up another performance like that on offense, I don't think you're beating Concord.
Yeah, I'm still a little concerned with Concord's 2-12, though. Even against some of the best defenses, you need to have a little bit better offensive execution when it comes to shooting opportunities. Still a lot of missed touches upfield, which is unusual for the level of play we have. Just straight up whiffs when it comes to read. So hopefully Concord locks in a little bit, gets that momentum from this game, gets their confidence back, and then they execute a little forward. As for St. Clair, I think it's still just a blip. It's a best of 5. It's really hard to win 3 or 4 games in a row, and we know what this Concord team can bring. I'm sure they bring it back in this next one.
The only thing, if you're a Concord fan, that you can kind of hang your hat on here and have some, confidence in is that the last time these two teams met, St. Clair took game 1, and then Concord took the next 3 straight. It stayed a little bit difficult for teams to take 3 in a row in a format like this, and I don't disagree. The only people that might disagree would be Concord. If any team's going to keep themselves in this one and try and fight back for the reverse sweep, it's definitely going to be this squad, and a double commit on defense will not help St. Clair out. Can they escape just barely this time?
Not much boost for the side of St. Clair, who's stuck on their half. Luckily able to pick up some, grab some space. The 50 stalling. Crispy actually ball side rotates into the ball to send it into his own half. A sloppy touch could cost a shot, but that one does fly just wide. Sai. putting this one down again, using their cards as blockers. It seems to be the go-to strat upfield. As soon as you get that touch floating into midfield, may as well just float your car into another defender if possible.
It's been really good 50s on either end at this point. They were very one-sided in favor of St. Clair initially, but I do appreciate that Concord are starting to muscle through them just a little bit better. And again, I really think it's a confidence thing. We talked about it earlier on. They were shying away from challenges. They would seem to back off plays that they didn't necessarily have to. Now they're starting to just kind of full send everything, and I do think that's the attitude necessary to beat a team like St. Clair. If you are not confident against them, they'll be confident against you, and they will embarrass you for it. But through the first minute or so, nobody been able to do much of much. It's been very chaotic on either end. Pinches like that have gotten close to net, but so far, none of the passes have been received.
Ooh, Jazzy, open opportunity to send it upfield quickly. Crispy in the way, has been doing great challenges from that midfield line. Seamas the miss. Helix follow up though, and that one back towards the other end. Jazzy cherry picking off that backboard. Dare I say, trying to make just the absolute nuts play that we've seen Jazzy make before. I think it's crazy that St. Clair even tries to posture there on the offensive side of things. I don't know what's about to happen offensively for either team, but certainly they're taking every opportunity and look that they can get out of that creative book.
Crispy trying to find a long ball downfield to Seamas, but he does not have a ton of boost in the tank. He does kind of get a pass to him, though. He doesn't receive it, and Jazzy will be the one, but they're bumped off the ball, so St. Clair now going to have to set up shop on defense for a moment, or so I thought. Seamas backed away from that challenge out of midfield. He had them dead to rights. Would have been a clean win for him, but instead, Concord may be getting a little bit trigger shy here. Unfortunately for them, with 2.5 minutes to go, they're in the back half of what is an elimination game. The nerves might be setting in. If St. Clair take this one, and as they seemingly could with the defense they put up thus far, this will be the end of their day. However, good 50 there could lead to some more Concord offense.
Really wish this was our game 1 instead of our game 4 right now. It would have been more normal. I think it would have set the tone much better than this awkward back and forth one-sided mess we've gotten. Where's the defense there? That's an open net for side. Take that shot any day, but Concord struggling. Again, Crispy. He just stops. Why is he not picking up small pads? I feel like a coach. I'm sorry, Bass.
I mean, I don't blame you. The frustrations are palpable here, considering the fact that over and over again, Concord shows these signs of life, these brilliant plays where it feels like they're back into the series, and then the defense kind of falls apart. And that's not exactly what you want to see from a team like this, let alone even having to play defense like that. We talked about it. It's a team that likes to lock players into their half, not give them any moment of reprieve, and for them to keep getting pushed into their back half, eventually they're going to find holes in their defense. Can their offense, though, make up for it? Helix looking for a bump on side, will not find it. The boost steal, though, is going to leave all of St. Clair awkward. The shot on target, the block made, and the follow! Fabso, a brick wall on the back line!
He has really been St. Clair's main defender all game long. I say main because they've all made last-second saves, with Fabso especially generally the one with the most in the game. Jazzy looking for something cherry-pick-esque, always leading upfield. Another opportunity, gift him twice, and he executes as needed.
You said it, cherry pick downfield, and he's so good at these last-second redirects. A doink of the utmost proportions, one that would make Stumpy and Cole proud. 1 minute to go, and honestly, EU as well as Stumpy and Cole are going to be proud. It looks like the all-EU team, the former Scara World Champions, are on their way to an upper final. No! They're just straight up final. This is the upper final. This team's guaranteed top 2 as long as they can hold on. Uh-oh, that's a really bad pass, though. And I say that, and I will curse it. Casterker showing its head because we're not done yet.
Nah, this game better be interesting. I want overtime. I want game 5. I want everything. Give me everything from both of these teams. But Crispy takes the open opportunity. Much needed win for the Concord side, because with 50 seconds left, we've mentioned they don't have much time. They need another answer in order to even think about going to a next game. And Crispy, that one may have been easy, but I don't think the rest will, with the defense that we've seen from St. Clair Green.
St. Clair has just been such a well-rounded team at the current moment. And it's not to say that Concord haven't, but like we said, they are by far the most efficient when they are in offense, when they're getting bumps, when they're getting plays like that. The full field air air dribble from Crispy into the bump, and St. Clair have no answer.
That's got to be play of the day. Don't get me wrong. There's no one that could match that. I've mentioned every single player today seems to float their car into a defender after the initial aerial touch. It's opened up so many finishing plays. My only concern there on that, Simas and Helis both there, double committing to make that shot happen. They have to be a little bit more careful, because if that was saved, it was going the other way. Risk turns into reward. 5 seconds left. Do they have dare another to tempt overtime from not appearing? But it does touch the ground. We do get overtime, and we have game 5 potential.
Game number 5 on the line, but really, the fate is only in one team's hand right now. Concord need to survive. The last-second heroics from this team are miraculous, but they still need to do it again. And unfortunately for them, they're already looking worse for wear. Low boost on defense and only one player really upfield ready to receive. A good bump there from Helix could change that up, but Concord, you got to be confident but not over-aggressive. They look a little bit jumpy, and if you give even one chance to St. Clair, we've already seen what they can do with it.
I'm curious what each team decides to play. Do they play the risk? Do they play it safe? I don't know if there's any opportunity to play it safe with how this series has gone. You know what to expect from Jazzy upfield. You know what to expect from Fabzo in the back end. You know exactly what to expect from the dynamic duo of Crispy and Simas upfield. It's going to be interesting. That one on target, Sai, not much boost, but able to save it away. Jazzy already up. Don't give him the double tap look, because you know that one, game match point.
You knew as soon as he went up for this series was over. Come on now, Concord. You don't mark the backboard, and Jazzy will punish you every single time. St. Clair moving on to the grand finals, a guaranteed top 2 for a team that didn't even make it into the top 8 last week.
You challenge players, you challenge teams, and sometimes they do indeed show up. St. Clair showed up from the rip today. They had that momentum. They had each and every opportunity they needed, and they made insane plays when it mattered the most, even to extend their lead further. Impressive showing by St. Clair. It's why we're confident in them at times, and they're almost there. They're almost back to that peak form that we always talk about.
And on the other side of it, you gotta feel for Concord. Again, a team that took 2 different off-season events before this season of CRL started. They were expected to be an almost guaranteed top 3 team. They're guaranteed top 3 here because of the fact that they lost in uppers, so, you know, they go to at least the lower final. Is it wrong for me to say that I think Concord wants more, though, and expects more of their team at this point? This is a team that was built to take down some of the best North America has to offer, and while we saw moments of that throughout it, Dixon, you and I both mentioned it multiple times, the defense not only looked weird, it just looked disjointed. The comms looked like they were a little bit off. It felt like there were double commits and lack thereof commits in moments you would never expect. So, Concord, we know how good you are. I'm hoping you can bounce back in the lower bracket, because a performance like that is going to be good, but I don't know if it's enough to stop Ball State or WVU.
Yeah, Concord can't have slappy starts in these games. A best of 5 isn't as long as everyone makes it feel it is. And when you're down that bad, that early on in a series, it's really hard to reverse sweep at the end of the day. And yes, you can win 3 in a row. Yes, you can get some momentum, but St. Clair was just too good defensively to be able to withstand. 2 for 12 on the one game they won to win 2-1, where they stopped the offense of the other team. That's not something that happens on repeat.
No, it does not. One thing that does happen on repeat, though, is Canada gets to gloat in our faces. It happens all the time, and it's going to happen yet again. We'll bring back the desk here as you and I did not do well, Chicks. Vaughn, yeah. Go on.
I just got to say, I'm currently 5 for 5 on predictions, even though I wasn't here last week. But that's enough gloating here from a Canadian. I do have to go to my now honorary Canadian friend in Novanta with the prediction for St. Clair. Got it perfect, 4-1 or 3-1 with the 4-game victory, as we were talking about. But talk to me as well tell about that one player you were highlighting before, Jazzy, and their performance in securing this victory?
Well, thank you so much, but allow me to gloat some more because I got it right. No, but Thomas knocks again, but it's not about me. But we were thinking about that, and we're talking about that in the green room. That first 30 seconds in that game one, it could have been anyone's game, and I really felt that St. Clair locked in and had more of that loose play we saw with that vertical movement up the field. Jazzy, whatever you say, whether it's on offense or on defense, stopping the runs of your opponents as well as contributing offensively and creatively has really been the engine, no pun intended, for that side. So, yes, I am so right. Up and down. Go me.
And go St. Clair, of course. This is the best performance we have seen from this specific university ever for Collegiate Rocket League. They did make it into the World Championship initially, and they did pretty decent there. They had a sub, got a crazy upset. But this is the best finish that we've seen. Guaranteed top 2. They had to go across the pond to pick up world champions themselves to have a shot at that. But hey, no Fisher, no Kryptonite, it seems like, for this fall open to Bass, because they don't have to play against them. They made it in this time. They're looking on fire. But we do got to talk a little bit about Concord. Is it still nerves that is happening, or what is really going on there to affect them so much in these series when they should be shooting a bit more efficiently?
I mean, it's got to be. I don't really know if there's anything I can really chalk it up to, because we've seen this Concord team play at their peak, and it is phenomenal. It is immaculate offense. It is just electric, constant shots on target. We didn't really see that here, and it really did feel like a confidence issue. So many times they would back away from challenges that I thought they could clean beat, double commits in opportunities that you really wouldn't even expect a double commit. I think one of the best ones was that time Helix is coming from straight midfield. He's got a clean shot directly on target, and CMOS comes through and goes, nope, and just steals it away from him. Like, that never happens in regular games for this team. But the thing is, teams will talk about this. CRL is different. You can act like, oh, it's not RLCS, you know, the pressure's not there, and then you get on a channel with tens of thousands of viewers and you go, and that, I think, is what's happening. Concord, they're doing so well in off-season events. They're doing well in events that are outside of the main CRL circuit, but when it comes to CRL, the pressure is different. It seems illogical, but truly, it's hard to describe how much pressure is put on you when you are Kings expected to wear the crown.
I also still think it's a team chemistry issue, to be honest. When I'm looking at them, maybe off-season tournaments, you don't have as much time. Most people have a roster shakeup. Almost everyone playing in CRL has had a slightly different roster shakeup. It really doesn't look like they've gotten the chemistry ironed out. We've said they play mainly on a 3v1 approach where each player is almost playing as if on their own and finishing up plays. That isn't going to work in the long run when all these other teams have finally figured out what makes them their individual successful best roster to put up front.
I mean, we talked about this, Chixa, in the pre-show going into our first match, is that this is the open where these teams who are outside of Maryville and Northwood need to perform the best to guarantee a high seed and into the top 8. Again, there's only 4 opens leading into that fall championship, so you have to show up and do the best that they can and get all those points. Yes, of course, Concord do get a top 3 here, but that might be the only top 3 we see for them once we have a full-strength Maryville, once we have a full-strength Fisher back, once we have Northwood not choking to UTK and WVU. But even then, we do have to see these teams perform to their best capabilities, but we also do need to see us going to a break in just a moment. Ball State did get the victory over Davenport in Game 5 right before overtime, so they'll be facing off against WVU, the new Kingslayers, after this. Welcome back, everyone. Today has been an electrifying series of events. As you can see, we are back here on the desk and back and ready for some more Collegiate Rocket League action. Vodable, Chixa, Navanta, Bass from the Past, as you know it. But we have another series on our hands. Before we get into it, though, let's take a look at the updated bracket. All the matches until now have been completed. Finally, nothing going on in the background. And as we alluded to before the break, Ball State have gotten the Game 5 victory over Davenport. All but one series, or two series technically today, have gone to 5 here. Chixa, this is such an insane bracket to even look at going into this weekend.
Yeah, it has been very different from last week's, almost polar opposites in a sense from last week's, but it's been a really fun bracket to watch go through. The matches again have been incredible. We've been getting that back and forth that we really want from these teams, and we've also been getting the teams that we told needed to peak and an opportunity like the two that we'll have just now. They had to peak. They have to take the points this week that they're eligible without two of the teams that we know can make on a top 8 in a pretty consistent basis.
I mean, I feel so bad for Seb again. He was the one hosting this last week if you're just tuning in for the first time. The first time he's gone and St. Clair make the grand final, I'm thinking maybe he's the curse. Who knows? But Ball State and West Virginia coming up in this next matchup. We could have gotten a different matchup with Davenport and Northwood Blue if we looked at last weekend. But instead, this is the one that we have on the horizon. Navanta, this is going to be a intense one because this is the best performance both of these two teams have ever had in Collegiate Rocket League. Talk to me a little bit about what that means for this matchup for both of them.
Talking about the pressure of somehow advancing in a bracket, much like the multiplication of the pressure of your organization. Ball State and West Virginia had reached the promised land, are close to it on time and time again, but recently had to run into a rough patch. But this can turn the page. Northwood Blue is already out. Imagine you put the whole world on notice with a run in the lower bracket here at open qualification too. So it's going to be a banger right at the get. I can tell you it's going to be one that is really agency.
So WVU, they broke the curse here, Bass. They, in 3 double elimination bracket tournaments before this one, lost both of their series from the upper bracket into the lower bracket and could not get a single victory. Now that there's some other teams on the equation, they finally do it here. Is that enough to give them the confidence to get the victory over Ball State?
I mean, it would be if not for the fact that this is an upset for both teams.
Yeah.
So, yeah, congratulations, West Virginia. You've been able to avoid going 0-2, and you beat Northwood, but, incredible. But again, it's Northwood, who this is probably the worst weekend they've ever had in Collegiate Rocket League, unfortunately. Ball State, on the other hand, we talk about upsets. They are currently overall 5-1 against Davenport going into today. This is the first best-of-5 victory they have had in what feels like forever. It genuinely feels like both these teams have so much momentum to ride off of. That kind of makes the head-to-head almost more difficult because, dude, I'm ready for a slugfest. This is about to be the most intense matchup we have seen in a hot moment.
We expected to see a slugfest in that last series, except for Navanta. He expected it to be exactly how it went. But even then, we saw so many shots from Concord, just not enough defense from them, and eventually was their downfall and kryptonite at the end of the day. But this one, this specifically, 2 teams we expected a lot from during Summer Series and did quite well themselves, took wins against Northwood, reminding everyone from the Collegiate Ascension event, WVU, this is their second time beating Northwood in recent history, and Ball State have done it before. They just didn't get a chance to this specific tournament. They should have faced off against them in that double elimination bracket on Saturday if UTK did not beat them to it. So anything, all bets aside for both these teams, let's go into predictions here. Bass, going right back to you on this one. Who is it going to be? How many games?
I don't want to pick one of these two teams. Like, I'm going to be so real with you on
Do
this.
it.
Like,
It's a coin flip.
Just so close in this. Look, WVU, I have had a lot of questions about your team lately, and I think that you have answered a decent amount of them this weekend. You have still not completely convinced me. Ball State, on the other hand, I have been riding high on this team for a very long time. I think they are extremely capable. I think that they have proven, again, national champions. They have played in leagues where they have been national champions before. WVU, I know you've done the same, but we have had more criticisms in your current form than I would say we have had with Ball State. Ball State, give me them in, I'm saying 5. I think this is going the distance, but I've got confidence in Ball State. Shout out my boy Too Fast. The ultimate coach will always get my pick.
Valid. That's very valid. I mean, they proved their might taking down Davenport in that Game 5 victory. We're very close against Concord. A lot of us were thinking they should have gotten that victory over them instead, but they're still here in the top 4. Novanta, with that out of the way, who's taking it?
It's interesting because I'm doing predictions and I'm being an unbiased caster, but I have lost too many channel points thanks to Ball State, so I'm picking West Virginia because I really feel like this team can really show out here today. I have all the confidence in the world. Look for Tool to step out, especially in Game 2 or later on in this series.
Okay, I respect that. What about you, Chicks? Are you going to break the tie between these two, or is it going to be a completely different direction?
Well, I mean, of course I have to break the tie one way or another. Someone's going to come out on top right now. But I mean, I've said it before, WVU, I think they always have the most likely chance to either be first or not even make top 8. They're making a good run this weekend. Ball State always complains, I don't pick them. You're right. I'm not picking you again. I'm picking WVU because that's who I think has an opportunity this week. I mean, I love that team. I love both of these teams very much. But, you know, WVU is having a good weekend. I hope this momentum pulls them through. Northwood Blue, no matter what, always a good team. You got to win off that. Your confidence normally shoots tenfold no matter what form they're looking in. So I think WVU may just be feeling a little bit better going to this one. I think both teams, though, very impressive going to 5.
Unfortunately, I'm not splitting the desk this time, which might mean Bass has the best odds for his prediction to be right. I am going with WVU on this prediction. We didn't get a full desk curse, but a majority of the desk cursing WVU this time. Yes, there have been curses broken by WVU, but can they do it twice in a row to move into their top performance of the entire CRL decade? Still time to come for both of these teams. Ball State looking to be the comeback kids like we saw them against Davenport. The WVU are the new kings in the north, taking down Northwood. Both teams have peaked over top of their past performances, but now only one will rise to the challenge. Do or die, win or fail, it all takes place on Manfield night. Let's get into the action.
It is the losers semi-finals. Ball State, West Virginia in peak performance right now. Ball State defeating an opponent that has been their Achilles heel in Davenport. West Virginia beating the odds against a Northwood Blue with their most historic placement ever in CRL. It seems like this is the historic weekend, and Novanta, we have this series to cast.
Yeah, definitely a privilege. No law of laws between these two sides, so I can bravely an aggressive game right out the gate.
Hoping for the most of the series. We've of course had our flops today, or teams that haven't shown up when they've needed to the most, and my hope is they put it all out on the field. They looked pretty cool in warm-ups, looking confident as ever, and now all of a sudden they have to score first. Somebody needs to score first, and a lot of us went WVU, Bass going with Ball State, so desk is not completely split, but it's anybody's game. It really decides who takes it by the horns and starts off with some offensive pressure, just like that matter. The save on the goal line, and like this, it'll go back the other way.
Yeah, with all due respect to Bass, I love when he's wrong. But yet, that set with the first shot in there, slotted in by God. Maybe he has the Nostradamus cap on. They score first, Ball State does. Look at this one.
I don't think we were ready for it. Gov putting it underneath. That should be challenged in front of net any day of the week, but instead, Gov just takes the patience, able to slip right by on the defense, and Ball State on the board first. Unexpected, again, when it comes to the starting offensive looks for either team, but West Virginia starting off slow, it looks like, to be in game one, which is not what we want to see from this WVU team.
You know what I like about Rocket League and the evolving meta is that whole window, that first game, the feeling out period is getting smaller and smaller the way this season goes on. And so I got to give it props to Ball State. It was a very easy goal to make. Did a barrel roll right now.
Oh my. Oath up on this end. Looks to send it up to Ga, who got that first goal earlier. Seems to be a double-edged sword when it comes to offense for this Ball State side. They move in pairs and challenge when needed. Both on the back wall. Wova as well coming through. Tool, can he get the double tap read? Said Ga knocks it away into the corner. WVU, a couple of good looks, but quickly this ball is cleared away. They just haven't had that team play upfield as we'd like to see from WVU.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of heavy touches that show they understand what the read is, and so they can somehow trap the ball, but been unable to link up with that secondary or third passing option. So a lot of these offensive attacks ends up being just a ping pong effect. Not a cause for concern right now, especially the button. Angel with the equalizer.
Wow. Again, an unexpected goal. It's a drop pass right in midfield, and Angel bars it down. That's such a difficult shot to hit, to get it past the defender who is waiting in goal line, who expects the shot to be right on target. But two very tricky goals end up going on early for either end of the pitch. Matter actually beats out most of the defense. Angel, the follow-up corner read here has potential. Matter's touch, though, given towards the other team, and that's not the touch that we need to see from West Virginia when it comes to offensive pressure. My goodness.
Yeah, this right here is interesting, right? We had 2 goals scored, but they're really unconventional ones. One that was pretty much rolled in underhanded, and one that hit the crossbar. We all know the crossbar pretty much works for itself. So I don't think either side has come up with their actual A game plan, but what we're getting is that slugfest that Bass had so asked for in the beginning.
Yeah, a couple of bumps on the defensive front for either team. We've seen that, again, be the bread and butter for most teams throughout the tournament this weekend. Bumps have played a crucial role in offensive scoring opportunities. WVU just off the mark on that one, looking for a follow-up. Here comes Tool, side wall, back wall, but everyone on Ball State is there, running out of boost. It's Ball State, if they can get a clear, they'll be able to gather some, but still zeros across the board for everyone but Tool. Challenged to go, winning it, and ends up sending it upfield.
Well, not quite a cause for concern yet because the score is still tied. Man, every time I'm getting a chance to say something, we have ourselves a goal there, Chicks. I was going to say a little bit of the weaving creativity side from Ball State. It's been their advantage, but here's an advantage. Barred down, passed in, slotted in, it's now 2-1.
Yeah, this is very unconventional when it comes to offensive pressure. We're not seeing the slugfest when it comes to continuous pressure. It's been all these one and dones that teams have been able to finish in quick fashion upfield. They get an opportunity, they get the look, and they find it just like that. So the shot count's not as high as maybe expected. Matter leaving the net open. Can he get back in time? He does save Guz's shot. Oath, though, picking this one up, going high. Matter and Angel both double commit, and struggles for WVU defensively. They look discombobulated. That's not what they need early in this series.
I guess it looks like every team is trying to out D3 each other, but that's to say that if they're doing it equally, why not? Even though the Ball State has the go-ahead goal, they need to get themselves a little bit more distance, a little bit more daylight, and so I think that goal should come in bunches. But you're right, it seems no one can really get anything going for a long period of time without getting a hand in the face.
Matter picking this up from midfield, has the look, gets the initial beat, finds the double tap read, and ties this score up with 11 seconds seconds remaining.
Oh, slob out ball behind the back like they were stealing a midnight snack. Saw that bar down. I loved it. Put that in a clip, my friend.
I'm just flabbergasted, to say the least. What is happening with these offensive looks? I've said they've been one and done. Every answer has been answered. With 1 second left, Angel's shot touching the ground instead of going on in. And we see overtime in game one.
That's one of the times you kind of wished it was 5 minutes and 1 second, but forget that. That was shot and is clattered away. Chicks, you're flabbergasted. Give me some more confused words, because I'm flummoxed myself. Didn't think we'll make it here. Didn't think we'll have an overtime in game one.
Matter, shot on target, saved away. Possible second opportunity. Matter there again in midfield. Able to get it not much farther. This one back down, the demo upfield. Tool looking, trying to get the bump through, gets the 50, but nobody for the follow-up for WVU. Another demo may actually give them more time to spend upfield, but the challenges coming through for Ball State, able to manage back down. This one up, and just like that, we have a stalled game in overtime.
Yeah, I think both teams know the importance of getting that game one victory. We've seen comebacks all day. We've seen game fives all day, but having the psychological advantage into that even numbered game is worth its weight in goals, where you're seeing everyone just play themselves forward, maybe to the expense of defense, but this is why we're having close quarters right in front of the net.
Oh, Wova, that's such a dangerous touch right in front of net. The flick here goes only into the carve. Tool got off the backboard, and no follow-up again. Both teams playing it safe. Oath's touch off target. Angel going forward. Tool can't get to it quick enough. Seems like everyone just a little bit too slow to each opportunity. Maybe, just maybe, WVU can get out of their half, so they can get rid of some of this Ball State offense. That's not the greatest touch, but Tool's able to pick it up and relieve that pressure that was coming from Ball State.
Yeah, that's going to be the story of game one, if not the series so far. The touches are heavy, and a lot of the reaction times have been missed on rhythm's sake. And so I'll get that chance for Woba to score that really would have been his oyster, but it was out of position. That's something that's happened way too often for both teams, but definitely Ball State here.
Oath on the backboard. Tool straight back down. Oath able to extend further upfield, but also out of boost again. Both teams have just been running through this boost in overtime. It's why we're seeing the one and done plays and not much follow-up. Matter beats out two. Another double commit. It's been dangerous for both ends. Angel pass in the midfield. Is somebody there to pick it up? Tool's last back has to play third man, makes the save and puts it safely into the corner.
Yeah, see, that's like a case in point. That was such a heavy pass that no one had to decide whether or not you're going to play up front to catch that ball or hit back in case your opponent gets to it first. Chose right this time, but had they chose wrong, that would have been a wide open shot on frame.
Up is Oath. Able to get the secondary touch. Dare I say he gets a third? The drop down could have been the look needed for Ball State to end this overtime. Instead, it continues on further. Just like that, WVU finding another touch upfield, relieving pressure. Got to send it right back where it came from. Somebody always up to send the challenges. This one, I mean, we called it a slugfest potential. We're now 11 shots in for Ball State, 9 shots in for West Virginia, and overtime nearing almost a double time game.
Yeah, that last bang play with gun right in front of net was amazing. It feels like WVU's figured out that part of the play, but can cut it off at the pass. I like the idea of still challenging that instead of trying to nibble and try to be timid. I get being brazen, but now if your opponent's figured it out, you got to find a way to confuse them.
Angel shot off target, follow up for Matter, who's low on boost. Still doesn't end up finding it. Another 50 sends it back the other way. I mean, chat, feel free to go on in. How long is this one gonna go? 4 minutes? Looks like all it'll be. I call it, and just like that, I jinxed it to be over. Wova finding the final blow in game one gives Ball State the early series lead.
Definitely the early series lead and that high ground moving on to game two, but Wova really going back to what worked for Ball State, and that is making your own space and hanging outside of net to seeing what the scraps are, and the goal counts the same. Ball State with the go-ahead in overtime, deep into overtime.
Yeah, that was a back and forth matchup for sure. I don't know what to really pick apart for either team other than they continue to find ways to deny each other. It was really, we go upfield, we have a couple of pot shots, they end up being saved, we transition towards the other end. Similar kind of play style throughout the entire series. We didn't see much of sparkle, much of pizzazz. I didn't see anything that really, I guess, makes them different from anybody else. I want to find the identity of both of these rosters in this next game.
Look, if I could be frank, it's 3-2 Ball State, but the scoreline could have been a bit more lopsided. The one thing Ball State was doing, much to their detriment, is hanging too much in the corners. When they're having defensive clears, when there are press, which was very rare in this game, you're seeing 2, maybe even 3 battle cars stuck in the same corner. No one's able to distribute, and a lot of those scoring opportunities are squandered. Yes, you got the win. Yes, it's 3-2, but you want to be able to put yourself so far ahead of your opponent, and you have to wait for overtime to get yourself a dub.
Yeah, a very close one. I think could still go either way the rest of this series. It was going to be a highly contested matchup, and Ball State pulling on forward ahead early. Really impressive performance, I thought, from Matter in particular on the one end of things for West Virginia. When you think of WVU, I would say you think more of Angel and Tool, and they've been on the team longer. I don't know exactly off the top of my head how long Matter has been there, but I think he showed a lot to this team, especially when it comes to offensively, and they should hopefully use him more going into this next game.
That's a mark of a good third when you have a two-headed snake of a scoring opportunity, and they have a third option that can help distribute. So yeah, Matter is already doing the Lord's work, getting themselves involved, but you'd rather be able to score some goals on your own if you really want to be able to confuse your opponent and really distribute your scoring opportunities and options.
Back up. Tool to Angel. Angel taking its time. Patience for WVU upfield. This one towards the side. Angel still upfield. Matter as well. Being in midfield does take the carry. Just like that. West Virginia just playing in the water, it seems. Testing the defense of Ball State, and they hold in the first minute of gameplay.
Yeah, you say patience, I say lack of urgency. I understand you are a very good team with carrying. Maybe in some ways you excel over your opponent, but you don't get style points, especially in a run of competition. So you got to be able to use the access. There's no one up top or bottom, and that was a shot, but it was enough of the woodwork, and the follow-up is in there. Matter opens the scoring here, maybe shutting me up, but not once and for all. They just me up momentarily.
It comes off a transition where Ball State isn't ready and grounded on defense. The challenge comes late. There's 2 in net. They're on top of one another on Ball State's side of things. They need to have a quicker reaction to when it does go over their head, because these opportunities aren't going to come easily for either side. And now West Virginia feeling motivated with that first goal. Got towards the other end. Tool the 50 bouncing out here. Shot from Wova does thread the needle between 2 and ties it up just as quick.
So you saw how this goal came up, right? Oath off the wall, and only one battle card was in the corner. It was Wova. So if it didn't hit and it missed, you had someone on the other side to get the rebound. That's you make your own insurance. And Ball State scores on the first attempt, but they had an opportunity to score on the second attempt, but it would have put them back level.
Oath up on this one quickly off of kickoff. Finding the pass in that last play to Wova to finalize. Just waiting. I'm just waiting to see who comes out more on top, who decides to do something that we haven't seen out of them. I haven't seen creativity much from either end. It's creative in the flip reset aspect. Oath pre-jumping this touch-up field, but isn't able to get much more than a 50 onto it. Finally some pressure from Ball State, but long clears, resets for both teams. Not as much, I guess, urgency, as you mentioned earlier, Novanta, is the best way to put it. This game almost in a sense seems slow.
Yeah, absolutely. So West Virginia being able to look at that series tally, saying we're down one game, and say, look, we're going to start capitalizing on the mistakes of Ball State. Because again, that first game really was sloppy on both sides, but Ball State has tightened up their offensive pursuit. So now you have a team in West Virginia waiting to counterattack, and there's nothing to counterattack from, and so you get kind of like this serene pickleball thing happening right here. If you're West Virginia, now it's time to start swinging the hammer. You got to do those bumps and demos, fight for the ball in the mid-pitch. Don't wait to be a counterattack team, because the opportunity may not come.
Well, again, being patient. Doesn't find any 50s, just lets the ball go back into the hands of WVU. Oath, the shot easily saved by Tool. I'm waiting for more 50s, for more challenges, for anything from either side. But instead it's slow, sometimes methodical gameplay, a couple of misses that leave that ball floating that much longer. Maybe one of these teams can set up a team play, offensive play, something to add to the mix, or else we're just going to burn through this remaining minute and a half of gameplay and be at yet another overtime victory.
Yeah, if there was a name for this series, it's going to be Heavy Touch. I'm not sure if it's on purpose or everyone just has that booming Clair mentality like you would do when you solo queue and competitive, but the idea is that no one's really being able to link up with passes. Either you get the long carry or the long booms, and those don't really result in high-scoring affairs.
Pop up here for Oath. Maybe a scoring opportunity if he just had more boost in the tank to do with it. Said Angel up, does get the flip reset, looks to take it underneath. Gun Oath on top of one another, but able to still get the touch is even after initially being up in the air, just floating for the save. That may have been the best opportunity that we've seen from WVU in quite some time. With time running out, they need more looks to be able to finish this before that clock adds additional time.
That right there was a Renaissance painting. The quintuple commit, but getting an epic save in the end prevents the goal being scored, but it did feel like it was in slow motion. Final seconds here in game 2, and like I said, you couldn't tell which team is actually the better one because it's been so back and forth.
Yeah. I mean, these are two teams that have been fighting to break top 8 consistently, that have been trying to get in the top 4s, be the best when it comes to the collegiate sphere. And now in this one, you see maybe some of the issues that make them so inconsistent when it comes to their placement. Ball State, a 7th, 8th finish last week. WVU and I think a slightly similar situation, and now Angel just off kickoff carries it on through. That shouldn't be on target, that shouldn't be on in. Oath to read that better, but just doesn't find and do what's needed.
Yeah, absolutely. If you're our Ball State, you know that West Virginia isn't going to pass the ball. The one that you have to lock down are those solo carries. Didn't happen, and of course now we have an even series tally.
I don't know what else to say other than that's just how the cookie crumbles. When you aren't as synced up as you need to be, Ball State looking desynchronized, West Virginia looking desynchronized when it comes to a lot of plays. That's a solo play that ends up winning it. Whether or not Tool gets both those assists, it doesn't really matter because it was just off kickoff that he last touched it soon enough to be credited with it.
You know what else to say? I have so much to say, Chicksa. I am the most frustrated caster right now. If you're West Virginia, why is passing the ball to your teammate so bad? It's part of the game. Do it! And if you're Ball State, yeah, you're fantastic. You're the faster team and you're more creative, but your defense is basically, let's all hang out like the parking lot and just see what happens and then take the ball away. What you have to do is distribute your defense if you're Ball State. You have to vary your offense if you're West Virginia, and you may get yourself more goals, more scoring opportunities, more defensive opportunities. Make sure people are circulating.
Yeah, I guess in the booth we are frustrated because we're confused.
I'm throwing the table.
we know both of these teams can be better, and the fact is we can't glaze them that they're doing that well because both look lackluster to performances that we've seen in the past. We've had such good games today, such back and forth, great offensive looks team passes, plays, mechanics, but we haven't seen any of that. Angel's aerial into that last overtime goal is pretty rudimentary. It really isn't anything special. So each team, I want their identity. I want an option. They have to put forth. We know these programs are both great. They have backing behind them. And yet this is why they struggle to make these appearances week after week, because they only are performing so flat in a game that could get them a potential third place finish or even back into the upper finals. But now Angel again finding this opportunity off of Matters 50. That one's just poor luck for Ball State, and a great finish to be there. Right place, right time.
Check, so I got 2 questions. Number 1, how did that goal go through? And number 2, I'm a boomer. What does glaze mean?
Oh my goodness. I'm not.
Is that like a thing? Like a donut? I mean, what's that?
Yeah, I mean, a glazed donut is a thing. It's just, you know, like overhyping a team.
Okay, make a note.
It's okay. I'm ready for you to reference something later that I inevitably won't know what it means. Because, I mean, what is this? What is this?
That's a goal sequel. We call that Electric Boogaloo, and that is your equalizer. Ball State now is 1-1.
Oh my. The answer is there. It's early. It's uncontested. The touches aren't pretty. That's an open net. Wolva just getting there in time, but still the defense so sloppy, so slow to even have such an opportunity. The early jump? Why? I'm wondering what the decision process is for both of these teams. Matter up to Tool backflipping, doesn't even get the touch, and maybe he was called off of it. Angel, a look onto the goal line, still can't find it. And then we're back. We're back to even Steven, and you may as well roll the remaining 3.5 minutes of the game clock because we know we're going to another overtime where someone has to do something to change.
Whoa. Like, surly Chicksa, just roll the clock, y'all. I can say this, at least they're going faster in Game 3 than they did in Game 2. That's kind of fun, right?
Oh,
maybe.
my.
All right, glazing? I don't know. 3 minutes ago here in Game 3, and Oath is actually trying to do a little bit of that link up, but again, the touches are so heavy, which has really been afflicting that Ball State side. You got to be able to get your teammate, at least know where they're going to be, not where they are right now, so they can link up for passing opportunities. But you're right, it's not exactly tight offense nor tight defense right now in the offing.
Both maybe looking for an opportunity. This one off the corner, but sends it towards the other one. Matter not able to get out of the defensive half. Angel with the only boost, hopefully can do something with it upfield, but that's a double commit, and that ball will instead go into the corner of Ball State. That's the best they can do to touch it back upfield. Over to Wolva, passing play, but Wolva can't get it past Tool, who's on the goal line. Better shot placement needed to be that goal that sends them that much more forward. 2 minutes left on the clock. It's been a similar story most of this game. We've always seemed to find an answer from either team, but it's still rolling. We're still hoping that someone finds a way to get upfield and get that breakout transition that's needed for another goal.
I gotta give credit to that Tool save. I'm not sure Tool even know where they were. Just be parked right in front of goal and stop his scoring opportunities and stuff. Heroes are for, legends are made of, but you're absolutely right. This one's using the walls and kind of fakes and dekes another one. But you see, as Gus scores, I was about to complain about, again, too many Ball State vital cars in the corner. Doesn't matter now. Go ahead goes on the board. Oath misses it. Gus does not. And now it's 2-1.
And Tool a little bit back late on rotation, and Gus sees he has the open net to make it through, ends up finalizing, getting it past, gets the goal needed for Ball State to be ahead. Now they just need to hold on a little bit longer. Matter trying to take hands and trying to take it into his own hands, and almost gets past the defense. Tool has a shot to work with, and God just stretching for the save that's needed. Back upfield, 50-50. Tool a double demo that will cut the offensive pressure, and the pass deflected away. Another demo as they reel on up, but Matter has control and maybe an opportunity to send it if he can get contact with another defending car.
Okay, talking about frustration, this is a whole nother level here because, again, in this one, we're talking about scoring opportunities. West Virginia had baked 2 in the last minute to score right there, and finally they do that. Okay, thank you. Ask, you shall receive. I was going to say the defense of Ball State is strong, but it's kind of slow. Be more fluid. Ain't nothing more fluid than a battering ram right down the middle. There's 2-2 your score line there, Chicksa.
Yeah, it ties up again. Each team elevating when needed, when behind. So then we see the answers for either end of the pitch. Angel, the catch. Back half here. Gets it up to Matter. Matter looking, but contested in midfield. That's needed. Wolva. Back again. The pop. The sent the other way. This one towards midfield. A transition potential for WVU. Do they get the look? Got placed on third man. Sends the clear out. Back towards the 50. Into the midfield, hopefully. If Oath can just get the shot on target, it is there, but Gut didn't find contact with Angel in the goal line to make the save. So as time's ticking, one opportunity is all that's needed. Angel slots it top right, and WVU a last-second lead to maybe prevent overtime from happening.
It was definitely one of those goals that I thought the post would have catched and said, no, sir, but not today. Go ahead, go late in this one. And their goals are so hard to come by. This may be the last one this round.
Ooh. Is there an answer from Ball State? Wova, the demo. Oath looking, backboard, got up. Does he find the shot? Just over the bar. And West Virginia take another game, end up going on to match point in this series, and sneak away with another 1-goal game at that. Every single game has been close. It's been back and forth. And because of it, this series extends on just a little further.
Yeah, 3-2, 1-2, and 2-3. West Virginia, another one, another close thriller there. So it's like we got bits and pieces of what we want. In the first game, we got 2 teams acting on the same level. In game 2, we're seeing this a little bit of being the width of the pitch and spreading out. Now we're getting the speed. Will game 4 be the game we were all promised back in game 1, Chicksa? I'm not sure, but it looks like it's going to be close either way you slice it.
Yeah, I appreciate the 10 shots from West Virginia. They brought another amped version of their pressure. It gave them those opportunities upfield that allowed them to keep finding pressures to get the extra goals. And Angel has been automatic when it comes to finishing goals. Matter has set him up well in this series and was able to just hold the back line when needed at times. I think West Virginia has adapted throughout this series, and it's what's giving them that better look to finish out these games when it gets to the final moments.
Absolutely. It's like watching a boxing match, but everyone's only using haymakers. The one team that decides to use a jab will have the advantage. I'm thinking it's West Virginia as we head to Utopia Coliseum. Short, secure passes, attack the goal from different angles, and you have your chance of shutting us down in game 4.
Yeah, very important game for both of these teams, of course. One sending them into game number 5, the other to finish out the series and get that redemption arc in our losers finals. A lot's on the line, and this is when teams have to show up the most. We've seen West Virginia adapt, get a little bit more offensive pressure. Ball State, I'm looking for those passing plays that we know Wova has been dynamic at times, and he's going to be starting the charge here in this game 4.
Well, dynamic is a good thing to have. A lot of teams don't have that, but sometimes I kind of feel like it's been dormant. So you're right. Here's a chance for Wova to be a hero. Can they break out here in a very critical and pivotal game 4? That remains to be seen.
Both the follow-up on the touch go, waiting in midfield, puts the shot up. Matter on the goal line, able to find the save that's needed in Wova. Sealing this one, sent past a defender. Oath trying to flip there early in order to contain pressure up into WVU's half. A good touch by Oath. Does he find the extra touch? Spinning, he does. Gets past the last defender, and Ball State on the board first.
Yeah, this one here was given on a silver platter. Matter with the Clair, but the Clair needed to be heavier or lighter. Was the wrong weight, went right back the other way. Oath is way too good to let that slide. It's 1-0 Ball State.
Great work by Ball State early to set the tone in this game number 4. They're able to maybe get out of their half off this kickoff. It's a little nervous With that 50 not exactly going their way, but now Wova looking off the side wall. The 50 goes in his favor. God trying to get there, but West Virginia all loaded in the box, able to clear it out. Iglesias into midfield for now. Drop down. Tool there in front. Ga able to get the second touch in midfield. Oh, shots on top. And Angel skirts it past through into his own corner. Still no clear for WVU to get out. They have to do so in order to relieve this pressure that's been continuous for Ball State since kickoff.
Yeah, win, lose, or draw, West Virginia really has to look at this game when it comes to the possession game. You can't win if the ball's not in your possession unless you're trying to wait for your opponent to do own goals all day long. And so you look, one touch, maybe two, and then a hard hit or knock or boom, and it goes right back to the blue side. You can't let that happen. It's actually costing them opportunities to score.
Tool off the corner. Gets the first challenge, has a little bit of boost to work with. The initial challenge, Matter dodging a couple of bumps that are attempted, and Angel demoing even after all that effort for Ball State upfield. Oath there first. Matter just lets it roll towards the side. Pop up. The touch in midfield contested. And Ball State on this one. Angel feels backfield moment, but not able to get a pass in midfield. Leaves this pressure all in the corner for both teams.
Feels backflip, man. The Rocket League players, they're just like us. I do that all the time when I play. Kind of the worst time to do it, especially in the corner there. But here's an opportunity to score right in front of the net. Got shot on, and look at this. It's a 2-goal lead? Huh? That happens?
It's a really great opportunity for Gut to just get past the defense. You see again, Matter on top of Tool in the corner. No one's able to get ahead. No one's able to find a challenge. Instead, they're going for boost over the ball when they need to contest that shot. So it doesn't go on through. Ball State ends up getting a little bit more of a lead, and now WVU have to fight from behind. Tool has boost to work with, pops this one up, but handles it well, gets the 50. Tool again has a second opportunity, but the contests have been there for Ball State. If they can manage to get up and contest the shot that comes on through.
I don't know how this happened. You talk about how good the defense was. Oath just caught flat-footed. That was a goal that was easily saved, and well, no lead goes unpunished. Having a 2-goal lead is now evaporated, cut in half. It's 2-1 Ball State.
Pretty even right off of kickoff. Opportunity though for WVU as they quickly get it onto the Ball State side, or at least the midfield. Tool sends this one straight up. Oath, the early pre-jump. Matter is last man back and can stall for just enough time. Angel squeaks past that save. Great opportunity for Oath to just put it on target and make WVU more nervous than they already are. Another demo applies additional pressure. What a 50 win by Ga, but not one. Again, saved away in the corner, saved away in the goal line when it matters most, and now out onto the offensive half only for a time is WVU.
Actually like that last scoring drive from West Virginia. It looked that was pretty good. A pass right in the middle. Angels didn't have enough boost to really slide it home, but those are the kind of plays I was asking for in game 1 and game 2. But now time isn't on their side. Can they get one more? They do there, Chicksa. We're tied once more.
Matter just bringing the initial 50 in, searches for the bump on Wova. He's last back, too slow. God can't get there in time, and Tool finds the finish. It's 2 unanswered goals initially by Ball State, and then 2 unanswered goals by West Virginia to tie up the series. Now it's gotten things way more interesting as we're in a very familiar scoreline from what we've seen earlier. With 40 seconds left, it's any and all opportunities that will make or break. That shot by Oath just off the mark. Can Matter find the transition shot on target? 50's good and on in, and WVU now with the lead.
Coast to coast, it matters the most. 3 goals unanswered, now at the lead. Look at that. That is a champion's moment right there.
Wow. Again, when it matters most, West Virginia pulling on through on the offense. Wova, though, a good pop right off kickoff. Ball State searching for a way to get back in it. Matter off the corner. This one sent down the 50, not one. Another 50, and Tool sends it towards the other way, buying time. Novanta, 10 seconds left on the clock, and WVU could be taking the series here and now.
Well, that desk had it all wrong because it looks like West Virginia is doing what they can to make sure they get this done in 4.
WVU showing much more out of themselves, out of their personalities, what they can bring to the table in the latter half of that series. They make phenomenal plays upfield. They stall the Ball State defense with bumps and demos. It's a great showing by WVU to end out that series. I'm very impressed with the resilience that they were able to show early on.
Well, we got some great clips and highlights coming to you momentarily, but it's not what's going to be a highlight series for either one of these teams. These things were kind of sloppy with the offense and defense and lack of scoring chances, but you got to say great teams find a way to win despite the environment. West Virginia in this game 4 really showed they were the better team, and they walked away with 3 goals unanswered for the dub.
Yeah, again, resilience coming out of that final game to be down early and then come back and continue to find the answers that's needed matter. Huge shout out to him to make that final goal to give them that extra lead that they needed to win out the series. WVU have a lot of thinking to do, but I think we've thought enough about this one. Why don't we bring the desk back, see what their thoughts are? Because Bass, you did get this one wrong, but I know you have a lot to say about the two teams.
I mean, look, it wasn't exactly the result I was hoping for, but it also did kind of feel like the usual Ball State that we see right now. I hate to mention it, but it is a Ball State that consistently do well against their opponents, but when it comes time for the clutch, not exactly there. I know this is a team that has that ability. They have shown that in multiple iterations in multiple different events in the past, but in this current moment, Ball State, I think we're still at the same place we were coming into this weekend. You are still leaving something to be desired from this team.
Well, we saw a lot that they did showcase in that first game for the side of Ball State. I mean, they performed the best of their capabilities. We had 7 shots from go, pretty much of a carry throughout this game. West Virginia took them so long to really bounce back and force that overtime, and then eventually they did fall down afterwards to Wova popping off in that instance. But since then, really wasn't much to show for. Yes, it was close games back and forth, but we did see the victory come out in the end for WVU, who continue to answer the question, is this how far they will go? And they say no every time. That's a big thing to note here, Chixa. Again, we talked about before, this is the WVU who has broken the curse. Are they going to go all the way?
I said they'd either be first or last, and in this case, they're trending towards that first. They had a lot to live up for in the latter half of the game, I think especially. They finally locked in. They had more opportunity upfield, and I think they took a lot of risk when it came to the bumps and the demos. They were pushing for it more, sometimes maybe a little overextended, but we needed to see something extra out of them, and they decided, let's make a play, let's do it and see if it ends up working out. And I think it ended up, of course, working out in their favor.
A great favor for them because they are now in the top 3 here in Novanta. But what are some takeaways you have to say for Ball State? Farthest they've made it, of course, and we expected big things since summer series for this team. But now for them to continue that journey forward into the last 2 fall opens, what do they need to work on?
Yeah, it does feel like their stats are kind of lopsided. They're a dynamic team up top. They do have some creative things that a lot of teams aren't doing that puts them ahead, but their defense is basically Frankenstein's monster. Too many cars on the line, too many people hanging out in the corners. You can't make those transitions on time. You're going to get beat every time. And you saw in the most slow motion way possible, West Virginia came out and won in 4 games.
Well, now that we saw this WVU, who is the team that placed in the top 2 quite a lot of times in the Eastern Conference and Summer Series and CRL Bass, and now they are here pushing towards that top 2 for the first time in this iteration of CRL. What do they need to continue working on going into this next series against Concord?
They need to make sure that they can withstand the offense that Concord is going to come out with.
True.
Again, Ball State, very similar team in the idea that they like to lock teams into their half and just kind of putting the pressure on until eventually they break underneath it. This can't happen. If WVU wants to be able to face this Concord team, we need to press them on their defense. Again, the weakest part of Concord we saw today was their defense. If WVU can keep that pressure on at midfield and in the front third of their offense, they have absolutely got a chance here. But good luck to them. Concord don't really seem keen on not getting a rematch.
Don't seem keen.
Yeah, that's very true. WU trying to climb the mountain all the way to the top, to the summit, to be the ultimate victors at the end of the day. But Concord is still flying high, have one more series in them at the least, still a best of 5 for our lower final to determine who our grand finalists are going to be after this break.
You know how you make me feel. Your touch is the power to make it real. Never have I felt this way before. It's hard to put it into words. This heat makes my mind a blur. But every time you're near, I'm satellite deep down me right. Burning up so high, you're the fuel to my life. Blowing up the sky, illuminating like fire. Dance through the night, you make everything right. This time, will you ignite it one more time? Ignite. 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 You know how you make me feel, 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 feel. You know how you make me feel, feel, feel. Burning up so high, you're the fuel to my life. Glowing up the sky, illuminating like fire. Dance through the night, you make everything right. This time, will you ignite it one more time? Ignite. Ignite.
My mind is racing, I used to making sense of who I was. And when the opens, I dance with demons until the sun comes on. On the outside, I seem like it's all my way of having fun. Thinking this is just a part of me you love. It's not my night, but in your backseat, I'm enough to cry. So why do I even try to think that you get it? You say I'm dramatic, and you need a better use of time. It's alright if you're walking away tonight. If you're walking away tonight. All my judgment is next to nothing. It made me realize instead of finding something, I'm pushing buttons. try to think that you get it. You say I'm dramatic, and you need a better use of time. It's alright if you're walking away tonight. If you're walking away tonight. If you're walking away tonight. It's not my night. I'm the backseat, I'm not to cry. So why do I even try? It's not my night. In the backseat, I'm enough to cry. So why do I even try to think that you got it? You say I'm dramatic, and you need a better use of time. It's alright if you're walking away tonight. Why do I even try to think that you got it? You say I'm dramatic, and you need a better use of time. It's alright if you're walking away tonight.
Two more series to go to crown our newest champion here for the CRL Fall Open number 2. Very intense matchup that was also kind of a snoozer. If you are a fan of Ball State, you were expecting a little bit more to come out swinging from the get-go. They got a victory barely in that overtime, but couldn't really find the magic afterwards. And now another look at the bracket as we see Concord and West Virginia face off before the winner moves on to take down St. Clair in 2 back-to-back best-of-7s if they want to be the ultimate victor here. Bass, this is going to be a long journey for both these teams.
I mean, this has just definitely been a battle for both of these teams. It is two teams, though, that actually come from the uppers this time. We didn't really get that last time. We kind of we saw a little bit of a debuff if you were the team losing in the upper semifinals. Today, it's the complete opposite, and really, it's a buff that both needed. We've talked about it a lot here today, but West Virginia have been on a streak of getting into events like this and going 0-2 after starting the upper semis. And for a Ball State that really have been trying to fight back against the narrative of constantly getting beat by Davenport, they finally do it on the day. However, that momentum did not carry them past West Virginia here. West Virginia, though, you better carry your momentum. Concord are going to be a threat here in the lower final.
This is going to be a deadly matchup. We saw so many demos in the last one. 9 for Ball State in game 1, 11 for WVU in that first one as well. A total of 20, which is insane to think about in a single game of Rocket League. Used to never see that, how action-packed these games have been. But Concord and West Virginia, the last hope for a mainly North American roster to claim the crown at the end of the day, Jigsaw. Do they have it in them, or is EU reigning supreme here once again?
Oh man, WVU just needs to make sure that they start off strong in their series, because we saw at the latter half of last game they looked really on target, on the ball, were doing great offensive plays upfield, and I think they got their groove. So as long as they start off on the right foot, West Virginia has a chance in this one. But Concord, other than a couple of missed plays by Crispy and CMOS when it comes to offensive pressure, they've looked pretty consistent and pretty good. And I've been such a huge fan of Helix last weekend, all of this weekend as well. He's been consistent in his ability to not only make solo plays himself, but give up plays for his team that they've executed well upfield.
The only North American player that was in that winners final that we saw, and they did pretty decent for themselves, but St. Clair definitely made a statement themselves as well. One thing I do want to make a statement here, Novanta, is pretty interesting, and kind of on a side note. West Virginia is actually more eastern than Concord is, and they are both in West Virginia.
I love geography. That's cool.
Exactly. With that out of the way, though, this is a battle for West Virginia between these two teams. And Concord, West Virginia, we've seen both of them through thick and thin in this event, in the last one. West Virginia, I mean, what do they need to continue going forward to keep that magic captured and make sure it works for this series as well?
Well, the name of the game with the new formats and everything has been about chemistry, not so much the team chemistry, but definitely how you act over time with over rounds. If you're on that lower bracket, you are on stream multiple times. Some might call that a blessing, and some might call that a curse. And so being able to take that on your shoulders, kind of what really separated teams who are flash in the pans and those who are here week after week. So to answer your question, Vod, score a lot, make sure to pretend the stream isn't going on, and go back to what works with you.
Well, let's go into our predictions and see who is going to come out this time. Concord, West Virginia. A couple of us went for Concord last time. It didn't quite work out. Are we feeling that Concord has the edge here, though, with that explosive offense we saw last time, Chixa?
Yeah, I think that's the exact point I was going to make. I'm going with Concord because of their ability to be so explosive upfield. They've been very creative when it comes to showing a bunch of different looks upfield on the pitch. So I think they edge out this one in a very close series. I also think they want the rematch with St. Clair just a little bit more, because that rematch, that revenge arc is always really, really good.
Okay. I respect the revenge arc here for Concord. Yes, they lost most recently, but they still have to get their taste of victory and make it on into that top two. And we expected, Bass, going into the season that Concord would be a top two team. Is this their time to get there?
Absolutely. This is Concord running it back, in my opinion, here. Look, West Virginia did not look bad in that lower final, but they did, or excuse me, semifinal, but they did not look convincing enough in comparison to the battle we saw between St. Clair and Concord. And yes, Concord didn't look all that convincing by the end of it, but in the moments of brilliance that they did have, they were suffocating. And against the West Virginia, who, hate to say it, still don't seem to have the coordination necessary to win against a team of that caliber, I don't think it's changing here. Give me Concord. I'm going to say, honestly, in 4 this time. I'm going with Novanto with this.
Okay. We have all on stream so far today only had 4 game series. Will it continue, Novanta? Who's taking it? And will it be 4 games yet again?
Yeah, I'm with you here. West Virginia did have some flashes of brilliance. We see that all the time with teams when they have the parts, but that last game really was more about Ball State not being as efficient with their scoring attack. So when I see games like that where you win despite yourself, I can't give you the recommendation of that Concord as well.
Being the host here, I have to take the death of my predictions that have been going so well so far. To not curse Concord, I have to go with WVU just to keep it going. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. But I have to go for WVU on this one. I have to root for North America one last time. One last best of 5 for these teams to determine who is going to be our second grand finalist. Concord are back and ready in action to make their stage known on the big end, make it all the way to the grand finals, and take down West Virginia to be the best in the state. This is the battle for West Virginia. WVU takes on Concord as the last hope for North American Collegiate Rocket League. But Concord are the new kids on the block and here to stay and trying to play and make their case for that second seed we gave them so many days ago.
It may be the lower final, but it's high octane action. Best of 5 here. Concord versus West Virginia, a main event bout if there ever was one. Hello everyone, my name is Novanta, and I'm being joined by the legend himself, Bass, what is going on, good sir?
I'm ready. We got one last hope, Novanta. You and I, North American representatives, and there are only 3 left in this competition. Technically 4, because Helix is on Concord, but with a majority EU team, if you're in North America right now, you're cheering for West Virginia, because you need them to make the final. A best of 5 to determine, do we get EU domination in CRL yet again, or do we get another hope?
Well, you do raise a good point that you had that last series against Ball State. Maybe it was a dress rehearsal with a grand performance, but if something magical were to happen, it has to happen right now.
Starting off this game a little bit calm, as nothing has happened for the first 30 seconds in comparison to some of the games we've had today where explosiveness out the gates has been the standard. A bit odd to see what is a pretty calm start here, but again, West Virginia are going to need to adjust. Ball State do play a similar play style to Concord, but I think Concord has been playing that style better on the day, meaning that West Virginia are going to take a second to try and figure out how this team's going to play. These dives that maybe they're not prepared for cannot catch them off guard. We have seen it. Concord punishing in the moments where you least expect it. In individual brilliance, all 3 of the members have it, but for right now, no one's got really all too much. Heavy touch after heavy touch just continues to ricochet back out to midfield, but for at least the moment, it seems like WVU are in control.
Yeah, that's really been their albatross with Virginia, with those heavy touches going absolutely nowhere. And so able to counteract that. What a shot off the line out saved by Angel that would put them in position to get themselves ahead. But are seeing some attacks in that bottom half of this game right here. A lot of shots on frame. That's another one cleared away, Bass.
I can't believe he got back to that one. Matter, oh my goodness, is just playing all the defense in the world. No defense necessary there. It was an open net, but the pass just a bit too aggressive, meaning no one on the receiving end of it. Anybody going to be on the receiving end of this one? Technically, Matter takes a shot, but it's well off target. Crispy and Helix in the vicinity in order to be able to keep that one out. We are 2 minutes into this game, and thus far, there's only been a handful of really threatening shots, though, Vonta. Still feels like both teams are kind of figuring each other out in the offenses that they're trying to build.
Yeah, absolutely. Seeing that figure out stuff is definitely important. We are seeing some of the quick twitch reactions on the save the defenses, so I think both teams are waiting to see when to strike like the Anaconda Vice there ever was one. But the thing I'm seeing differently from the last series to this one is that West Virginia's not afraid to go down Broad Street, use the middle lane for some of their scoring opportunities.
They're trying to bait out defenders right now, it feels like. These individual plays that we know Concord are known for, if you can bait them into making one of them, all of a sudden you've got numbers advantage. Speaking of which, triple commit on the line is going to, I think it's a bit awkward for the clear here from Concord. We'll find it, but they won't get much further than midfield. Helix, a good boost steal, but Matter there to meet him for the 50. As Tool gets another double commit. Concord looking a little bit shaky right now. They're not being punished on most of these double commits, but there are far too many already.
Yeah, I'm starting to think that maybe this is actually the meta strat from West Virginia. Just be like moving quicksand. Just frustrate your opponent to the point to start trying to be heroes and making those offensive mistakes, because we saw a lot of the corner play. We saw a lot of the slow stuff. And now, right on the money, well, forget what I was going to say about that. Seamus opens the scoring.
This is such a good play from Helix as well. Just kind of trying to keep this quote baiting out somebody into the corner, and with the lack thereof a challenge, he goes, you want to give me a free pinch center? Cool. They've tried this a lot. These passes out center, but they haven't connected up until then. 2 minutes to go, and this is why we say, Concord, you can't even give them the chance. You've got to shut these opportunities down before they begin.
Yeah, you really can't guarantee those things will come up like that, because that should have been out of rotation. But you know what? Being able to be in front of there for a climber opportunity is super important. Getting on the scoreboard first will earn its weight in gold, and hopefully it works out for them.
Crispy trying to get something started for his team yet again. Seamoss, a fantastic touchdown field, but there's still heavy lifting to be done. Helix, the pinch out center, but Tool, I was going to say, is on this one. He's on it, but he's real awkward about it, and no escape will be found. Angel is popped behind him, and Tool will clean up his own mess. West Virginia right now, I mean, we talked about it. Concord were making double commits in weird places. West Virginia, lack thereof commits. They feel very hesitant to make these challenges.
Yeah, absolutely. When you have such a score conceded like that, it really is a human nature in the machine element to kind of buckle down and say, let's not do that again. But then when you start playing tip and start hesitating, well, hesitating causes you to do things quite like that. Crispy makes it 2-0.
The range of emotions I went through as I saw Crispy go for this air dribble, I'm like, there's no way he's going to succeed on that. Oh my gosh, he's just playing playing for the 50. And as he dunks it over the defense, it's an easy cleanup for himself. 2-0 here, 75 seconds left to go in game one, but I'm a bit afraid right now. Novanta, this could be emblematic of the rest of the series. West Virginia need to at least get a goal to instill some confidence.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, one, I kind of wish that dunks were worth some points in the game, but more importantly, yeah, again, that defense was definitely fortified, but it really wasn't fluid. They got outmatched, and now they're looking at a deficit, something they really see too often in the last series, but Concord has come here to play.
Let's see, can Concord finish this one out with a clean sheet? A shutout to start the series would be phenomenal. With defense like that, I'm far from saying it won't happen. Can they get something started here for their own offense, though, as they are starting to get pressed? Simas, a great 50, though, and I think that will finally be the escape they're looking for. And the redirect to the backboard it goes. Matter, a long ball downfield, but it's wasting valuable seconds that WVU cannot afford. Under 30 to play. They need a goal like yesterday, and they almost found it off the own goal. I do not think that was the intentional touch, and now it's put Concord in an awkward position.
Well, it did burn some of their crucial seconds on the clock. Shot number 3, and that's the dagger right there. Bats, I was just going to say, once I think Concord figured out that West Virginia does not do diagonal passes, once you cut off one person with the ball, the entire offensive attack collapses, and now you got 3 goals unanswered.
You can just see WVU are really sending everything on a lot of these offenses right now. It's why the 2 players that are back on the defense there are on completely zero boost. Nobody is prepared. They do not conserve the resources necessary to stop the offense that Concord is coming out with. This has been a revealing game one. We know that we said, Concord have looked better on the day. WVU, they took the win, but it wasn't as convincing. This should convince our audience that Concord is here to play. They want a rematch in that uppers, and they keep playing like this. They'll find it.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm not sure what's going on the West Virginia side, but it definitely feels like people are playing a solo queue of comp, or they're just kind of like not calming full on in the actual VC, because there are people out of position. There are those not on the other ends of passes. Everything's a booming clear or a heavy touch pass. It is fundamentally broken right now in West Virginia.
I mean, it's just so different for West Virginia here, as you can see, just even across the board. 2 saves to almost every player, 2 shots to almost every player, in comparison to a Concord where we've talked about this before. They're so good at having a steadfast third that just kind of backs up the other 2 players if necessary, and the 2 players that do control that offense kind of switch between games. This one very clearly was Crispy and Simas playing that midfield, playing that containment type of offense, and it worked phenomenally. 8 total shots just between the 2 players, 6 saves across the board for Concord. Goes to show they may have played the majority offense, but if they need to, they're playing stellar defense as well.
So one of the things about best of 5s and best of 7s, they got to bring at least 2 different strategies to the dance. You saw West Virginia try to go up vertical, having that 1-1-1 formation and really put the ball ahead. If that's not working, now it's time to go wide. You really got to draw to the defense to give you some more open spaces to score.
Yeah, they got to switch things up. And we know West Virginia can. Their coach, Nico, is one of the best in all of Collegiate Rocket League. We are well aware that this team has the capability to make those changes, but they have to. Look, we have yet to see a reverse sweep here on the day. I don't know if we've seen one so far on the main broadcast, so I would like to see somebody try and prevent that scenario. And by somebody, I mean West Virginia. You need to show up here in this game. Oh, okay, I was going to say, that's the opposite of showing up. Thankfully, Tool gets back in time.
Dang, snap! What a shot down! Crispy from the ceiling! Look at that one! Wow!
I'm a liar. I've been caught lying almost immediately, as I thought, oh yeah, so Tool saved this, we should be good. And then Simas comes through for the demo. Crispy gets an angle that I don't even know if I can call that an angle. It's negative at a certain point, and well, we're right back where we started, with Concord just dominating immediately.
Bass, you a liar. Imagine that, being in a best of 5 and conceding 4 goals before you even get something on the board. I wonder if the psychological elements in play, or is it too early to call? Either way, not a deal for West Virginia right now.
It's a good thing you bring that one up. We're going on almost 6 minutes scoreless here for this West Virginia team. A little bit of a cut on Crispy and Simas, but I can't blame them, because I don't think they realized the goal was completely open. Triple commit from West Virginia, and they almost give up another goal. This feels like we've maybe been 3 minutes in this game. It's been 30 seconds, and I think Concord is already back to just controlling the offense.
You know, and I have to give a lot of credit there to Concord. I know we're talking about the ills of West Virginia, but to be able to have an intensity, get the little 60-second break, and still try to be as tense as you are, even though you can see it right there, it says a lot to be them, but equalizers on the board.
Matter gonna shut me up finally after 6 minutes of not being able to score. They find their opportunity, and they're doing exactly as you asked. Novanta, they're finally getting passing plays out of diagonal through the corner, not just trying to take it straight down the middle every time. West Virginia, that's how you've got to play. We mentioned it before. Concord, they might have shown a good defense in game 1, but I don't think there were a lot of moments to test said defense. You start doing that in game 2, and you will find those openings. You just have to keep pressing.
Well, they should know better. You can never shut up the Bass. You know what I'm saying? Let's be honest with you. But here's a chance for them to really get on the board and show the kind of identity they want to show all evening here on stream.
Helix trying to get something started out of his own end. Won't exactly be able to on that play, but Seamas on the rebound. Do a great job at least getting it out to Crispy, who doesn't have boost in the tank, so not sure if a shot's going to be found. Helix trying to correct me on that one, but the double touch off the backboard does not connect. 90 seconds in, and it does feel like WVU are playing a much better game than the last one. Still a long journey ahead of them, though, if they want to take a win here and even out the series.
Yeah, it's one of those things where things are intense, but the clock is going pretty slow, so you want to be able to not look at the clock. Almost like when you're trying to work out on the treadmill and you're like, oh my gosh, I'm done, but you only did 10 seconds. The idea is put your head down, make sure you get your reps in, and see if you can score and get ahead.
And they're trying to get some more reps in here. How about another chance on the line? Angel hoping that Tool would get the lead block, but can't quite find the connection, so instead it goes the other way. Tool, what kind of challenge was that? It might work out for his team, and except for Matter shooting that a bit too high. Angel's rebound will definitely not do their team any favor, and Crispy, flip reset in the back and get it around one, not around the other. Matter keeping this one close on the backboard and really baiting out the defense at this point. So this might be the strategy, Novanta. Not necessarily just trying to, beat this defense, but baiting out challenges and forcing these individual plays.
Yeah, which one? Pick your poison. Do you want to be West Virginia and just really be a slow hammer in a game that relies on speed, or do you want to be like Concord that's super creative but can't finish a job because everything is missing the net? It is kind of the nadir of this round right now. We need both of them to tighten up.
Matter making sure that the defense stays steadfast, though, for their back half here for WVU. West Virginia really not giving up any freebie goals, at least not thus far. This wouldn't be a freebie. This would be well earned if the pass connects, but instead they get in the way. Helix follow-up shot! And my goodness, he needed all the power under the sun for that one, and he found it.
Oh, that's definitely one of those goals that say, I know you mad, but ain't nothing you could do about it. Even though you got a hand on it, wasn't enough. The goal still counts. It's 2-1 favoring Concord.
A rocket on target and a heck of a way to reestablish your lead. 2 minutes to go, and like we mentioned before, if Concord do win this one, we're still in best of fives. They would have series point and multiple games to play with. West Virginia, you gotta respond. Do you do it here? Matter looking for the double or a pass, neither one of which is found. Nobody there for the rebound, but at least WVU can set up shop on offense.
So we're talking about plan Bs and plan Cs. The give the ball to Matter thing isn't working. The scoring accuracy is down. That could have gone in 8 times out of 10. It didn't there, but it's actually a symptom of a bigger problem.
There are, unfortunately, a couple little issues right now that are kind of compounding here. West Virginia are not playing a bad game by any stretch, but the small errors they are making are compounding into larger problems. Again, those rebounds that should be getting follow-ups are not. Great example there. Yes, Crispy is obviously the first one to the ball, but no one's center. This gives time now for Concord to break out, to set up their plays, and unfortunately for West Virginia, these rebounds, these passing plays just are not connecting in the ways that they need to if they want to slow this Concord offense down. Can they at least get them into defense yet again, at least for the moment? Crispy and Helix, no boost in the tank, and the pass once again does not connect. Breakaway plays. Seamas looking for something but cannot find it.
Yeah, that pass was no one in particular. CMAS did them a favor by not scoring there and punishing them. You can't keep doing situations like that. Something we're seeing all too often in this series.
It really has been a repeat performance in, unfortunately, the worst of ways. West Virginia, I know you guys are still in this series. You are not out of it by a long shot, but you need to start taking advantage of the opportunities you are being given. Another one here, Tool, off the ceiling. And nobody commits. Angel and Matter are both just keen to take this back to their own half and restart the offense. It's not a bad idea, but obviously it was not executed. Here comes Concord setting up an offense yet again.
Yeah, I hit the nail on the head. What's worse, a triple commit or a zero commit? Because everyone was caught ball watching on the back end like a poster, right? Just, hey, what's that over there? Whoops.
I don't know if it's time to turn into looky-loos at the moment. You can't just be staring at everything and hoping that it works out. You need to get proactive. You need to get involved, and it's not happening here. 2-1 with 10 seconds to go. It feels like this has got to be the Hail Mary that West Virginia are looking for. And Concord might give it to them. The drop down straight to Matter. A pass could be found, but it's not connected. The second touch out of the corner. Not going to happen. And Concord up 2-0 in the series.
Look, I understand giving your opponent some mercy by just dropping the ball, but that could have been really, really bad. But despite that, Concord is at series point.
I'm struggling, bro. I am struggling to describe what
I'm
we're
always
witnessing
struggling
here, man. Like, West Virginia feel like they are, I'd say, 95 to 98% of the way there. But that 2% left over that they cannot seem to find is what is holding them back here. Again, another game where the margins on shots are very narrow, but when it's a 2-1 game, that matters all the more. It's 7 shots to 6. It is a Concord that was able to save 4 of the 6 that were shot at them, meaning West Virginia put 1 single off target in comparison to Concord. They have a total of, let's make sure, 8 shots, 6 of them forced into saves, the other 2 on target and in, and that wins them this game.
Well, I'm struggling too. It's like watching your best friend play Street Fighter and getting swept by the leg over and over and over again. Lower guard block. What are you doing? This could have been so preventable, and now you're looking at another series defeat.
Yeah, this is not it just feels like there's a counter that's somewhere to be found here, and we've yet to find that counter. We know Concord can be countered. There's a reason they're here in the lower bracket in the first place. West Virginia, though, have not found that, and they need to here and now. Ovanta, it's game 3, and we either are going one of 2 ways. Either we finally get the reverse sweep we're looking for, or we get a date with Destiny, and Concord are right back again facing off against St. Clair.
Well, I can tell you how to counteract Concord right now if you're West Virginia. Make sure your offensive structure is like an inverted triangle. 2 cars up top, 1 back holding the high line. If you miss one off the side because your shooting accuracy is bad, you gave yourself a secondary scoring option and or insurance plan. We haven't seen that, but when we do, they score.
Oh! Speaking of which, they finally do it. Matter gets the first goal 12 seconds in, and hey, if there wasn't a way to try and stop the momentum, this is perfect.
So bam, Matter on the left side, you saw 2 come around the right side to be the secondary scoring option. Give me more of that. Inverse triangle, baby.
Keep it up. Come on, West Virginia. We believe in you, as well as I would say most of North America. Again, if this does not go through for West Virginia, we have a majority EU final. Will be 5 EU players, and the singular representative for NA will be Helix, which, you know, I guess we can still be happy about that one, but also at the same time, hey, CRL was born in North America. If we immediately already lose the first 2 events of the season, oh boy, we're never going to hear the end of it.
Baz, I got a question for you. Do you think we'll ever be in a position where we just submit to our European overlords and just say, you know what, you guys is better, FF. Like, you know what I'm saying?
I mean, we kind of had to after CRO Worlds. I don't really know if there's much of an answer that we can have after we see ourselves lose with Fisher not being able to take the win. So I think for that moment, and then like a week later we forgot about that, and then NA was right back to bragging. So at least for the moment, we have yet to see that, but maybe we'll see it here. If we get 2 winners in a row that are both European, it's going to be a hard day, and it's going to be a hard pill to swallow for everyone in NA, and we might have to get there. Crispy finds the equalizer.
True to his name. Look at this. Wasim's going in slow motion, drawing the defense, just skirts over 1, and Crispy there going the other way with the second one. That's what's coming, backing up creative plays from your teammate is the creativity and the chemistry we talk about when it comes to tournament play.
And this is what's so difficult about playing off against Concord, is that we talked about a lot of their individual brilliance, their ability to make these full field air dribbles, to do these individual mechanical plays, but the thing that they do so well about that is they will fake those out. They will start these air dribbles looking like it's going to be an individual play, a pump, something directly on target, and then they'll turn it into a passing play. Great example, 2 passes in a row, the execution not quite enough as the shot does not have power behind it, but a perfect example of what we're talking about.
Oh, absolutely. I love the fact that Concord is able to distribute the ball because, again, passing plays win the day, but it does feel every time someone has the ball from the West Virginia side, at least today, not all the time, it does feel like, hey guys, watch me do this, and if I mess up, you got me, right? And that won't work when you have teams that are stronger and faster than you are.
Oh, speaking of faster, CMAS, I have no idea how you're able to get up to that one. And you might have to do it again. Even more offense here for West Virginia. We like this. Seeing them set up shop is probably in their most comfortable places. Speaking of comfort, no comfort here. I've got some questions. Maybe Matter just thought that was going in, so he gave up, but this needed to be a better clear.
That's a 5-star places, but yes, the post somehow gets involved to give it a little bit of a break, but you get a break, but you also have to be there. Right opportunity, right time. You capitalize, you punish. 2-1.
I'm trying to do the math here overall, because I have a feeling I'm probably wrong on this one, but I just want to make sure. We have a total of 7 goals in favor of Concord to 2. Let's make it 8. 8-2. Outscored by 4 times the amount. West Virginia, I'm sorry, I don't know if I have an answer at this point.
Yeah, I have it on good authority. If you score more goals than your opponent, you may win games. So why not? 3-1 Concord. Yeah, usually.
I give it like 99% of the time. Every once in a while, there's that weird one where it just kind of messes it up. Here, there's no weirdness about this. We know exactly what is happening. It's Concord finding their form, and when they are in form, they are terrifying. Felix, don't you dare. Are you kidding me? That's ridiculous. That assist is perfect.
Well, here's where we're talking about the defense, right? Everyone's kind of waiting to counterattack. One person goes up, and there's never someone else with an idea. Two was out front of the net, but on the wrong side of that net. Dead center is not the way you want to be. Totally got caught on the wrong end. Now it's 4-1.
4-1, and we're still not even at halftime. This is terrifying. This is kind of what we saw also as well earlier in the day with Concord playing up against, I believe it was Ball State. There was a game, I think it was game 3, so we're getting close to it here, where it was 6-1. They blew them out of the water. It was a ridiculous performance, and unfortunately, I think WVU are starting to realize exactly why that outcome has already happened once on the day. 2 minutes to go, Concord. You have not guaranteed yourselves this game quite yet. I have seen them blow a 3-goal lead on the day today. But that was a different version of them, and that was a different team they were playing. Concord looking complete control right now.
Yeah, they have the control, they have more bumps, they have more demos, and the lion's share of possession. The only now is to make sure they keep something, a bit of keeper weight from West Virginia, because they have to be the one to climb the mountain. What a save by Crispy, epically as it is right there. So all urgency has to be in West Virginia. You can park the bus if you want to. You're in full control.
I'm agreeing with you on climbing the mountains. They're named the Mountaineers for a reason. They need to continue climbing and trying to summit. If they give up now, it's already over. 90 seconds to go. A 3-goal comeback necessary just to find an overtime and keep the series alive. Otherwise, we're getting the EU final. I think we're getting the EU final.
What? Did that ball doomsday dish itself? What the heck just happened? It was this skirt caressed finesse. I love it. Look at that. Hop, skip and a jump. 5-1.
It's 5-1. They're 1 goal away from literally doing the exact same thing they did at Ball State. What? At this point, I have no answers for West Virginia. I'm thinking this is going to be this is the confidence booster they needed to show that they don't always go 0-2 in double elimination brackets. This was unfortunately not the confidence booster for them to win the tournament as many of us might have hoped. We've seen this team at their peaks play phenomenally, but I think we're seeing Concord at their peak right now, and good luck stopping them.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, we're talking about how close the games were, not only in this round, but just all night. But this is the first time I really feel like we're watching a Concord-branded game, and that is super important for anyone in this series, in this league.
We talked about it before. Concord like to play an offense that just kind of locks you into your half and limits your opportunities. Speaking of limiting opportunities, we talked about the goal differentials before. Let's talk about the shot differentials. West Virginia, 3 total shots in this game in comparison to the 8 on the other side. They're being outshot by over twice the amount. It just goes to show you, Concord, they're not only able to get more shots, they're doing it with efficiency. 5 goals on 8 shots. I think it speaks for itself.
Yeah, look, right now we see a lot more of the mistakes West Virginia is doing. No one's really decided to be the secondary passing option. There's that single carry over the net. Shot accuracy is in the basement, and this is just compounding. This has to be reviewed come Monday, because you cannot have this happen again if you want to advance points-wise this season.
Well, I can tell you who's going to be advancing here. It is Concord, a 3-0 sweep, dominating the North American side. And we get the EU matchup we might have been hoping for. Are we going to get a 6th goal? Absolutely not. But we will get the 3-0. Concord moving on to our finals.
I have never seen a match quite like that, where it felt like it was going to be even for about 15 seconds, and it was all Concord after that one. That one there was the instant classic.
It was literally like one of those things where it's like, man, I'm so excited. I got my favorite jersey on. I'm rooting for my team. Let's get into this. And in the very first inning, somebody hits a grand slam. And you're just sitting there like, what do I do? What do I do?
I already bought the ticket. Yeah, what do I do?
Bought the tickets. Unfortunately, you're not going to be buying tickets to the finals if you're a West Virginia fan here. Concord putting on a masterclass display in this lower final. This was, again, this is kind of what we expected from Concord. We've talked a lot of big game for them, and I think finally they are backing it up and showing why. Again, a team that took 2 different tournaments in the offseason before CRL began. You can see exactly why those tournament wins put them on the map and put them on the board for so many analysts in Collegiate Rocket League. This was a stellar performance from the team.
Yeah, absolutely. Even going down to lower bracket, I thought was kind of a temporary misstep, but I do think there are some problems they have to work on for future weeks. But what we saw today is being able to bounce back on stream in a way that made it really look like it was emphatic. They punched their ticket with authority. They move on.
They move on, and look, 3/4 of the desk expected this. One person did not, and I want to
Oh,
hear
yeah.
from him. Let's
Yeah.
bring back Vaudeville in here to hear about
Let's
the...
set the record straight.
Oh, okay,
I
yeah.
said that I was going to be the sacrifice, so that we didn't have a full
I'm
desk
so booing
curse
you.
for
I'm
the
so
desk.
booing you.
That is the only reason I went
at
for
you
WVU.
backpedal.
I knew
Stop
in the back of my mind
backpedaling.
that it was going to be Concord getting that victory. But one thing I do want to mention here, though, is that we got to give a shout out to the Bluegrass Boost Battle that Concord were participating in this weekend. They're at the University of Kentucky currently playing in a LAN setup so that they can be locked in and ready for this for Concord to get their journey back into that top 2 and make it all the way to the grand final. So got to give out a shout out to the University of Kentucky for putting on that event, but also for Concord getting rid of their demons. They lost a couple matches. They only placed top 4. They didn't win that LAN event, but they're trying to be winners here for the CRL Fall Open instead. And talking about those matches, the grind that we've seen through a LAN, but now also seeing it through CRL Open here, Chixa, I feel like this Concord team has been forged through fire this weekend.
Yeah, they've had a couple of tough losses. Of course, they've already had one loss today, but I said that revenge, it doesn't feel sweeter when you're at least confined to that moment. Concord started from the get-go really hot, and they're able to bring dynamic offense upfield. It's constantly somebody else in the ball. We saw so many plays from Helix being an absolute god. We had so many plays from Crispy and CMOS, them being absolute gods when it comes to upfield. I mean, they played a phenomenal game, and it's not often that we get sweeps in this top 8, but they dared to do it in the finals of the losers bracket. Like, this was the 2 and 3 matchup, and they dominated.
We saw Northwood go against Fisher in last week's 3rd place matchup, and Northwood didn't even look this clinical as Concord did against WVU. Was this more just WVU not really showing up when we want them to, Novanta, or was this more just Concord proving what we've known for the whole time? They have the skill to pay the bills.
Right, it's a 2-person dance or a 2-team dance when it comes down to it. But like, I really felt like Concord took that beat, said what worked, what didn't, kind of stayed warm, and we saw some of the tightened spaces that we were asking for on display there, some work there. But ultimately, on the other side, we did see some of the problems from the previous series compound on a team that wasn't willing to play at their pace, like we saw at Ball State. And so what you had was an explosion of goals, especially in that last game.
Well, looking at the entire series as a whole, WVU, best performance we've seen from them. They made it into the top 3. But those last 2 games weren't really the best performance we've seen from them, Bass. Like, keep talking about it with what we saw with Ball State. Now I'm talking about it here with WVU. What do they need to work on to be more consistent and make it into another top 3?
They need to be confident. I think that's the big issue right now for WVU, is that they did not look confident on a lot of those plays. We talked about it multiple times where they are literally the better team. Like, they have multiple players in the right position. They are boosted up and ready to go, and then they get dusted by somebody on 0 boost. That can't happen. This team needs to be able to make those challenges and not second guess themselves, because in the quarter of a second that they second guess themselves, somebody from Concord is already challenging the ball. Again, that is how Concord plays. They want to send individual players. They want that constant aggression. WVU, if you're going to see that, my recommendation is not backing down and buckling underneath the pressure, but trying to match them. It's a lot easier said than done, but it's kind of necessary, because we've seen what happens when you start giving Concord extra space. They clown you.
Concord, got to give a big shout out to Crispy specifically, popping off insanely throughout that MVP performance, to say the least. Helix also doing well in CMOS, everyone firing on all cylinders. But the one thing we need to look out for them in this next matchup is defense. They need to work on their defense, and hopefully they will have the time to corroborate amongst themselves and figure out what the game plan is, because they got to win 2 back-to-back best of 7s bracket reset if Concord want the victory against St. Clair Saints Green. This is going to be a battle of, again, Europe with one American facing off against each other to see who is going to rise to the challenge and take home the lion's share of the prize pool for this weekend. It's our final break of the day, unless we get a bracket reset. So we'll be back after this to see who is going to be our victor.
Put the car and drive, another lonely night, don't know what to do. Finally see what it's like going out every night when it's not with you. I see you whipping down the 405. It was December, it was you and I can't remember how to feel alive without you. I wonder what I would say if you stay, if the times are changing, the games we played went away for the day. But but you hated me for everything. Yeah, I would do it all again if the clock restarted. Knowing it'll end with us broken hearted. We could both pretend I'm in love with someone new, someone just like you. You with him, but you keep blowing up my line like I'm with you again. It's just like 1996 and you doing that thing you do. You keep on lying to yourself about everything we've been through. It'd be cool if you let off photos and emptied your baggage like you cleaning out your Birkin. You at the club and telling everyone you're working, but I know you mad and honestly you probably heard it. I wonder what I would say if you stay, if the times all changed and the games we played went away for the day, but you hated me for everything. Yeah, I would do it all again if the clock restarted. Knowing it'll end with us broken hearted. We could both pretend I'm in love with someone new, someone just like you.
All I want is you. All I want is you. All I want is you. All I want is
chasing, I used to making sense of who I was. And when the
It all comes down to this one grand final, potentially 2 best of 7s if a bracket reset happens, and deja vu again with St. Clair and having Concord back in the grand finals to face off against each other in a rematch. We were kind of expecting this a little bit coming into today after we saw who the 2 teams were in that winners final, but we didn't quite expect North America to be humbled yet again, Bass.
The camera cut off, but I just started a salute to say goodbye to North America and its prowess. Unfortunately, we really don't have much to hang our hats on today. If you are a North American fan, I can give you at least one player or one team to cheer for. Concord has a 2/3 European roster. We've got Helix. That's the end of the statement. We've got Helix.
Dang.
It counts. It counts for all the North American fans. But what we do need to mention here while we get ready for our next series, Concord, regardless of who comes out on top in this grand final, guaranteed to be first in the standings with 18 total points. And that's how important having consistent performances is back to back. They placed top 4 last time, they get top 2 this time, and regardless of if they win or lose, they are 1 point above last week's winners in Maryville. Northwood Blue, right underneath that. St. Clair Green can only tie Maryville if they get the victory. So we'll see what comes down at the end of it, but that doesn't guarantee a first seed into the next Open if St. Clair win this next series, which is crazy to think about, Chixa.
Yeah, it's a highly contested matchup, and St. Clair has looked really, really good today, but with not making it last week, of course, it really does hurt them in the Open format for top 8. So they have to come out strong. They clearly had time to prep and to wait and to watch the last series that we just saw. So hopefully they're ready. They've already beaten Concord before, so they need to have confidence going to this next game. If there's anything that we've taken from today's games, it really is to have confidence. Know your team, play your strat, and just put it out all on the field.
We'll see both these teams put it all out on the field again. I feel like Concord have been forged through fire time and time again, as we talked about it earlier with the LAN event that they are participating at, now ready to move on to the grand stage with St. Clair Green, former World Championship roster, now here on North American soil in Canada, in Windsor, Ontario. Got to give them a shout out at the St. Clair Saints Arena, trying to give it their all themselves and prove that Europe reigns supreme yet again. This is the time to do it. Concord with an asterisk because of Helix, but Babso, Jazzy, and Sai looking to do it with their coach, Thermalex. And we have to see if this roster that could have been so great is going to continue to be that way, Navanta.
Yeah, absolutely. That feels like what's old is new again, right? You know, we start off the stream with this very same matchup, but within the course of the day, within the course of these rosters, we're seeing everyone put their 100% on the pitch. And so, yes, it's not only winning a series, not only winning a bracket, it's just showing the world that you're at the top form, top of your game. So it's going to be a clash either way.
It will be a clash. And again, Concord having to win 2 back-to-back best of 7s is going to make it that much more difficult for them to pull off the win. We haven't seen it yet, although we got a bracket reset last time for Northwood against Maryville. They won 4-1 and then lost 4-1 in that matchup against Maryville last weekend. But what we see this time, St. Clair, they had a dominant performance against Concord, took advantage of some of their weaknesses, and these players, of course, being from the same region typically, you know their strengths and weaknesses. Maybe that is enough for St. Clair to get the victory this time, but Concord, they seem reborn, forged through the flames of the lower bracket, now back into the action themselves. And Concord, what is their keys to victory here, Bass?
Play confidently. We've said that word more times today than ever before.
True.
And I truly do believe at this point, confidently does not sound like a real word in my mind anymore. It just sounds like nonsense.
I made it up.
Legit. I mean, no, legit. But legit, that's the only thing that you can do in a lobby like this. When every single player is capable of scoring on you, if you even blink, you cannot hesitate. And that's unfortunately been the problem for a lot of teams today. So maybe on the opposite side of the confidence, spectrum here, there is the do not hesitate. If you second guess yourself, you are getting scored on. And it sounds really simple. It's because it is. But good luck in trying to go from a quarter-second reaction instead of a half-second reaction. That's a pretty small margin.
It is a small margin, and we'll see how these teams fare against each other with those small margins. Again, we did see I think it was 5-1 game from St. Clair to Concord. That cannot happen here again, Chixa. But St. Clair, if they want to perform that way again after having a little bit of a break, they had to wait for the lower bracket to finish. They aren't as warm as they were before. I mean, how did they get warmed up for this monumental matchup for both these teams?
I really think it's starting off strong in each of these series. We've seen today getting that first goal, getting the momentum in your favor is going to be everything. I don't think they were doing much other than free play throughout the game. Honestly, it was a pretty short losers final, so they didn't have to make much time. I'm sure they were watching. At this point, they understand who they're up against. We've said it 1,000 times, and the fact is you really can't prepare because every single player on the field, all 6 of them, have had spectacular moments throughout the broadcast today in itself. So it's not one key player we're all having our eyes peeled for, it's everyone on the pitch. So they just got to do it. They got to play their game. They got to show what they can. And if they have to take breathers in between games, it's a best of 7. You have leeway to figure things out after the first game.
That they do. And again, since it is a best of 7, I mean, how are we feeling? Are we potentially getting that bracket reset, Novanta? Or are you thinking this is going to be all finished in one?
Well, here's the situation, because we saw one last week. You know, bracket resets are things you didn't think is possible, but it happens once. It opens the floodgates. So, yes, I think CRL has told us with the parity and how the teams that were in that bracket reset last week didn't even make the grand finals. That's very much on the table there, Bob.
Well, we'll see what these teams will be able to formulate themselves once they do get into the match itself. But again, Concord versus St. Clair, both these teams haven't made it to this stage in the competition ever. We've seen Concord, they had done it in a LAN performance, but that's different than the CRL main stage. This is do or die for both these teams. And do we think the nerves are pretty much gone for Concord here, Bass? Or do you think there's still a chance, because it is the grand finals, that they can resurface?
It all depends on how the series starts, in my opinion. If we see St. Clair immediately hit the ground running and they do exactly what they did last time, where they press them into defense and start to test their defense overall, I don't know if they're going to keep that confidence. For the moment, if they're not confident, Concord, what more do you need? Like, legitimately, you just smacked down one of the best teams in North America. That should be the utmost confidence possible. If that is not enough, I don't know what is.
I mean, they do have the top of the standings after getting that victory against WVU. We can't understate that. 18 points. Pretty much, I would say, not guaranteed, but pretty much a lock for top 8, unless some crazy stuff happens in the last 2 events. So even without getting a victory here, Chixa, Concord are pretty much locked in. How much does this victory mean, though, for St. Clair coming across the pond for their entire roster? St. Clair, as a college, have been just trying left and right with new teams back and back. They started with Vesh back in the day, the first international transfer we ever had in Collegiate Rocket League. Now we have the super roster that are former world champions. Is this the peak of St. Clair College?
I mean, they're certainly peaking today. I mean, I'm no stranger to talking about how I left them out of my top 10 on Friday. I told them, prove me wrong, and they have done just that. They got their shot this week. They had a arguably easier open bracket to make it here today, but then they had to prove themselves again once getting in that top 8, and they have done so really well today. So as long as they keep up this train, then you know what St. Clair could be and what they can be. Can they do it again? Can they finish the job and show that this team that didn't even make top 8 last week is now arguably the #1 seed, the #1 team this week?
That's the question. The job's not done, and who is going to finish it here, Novanta?
Well, that right there is going to be the $1 million question, but judging on what I saw today, I think Concord can do it. I think they can force the bracket reset. I think they can take down St. Clair. Concord's my pick.
Okay, I respect it, especially after glazing up the other team in St. Clair, what we saw before. But even then, Chixa, are you thinking it's going to be St. Clair taking this? Do you think we get the bracket reset as well? I need to know that answer.
You know, if there's any high likelihood of a bracket reset, I do believe it's today. But at the end of the day, I think St. Clair comes out with it. Whether or not it's 1 series or 2 series, you know, I'm done telling them, you know, they don't belong, because clearly they have shown they do belong here today. So I'm really impressed with what I've seen from them. I hope to see more out of the same style of series earlier. That 3-1 was a phenomenal start to the day. Can we see it again? Is really what I'm curious about. They haven't played in quite some time now.
That is true. Maybe they are a little iced after having to wait through all these series, but they haven't been full best of fives going the distance like we saw last time, Bass. And St. Clair, now that they have the time, they've seen their opponents, they've taken them down before, and their gold team almost reverse swept them. I mean, does Concord have this or do St. Clair green?
Look, Concord, I can give you at least this. I would not be surprised if we go to a second series. That's it. That's all I've got for Concord. St. Clair's taking this one. Look, they're former CRL world champions. They have beaten the best out here. The only reason that they didn't make it in last week is because they faced Fisher, who was the number 3 team at the time. No Fisher this weekend. They make it into the upper bracket. And, well, lo and behold, this is what we get. This team has looked phenomenal. It is very hard for me to criticize any part of them. And really, it's only proper that the first top 8 that they finally get, and they come through and they win it all, just like they did at Worlds almost a year ago today.
Whew. That's spicy. I mean, I like these takes, but I also got to go with my homeland of Canada. St. Clair all the way, baby. No bracket reset. Gonna be done in the first best of 7. But might as well go to 7 games. I mean, we haven't had a single one go the distance. This is the time to do it. In Concord, they need to prove themselves. As we talked about, that number 2 seed going into the season. Now they are here. They have the standings, but do they have the results to put up for the victory at the end of the day? Feels like deja vu all over again, with St. Clair facing off against Concord in a best of 7 grand final. Concord need 2 back-to-back, while St. Clair can claim the top prize by shutting down the competition here. Only time will tell who comes out on top, but one thing is for certain, it's time to get into the grand final.
A tale of 2 different sides, one of which the kings of old. St. Clair brought over the former CRL world champions to dominate in North America, but the first open qualifier didn't exactly go their way. It lines up here in the second. The only problem for them, the best team all offseason. Concord may not have been able to replicate their results in the main event, but can they do it now? A best of 7 to determine, are we going to a second series, or does Canada take the crown?
Oh, you mean EU? Because no matter what, even with last week's Open in mind, EU will reign supreme on broadcast yet again. It's been impressive to see the level of talent that has elevated Collegiate, NA or EU in between. These games have been electric. And now, you're right, we crown a winner for Open number 2. It's been a historic day, and to start it all off, it's Fabso.
Not surprising to see the man with a CRL World Champion tag on in-game is immediately getting a flip reset to the bottom left to kick it off. Like we said, Concord, you've looked great through lower finals. The only team that has exposed you on the day, though, is back to doing it yet again. St. Clair, if they play just how they did in that upper final, they're probably doing it again.
Sai has an open opportunity across the goal line on Concord. They've started off on the back foot, St. Clair. We've seen how dangerous Jazzy has been all day. Do not let him cherry pick. Do not let him get upfield, but everybody has been so dangerous. What a cut for Fabso. Just working it. The confidence from St. Clair. We've mentioned it. It's palpable. They're just so hungry to score again.
They want to try and get the scoring started almost immediately. They recognize the fact that Concord, a team that lives or dies by the confidence they have in themselves, so you don't want to necessarily let them build that up. They're definitely confident coming into this final after the performance they just had against WVU. But again, WVU, a very different team than the St. Clair roster. Not only does the St. Clair roster have the ice to be able to finish out series, but they've proven they can do it against quite literally the best on the planet. They've done it once, who's to say they can't do it again? So far, so good for them, but we're only 90 seconds in. That 1-goal lead probably isn't going to stand, knowing the offense that Concord can come out with.
Now, all my eyes are on Crispy. He's had a couple of good looks early in this game, number 1, but ultimately, Sai puts it on through the air dribble into the demo mid-dribble. That cannot be stopped. St. Clair lead. It grows.
This is concerning, not only for the fact that we've got the 2 goals almost immediately here, but also it's 2 goals from the 2 least expected players. We've talked a lot about Jazzy on the day, and it is for a reason. This player has been unbelievable in terms of offense. But the fact of the matter is, they're still trying to get involved in offense, and, well, you know what? I call for them, and they will show up. I don't think they're getting credited for the assist here, but they absolutely assisted.
Yeah, Jassy with the bump and Helix's touch not where it's needed. The problem is these double commits on the back line for Concord. They've been doing it all day today. Helix is essentially in the same spot as his teammate on the goal line. Someone needs to be grounded and someone can be up at the top. Whatever it is, you can't play the same position twice over. Little mistakes like that, St. Clair will pick you apart, and they already have to start us off in game number 1. Jazzy, he's been a demon. My eyes are peeled for the next St. Clair goal, since at this point, it doesn't seem like they can be stopped.
You don't have to wait very long. Not at all. What is that 50? And of course, Jazzy finally getting involved in the scoring, but let's just watch Fabzo. Around one, 50s through the other. Good luck to Concord.
Concord's going to struggle in game 1. I'm hoping, again, this is a best of 7. There's opportunity to rebound even after a game loss. Concord better take all the notes they can. They may have played them before, but this is the St. Clair team that is fueled to be in grand finals, to show going out. Not even in top 8. This is a different team. This is a newly vamped team, and they have been dangerous on the goal line all day today.
This has been a revealing game number 1, to be quite frank. This full EU squad just absolutely dominating here. And for our North American fans who are still holding on to a glimmer of hope, you're going to have to focus on that player that just got the 50. Felix, the singular North American representative in an almost all EU final. And unfortunately, despite having the the freedom of NA, it doesn't really look like it's going to be a free win in any stretch of the imagination. They are struggling at the moment to even get some sort of stopping power against this St. Clair roster. And you can even see it here. Passing plays through the middle, multiple chances to try and break out of their half, and this midfield presence from St. Clair just doesn't even give them a single break.
Now, the midfield presence is leading to having large amounts of space in St. Clair's control. Because of it, they're picking up more boost. They have more opportunity to pass, and Concord's restricted to the very small area of their own goal line. And because of it, they just don't have the boost. They just don't have the challenges needed or the speed to even stop St. Clair. 5th goal in the first 3.5 minutes of this game. St. Clair look unbeatable at this point.
Yeah, this is the slow burn effect, unfortunately. It's not necessarily putting every single shot on target and constantly peppering the net with good opportunity after good opportunity. It's taking away their boost, slowly whittling away at the defensive structure until eventually they find an opening that they just can't miss. It has been such a perfect first game from them. I mean, they're shooting almost 50%. It goes to show you it's not the first shot going through. On 9 total shots, they have scored 5 goals, meaning almost every time it's the first attempt, and then the follow-up after immediately finds its way into the net.
Yeah, and credit to Concord, the 5 that haven't been on in, it's all saves. So everything has been just that much on target, but the follow-through is just as important as the beginning finish. Babso on target there. Simas, the initial save, size still there, doubles down to where it bars down, but can't get that one to sneak on in. A rare opportunity where St. Clair doesn't finish off the opportunity, but the offensive pressure still all that much more threatening. It doesn't matter. St. Clair is still in control, no matter or not if they get more goals to finish out this game 1.
It just kind of feels like, again, that slow burn that we've talked about multiple times here. That's the control that they continue to keep. It does not matter if they don't succeed at first. They'll go right back to the drawing board and really won't go further than midfield just to keep the pressure up. 15 seconds to go, and at this point, Concord, you're going back to the drawing board. But the one good thing about Best of Sevens is this team does have a timeout, which means I'm not going to necessarily recommend you use it immediately. I also wouldn't blame you if you used it immediately, though. 5-0, St. Clair, a shutout victory to start our finals.
Outstanding work by St. Clair. I mean, I don't think you could say it any more than that. They outshoot their opponent 13-2. They only need 1 save across those 2 shots. They're able to follow up on plays. They've been creative when it comes to the goal line. They've passed. Of the 5 goals, 3 of which are assisted. It's a full St. Clair sweep win in a sense. You can't deny what they were able to just do on the field.
And it's almost more concerning that they're, what has been probably the star scorer for the day is the least active participant on the board here. Jazzy only getting 1 goal, 1 assist in comparison to Fabso putting up a hat trick in our very first game of this grand final. St. Clair, you really are a just three-headed hydra that continues to snap. We've talked about it multiple times with the rebound goals that they've been able to find, but it's not just the goals to me at this point. It really is that shot differential that you mentioned before. 13-2 is over 6 times the shots for St. Clair, and based on the amount of pressure they held on offense, that seems about accurate. 6 times the offensive pressure versus Concord seems like a pretty apt number.
It's unstoppable. It's to a point where you just need to step back and breathe. Are St. Clair's kryptonite literally only Maryville and the likes of Fisher? Like, is that the only way that St. Clair maybe doesn't get through? Is there so much of a scare factor from that end? I have to question, St. Clair hasn't had any struggles this week at all, but what made them struggle so much last week? Is it a consistency issue? Are they just peaking that much today? There's so many questions I have to wonder, and hopefully more time will tell as we see St. Clair more in this series, as well as hopefully more next week, because of course opens, they never stop to start off the season. But phenomenal save by Jazzy on that goal line denies the start for Concord just when they thought they might have had a little piece of the pie. They have to go retreat and try again for now.
Through the corner, though, they'll keep possession. Crispy hoping to get a pass out to one of his teammates mid, and they are both retreating. You can see it. Sai was pre-jumping, expecting to go for a 50, and then no one challenged him, and he went, okay, sure, I guess. And that's kind of been a lot of what we've seen right now for St. Clair, is just kind of going, okay, I guess we're going to get this space, and then doing so much with it. They are surprised by the amount of opportunity they are being afforded, and I'm a little bit the same way. For the first minute, though, they have not scored a goal. This is not the onslaught of pressure we saw in the last game with just a volley of shots firing. This one looking a little bit more even. It seems like Concord have really taken that minute in between games to correct their mistakes.
And they've settled down. Fabso was still just as dominant on the defensive side, where he had been a majority of today, except of course that game one that we just saw out of Encimas, winning a couple of these 50s. Can he win one more? No, Fabso instead credited with yet another save. Crispy picking it up in midfield, tries to get the pass on through, but that one will not work out for now. A little bit more hope for Concord, but they have to manage the defense. I think they handle it for now.
This is unfortunately a game where it still feels like Concord, as close as they are getting, still a little bit nervous on some of these lackluster touches. Great example of it. Luckily enough, Crispy is back and in the right space. Great touch out to midfield to buy his team some time, and the boost steal. Maybe seem all too valuable, but it absolutely is. The double commit, though, and Helix has got to make up for it. He's going to try. Sai off the backboard. Where's his teammate? Right on target! And that's the concern. St. Clair and Concord even as ever, but a single poor challenge at midfield, and St. Clair strike.
I mean, as soon as that challenge happened, it was a domino effect across the entire defensive line of Concord. The challenges were late. They, in fact, were non-existent, and all it needed was a follow-up from a backboard pass. That's about as basic as you get in the playbook when you learn. As soon as you hit, Diamond Champ, you learn defend the backboard. Don't allow the ball to get there, because the follow-ups become so easy on those reads. Hopefully Concord can adjust. Double commits still cannot happen, and they need to maintain their boost control on the defensive end better. The problem is they haven't been able to transition fluidly from the defensive end into the offensive end. It's just been passes right back to the other team, and because of it, they have not been able to actually get good offensive pressure or good defensive stands with all these double commits.
That was a triple commit on that play. I'm surprised it didn't connect, but also at the same time, it was literally a pre-jump passing play. So it's one of those ones where it's a high caliber shot and it's not going to connect every time. But they've at least connected once, and that's more than we can say for Concord right now. A game one where they got shut out, and guess what? They're going into game two. They might have the exact same thing. Check this out. We are going on 8 minutes scoreless for Concord at the moment. There's really not much more we can say besides that. Concord, a team that we said the offense was their highlight, and their offense has yet to get a highlight throughout this series.
Yeah, poor Helix hasn't been able to set anybody up. That's normally who you're looking at, but fortunately just misreads it there, and Crispy waiting patiently back, doesn't get gifted that ball. Simas able to get a couple of touches. The last one bumped into, extends it further, but Jazzy is there on the back line. Can't land on his wheels, almost misses the touch, but look no further than Fabso, who has been dominant on that defensive line, still stopping it there, waiting patiently in the middle of the net if needed, but not even needed, because the rest of his team cleans up.
You can just see it. St. Clair baiting everyone in Concord into these challenges. They know they don't need another goal. They're just trying to waste time and maybe score one for the road if they can. Crispy, though, good defense on the backboard will at least prevent the follow-up. What about here? Shot not going to go on target, but the pressure is mounting and the demos are causing problems for the transition. Desperately trying to break out of their half is Concord, and they need to. A 2-0 start here. We've talked about it, momentum being so important on the day, same with confidence. And if you take a 2-0 start completely shutting out your opponents for 10 minutes straight, I don't think there's a larger confidence booster in all of Rocket League. 40 to go, though. There is still a chance, and Concord still hunting with some solid offense.
I mean, credit where credit's due. Concord actually has more shots than St. Clair at this point, and they've been able to hold St. Clair to, of course, that only one goal, but it doesn't matter because all that's needed is one. This shot almost an open net. Crispy can't fall on it either. Sai stands tall, maybe gets a flip there, actually goes underneath. CMOS there from Crispy, the back pass, it's on target. Can Crispy get it underneath the bar? Goes for the double tap, and maybe the miscue because the transition for St. Clair will go towards the other end. They staple this win with a second goal and go up 2-0 in this series.
I saw the touch from Crispy go to the backboard, and I mean it seriously. My head went into my hands. I just absolutely fell apart. You knew the moment that shot didn't go on target, that was the end of the game. And unfortunately, it was also a transition goal. St. Clair, don't you dare get another pre-jump to add salt to the wounds as they hold Concord for 2 games scoreless.
It was a fake kickoff, Bass. They faked the kickoff and set up the strat. Fabso cheated to the midfield boost on the left side, got the pass, and that pre-jump by Jazzy all predicted. That's how well they can read the play. That's how well they can take a play, call it, whoever called it, masterful. Literally, St. Clair is playing near ideal Rocket League. The points that split the highest and lowest on their team, less than 30.
And I hate to bring up a stat that we've brought up a lot of times about this Concord team. And it's not one I think a lot of you at home have maybe ever seen before, but you might need to get used to it. Concord, 0 registered saves the entire game. And it's not as if there were a plethora of shots from St. Clair. They only ended up registering 4, but it kind of goes to show you, shooting 3 for 4, there needs to be more defense from Concord right now. They are playing a pretty good offense. They are, like you said, at the majority of the shots, but also at that, every shot they take is pretty easily saved. St. Clair has 6 saves on the 6 shots that Concord have taken. This is an all-around ball game. I want to try to say that Concord has the better offense right now, but also at the same time, it's hard to argue when you're shooting 75%.
St. Clair's been deadly. I mean, the passes are so perfect. The follow-ups are so perfect. And when it's Concord, it seems to be flat. It's one and done. You can't be 0 for 5 in a game that matters this much. At a point, I've said Concord was out shooting St. Clair. It was 4-1 or 4-2 at that point in the game. Concord need to take these opportunities better. If they have to take their time a little bit more, then take your time. Just make sure that shot is on target.
Well, let's make sure they don't start off this game the same as the last couple. Unfortunately, early leads have been kind of a staple here for this St. Clair team. Last game, it took them a little bit longer to find that first goal, but they found the lead initially regardless. This time, Concord's trying to break the narrative. Unfortunately for them, that save on the line is going to be just that. It's a save. It's the end of the offense. Now here comes St. Clair on the other end. A lead demo of 50-50 that goes in favor of Concord. But look at the demolitions. Look at the uncomfortability. Already St. Clair putting them into this vice grip that is ever squeezing.
CMOS gets some space upfield, but that challenge by Fabso does well. Helix, unfortunately, just a couple pixels away from touching it, potentially on target, or at least a pass to midfield. Jazzy looking to set up Sai, but he's demoed. Jazzy even has the bump that would have been a goal if that demo didn't go on through. That's just how close St. Clair is at executing. Here comes a transition, but the defense that much stronger on the goal line for St. Clair.
I like the ideas from Concord, though. They're starting to get these passing plays that do catch St. Clair off a guard just a little bit, but the shots need to be on target, and finally they break the drought. It took them 11 minutes to score their first goal, but they finally do so.
I mean, dare I say, the shot is almost so bad it goes on in. Because it's so slow. It's a floater. It's hanging in the air. You'd almost think it'd be a slot. Just pure power. But it hangs there. It's unreadable. And it goes on in because of Crispy's decision. Wonderful job by Concord to get on the board. But now the bigger and truer test for them has been denying the opposition who has been so deadly on the opposing end.
The good thing for them is that now they are in a new position where they can kind of just force St. Clair to come to them. They know they have the lead, so they don't necessarily need to be as jumpy as they have been through the last couple of games. But we don't know if that jumpiness is due to trying to score goals and counter St. Clair or just the nerves that have been about throughout this series. I'm going to hope that the nerves are settled now. Concord, you are looking good. This is a great game for you. Like you mentioned, Chicks, they still got to hold on. 3 minutes is a lot of time, and bad touches like that are going to come back to haunt you. Almost a team-owned goal. I don't know how many times I've been able to say that ever.
It happened almost another time today, but CMS has been patient. He stays in control of the ball and manages to keep it in control of his team. Concord doing their best to go across the field. Helix off the corner, who's had a pretty quiet start to the series, drops this one down. It's just a little high. Crispy does have the finish. It's a top right shelf shot, and Concord now extends their lead further.
We said if there was a player we needed to step up for this Concord team, it was going to be Crispy, and no credit to him, that was still not an easy shot. 2 defenders in net, you have to make sure you slot it in the right position, and they do exactly that. Concord finally finding the life that we have been waiting for. Could Crispy do it again? A flick up high, but Sai in the way. 2 minutes to go and a 2-goal lead. This is the best chance they've had so far, but Concord, the job's not done! Misses off the backboard, but Crispy again the savior.
Ooh. Now, Crispy actually had an open net to work with, but didn't have boost to capitalize off that opportunity on the transition swing. Jazzy drops this one in mid. Fabso's there to pick it up. Goes towards the corner. He does get the challenge win. Sai already up, shots down. It's on target, and Crispy, luckily there on that back post to send it away. Now, more than ever, St. Clair looking for that offense that they have been so deadly about earlier, but they have yet to score and have just been saving attempt after attempt. Concord, they're cooking up field, and I don't know if they can be stopped in this one.
I mean, this is the Concord that we've been kind of searching for. The Concord that doesn't allow you to play offense, continues to restrict you out at midfield, and just puts pressure on pressure on pressure, chance after chance after chance, and consistently follows up these touches over and over again. They have a total of 8 shots to 2 right now. The last time that we could say that St. Clair was at the not majority for shots has probably not even been this series. It has been a hot moment. I love to see what we're seeing out of Concord right now, and I'm glad to see that they've got fight left in them. Hold on now, though. The job's not done! Sai! Flip reset off the ceiling. Lead block from Jazzy, and the lead cut in half.
I was questioning the initial touch with his wheels to get the flip, but it goes into the ceiling, bounces back down straight into him, and he's able to use that flip to actually take the shot. It's a well thought out play before it even happens. Sai is so in control of his car in that high air, he's able to execute even at the highest difficulty level. Just a little spark for St. Clair couldn't be enough, except for that.
We're gonna ignore this one. We're just gonna let it go by. Fabso, it happened. It did absolutely happen. And, well, Helix happy to get their first goal of the series. Well, comeback might be slowed at least just a little bit, but the comeback for Concord is well on its way. 45 seconds to go, and this is gonna be a goal, isn't it? It's not a goal. All right, I'm struggling to say this is Concord's win, because I believe it is, but every moment here it just gets a little bit more nervous.
Yeah, I don't know if they're fooling around. I don't know if they got a little bit too much ego. That happens sometimes in Collegiate. Hopefully, reality check. You could still make mistakes too. To all of you who said you could save that, I could also probably save that. I don't doubt you. But you know what? Mistakes happen, and now St. Clair needs to own up to those mistakes at this point. Helix has an opportunity to maybe extend Concord's lead a little further, or maybe just play with that ball. That's all he needs to do. They burn the clock. Yes, they did burn the clock.
Yeah, okay.
I had to make sure. Real quick.
I don't blame you. We both just kind of stood there and we're like, is this good? Yeah, it's good. Concord gonna take the win here and cut the lead in half on the series, 2-1. They will finally find themselves not only their first win, but their first goals of the series. And in contrast, St. Clair getting held to one singular goal. Not something we usually see from the Canadian team.
Yeah, this was a different game, to say the least. Slightly different from games 1 and 2 that we saw, but I do appreciate Concord managing to find ways to be more aggressive upfield. 10 shots for them. They were able to allow Crispy to make plays, to really have his shot at the masterful shots that he's able to take often upfield. So it was very much Crispy's game, who we've mentioned has been MVP at moments, and this gave Concord a little bit more life in this series.
Well, they give themselves not only more life in just terms of playstyle, but they technically have to. They've extended the series to at least 5 at this point, and credit where it's due, they also did it without the timeout. We mentioned it before that they had the timeout, and me personally, if it were 2 games in a row where I got shut out, that would probably be the time to take it, but Concord, they recognized coming into this 3rd game that they had the ability, that they just did a couple of minor things, and all of a sudden the series is back in their control. Let's hope they can do it again. I'd love to see at least a Game 6 guaranteed if they can win this next one and tie us up flat, but also at the same time, St. Clair held very low on their shots. I don't suspect they're going to have another game with that low of a total in terms of their shots.
Yeah, I'll be very impressed if St. Clair isn't able to score, especially as early on, and Concord runs away similarly. I think it's a blip in this series. Those things happen, and it needs to start off as it always starts off. Whoever seems to get that first goal, always in control of that game a little bit more. I'm excited. This is a very important game number 4. It decides match point or a tied up series. And we already know this is bracket reset scenario. A whole nother best of 7 needs to be played if Concord wins. So Concord has to take the game win here in my mind, or else it's going to be near impossible to take the series.
They still have a chance, and they're starting off pretty strong. I like to pass out to Crispy, and the fake afterwards! Such a good fake, it caught me off guard! This is brilliant from Concord!
Woo! That is just impressive to see that Concord is still using that win that they had last game to heighten themselves going into this one. They're feeling confident, they're making mysterious plays, and something like that. As soon as you said fake, I'm like, oh, they got it. They're bringing out the trick plays in a sense, and it's working. This one here by Simas was deflected, and Crispy shot as well. Tough to take. Sai goes high. And the read is good as Fabso can't get it on. Jazzy last line of defense. This one will go on through as Simas takes it off transition.
Concord, the turnaround they have had in these last 2 games has been immense. You got to give credit for the fact that they are so quick on transitions. They are no longer getting locked into their own half and having to face this onslaught of pressure over and over and over again. They have found a way to slow the St. Clair team down, and now for St. Clair, the question is, have you found a way to counter it? This is the Concord that beat WVU. This is the Concord that got ranked in the top 5 in all of CRL. This is the Concord we have been waiting for. Question is now, St. Clair, how do you answer back?
Sai attempting for his own fake out play. He's been deadly with those flip reset plays, but not able to execute exactly on that one. Crispy sending that pass to Simas, who has 2 of the goals already. He likes taking it slow, not much boost in the tank. Simas does get the boost steal himself, gets a couple of bumps on the backboard, trying to block out Jazzy, but that shot not exactly on target. Simas, second opportunity, sends it back to Helix, but not enough power behind it to do the back and forth play. Though still, Concord has stayed on offense the entire time. They are yet to be relieved, and St. Clair needs a clear, and they need it now.
Well, they're going to try for one out the midfield. Unfortunately, goes right into the hands of Simas, who is going to send it right back into the half yet again. A whiff there is definitely not going to do them any favors. St. Clair kind of putting themselves in these tough positions on repeat just due to minor inaccuracies and plays they can't afford to be inaccurate on. Great example there. Jazzy thought they probably had more boost in the tank, They go up with maybe 10 total, don't make contact, and right back into offense yet again is this Concord team. We're seeing this is why Concord got here. This is the capabilities of this squad. And right now, I don't know if I have an answer on how to change this up for St. Clair. They need to start getting some offense together, but first they need to escape defense to even get some offense. And that's not happening.
The challenges need to be better out of St. Clair right now. I feel like that's my biggest thing. Fabso, too tough of a touch. He's too hard on it, and it bounces right into CMOS's hands. And then instead of being grounded, they decided to be on that back wall and can't find the save either on the goal line. A lot of decisions that St. Clair are making are feeling rushed. And because of what CMOS has executed, he's 3 for 8. He's the only one who scored for Concord. There's only 1 assist to those 3. He has penalized them for each and every mistake.
It's just been the offense for Concord. You can say the rest of the team, and technically you're not inaccurate, but it really is CMOS show here in game number 4. The last one was Crispy. We talked about the impact he had, but this kind of goes to show what we talked about throughout the day of the individual brilliance of this Concord team and how each player is so capable in all of their best moments. Great example. Oh, well, could have been a good example. I don't think that was the intended extra touch, but either way, it'll do enough here. With 90 seconds to go and a 3-goal lead, barring St. Clair finally finding a way to turn this offense around, this game is theirs. And I hate to say it, Chicksa, even if they shot on target and every single shot they had was a goal, it would be 1-3. They have 1 registered shot throughout this entire game.
Yeah, that one's the second for them there. And even so, Concord are able to get out of their defensive half here and at least get it into the midfield line, preventing St. Clair from getting further offense upfield, which they have struggled, as you mentioned, to do so. So just over a minute left. St. Clair, I think, just need 1 goal now for something. I mean, it takes them the second effort. They do get 1. At least there's some momentum, hopefully, for the rest of this game, or at least going to the remaining part of the series.
I can't believe Crispy got that first save. Obviously, the rebound's going to find its way in, but they need to do a lot more than that. 55 seconds to go. Technically still possible for St. Clair, as they are starting to register shots and get some offense going. They need to do so in a quick fashion. How about here? Shot denied. Helix downfield. And as long as he can keep this one close, he can waste valuable time off the clock and just send St. Clair back into defense yet again.
Jazzy off the ceiling. CMOS was already pre-jumped for him, gets a flip reset himself, but actually fakes out Helix a little bit. Crispy, last line of defense, is able to transition smoothly into midfield. Jazzy, opportunity if he can set up a teammate, does get past the defense. What is happening on the goal line? Jazzy's still there, but no final shot that got registered through. Babso aided with a demo, gets over 1, but Crispy sends it away. Not enough time for St. Clair to score at this point. Well, at least not 2 times. So Concord safely ties up this series 2-2.
They get themselves another win, and this is exactly what we were hoping for. Concord to find themselves the offensive prowess that we know they are capable of, and then starting to slow down St. Clair on the offense on the other end. That combined with the fact that the defense is finally being shown. The only real criticism we have had for Concord throughout the day has been that their defense has been lackluster in moments where they just need to make these very basic rotations and saves and just prevent this constant pressure that they put themselves under. They have finally done that. St. Clair, they might get a shot here or there, but they are no longer just locking Concord into their half for minutes at a time and breaking them down until eventually they find an opening. This is a stark contrast to what we saw at the beginning of the series, and honestly, it gives me hope this series can go to the distance if Concord keeps playing like this.
Yeah, they've amped up the pressure. I mean, huge shout outs to CMOS, MVP of that series, all 3 of the goals, 9 of the 11 shots for Concord as well. That is, I mean, you can't get a better performance out of CMOS than just that. Is it hard to duplicate game after game? Absolutely. But this is what we said Concord's strength is. At any point in time, Helix, Crispy, or CMOS has these pop-up moments, and it makes the game that much harder for the opposing team to even go against one player who is just at their absolute peak potential.
I mean, it really does feel like we're starting to see the peak potential of individual players here from Concord right now. Again, we still haven't even seen a ton out of Helix, and that's a player that has been so integral to the offense that's being generated for Concord. We get an even series. We get to continue on to, at a minimum, 6 games. The big question for me, though, is do we see the turnaround from St. Clair? Can they finally go back to their offense that is electric and suffocating, or do we see Concord go right back to not even giving them those chances?
Yeah, 2 back-to-back games where St. Clair only scored a single goal. Very pale in comparison to what they started off in game number 1. Hopefully the offense gets cooking, because at this point, this decides who goes on match point. That's how dangerous a 2-2 best-of-7 series scoreline can really be. Who will it be? I just don't know, but I'm ready for the players to really show us on the field.
Fabzo trying to get something started here on low boost. All you can really do is muscle through some 50s and a couple of them afterwards. Crispy on the ceiling, though, might be able to get an offense started if he had just a little bit of a better launch. Regardless of the multiple misses in a row, though, Concord are not backing down. They're just staying on offense and keeping the shots going. If one player doesn't make the perfect contact, it's okay. There's another one there and another one to get the rebound. Demo in net, and CMOS sees red. He immediately strikes.
How Samus already has 3 shots credited to him, and now a goal is beyond me. This man has been a offensive mastermind into this last 3 games now, with counting this one. So, CMOS, keep on doing your thing, since St. Clair hasn't figured out a way to stop him just yet. CMOS going through towards the front side of the field, gets a demo, almost gets the bump on Sai as well. Gonna both of his teammates fail on the challenges. Crispy initially pops up, stays there. CMOS picks it up as well, 50s it back in, and St. Clair can only stop the 50s for now. Can they find a way to get upfield with that one themselves? I think they do.
To the corner, CMOS with some time and space to work with, but he's got a lot to be done, and Sai's not going to let him do that. Immediately in the way. Sai, another pop-up. This one right into a 50 yet again. And this just kind of seems... I don't really know how to say this. This just kind of seems like a chess battle now, where both teams are like, you make the mistake first. No, you make the mistake first. And neither one of them is really willing to. A great example is Sai just sits behind the ball, sees the 2 players from Concord there, and says, will one of them double commit and make the mistake? They don't, but unfortunately for St. Clair, we've seen this. They're getting better. If Concord's getting better and they're starting to become cleaner with their touches, why would you just wait for your opportunity? You need to force it and make it. Again, the aggressive playstyle they started with is by far the most successful playstyle they have had. Giving Concord this extra room to develop plays, I don't think is going to be beneficial. The one thing they are doing, though, is starting to put the pressure on at midfield. Not allowing these quick breakouts from Concord is a huge difference maker, but still, yet to get a goal on the board as we pass halftime.
Sai sends it out into midfield, but it's only picked up by, of course, CMOS, who has been everywhere, seemingly, in this game and the past 2. Helix wins this challenge. Can Sai get back in time? He does so, and that was dangerous. But even challenges and 50s going now in favor of Concord is a big swing to what we have seen earlier in the series, where it seemed like St. Clair couldn't be stopped on the challenges. A double commit, but won't do much. This one down to Helix, picking it up, doesn't get the pinch. I know what he was thinking. Almost finds the execution to aid his teammates in another pass, but for now, they'll just have to live with it. Sai finally finding some space for St. Clair.
And almost gets the read afterwards as he just barely locks onto the ceiling and keeps his flip. Unfortunately, it's not going to be enough to give St. Clair some more shots in an offense they desperately need. Only 2 registered shots throughout this entire game. Fabzo's not even at 100 points yet. This has just been the same thing for Concord, where they just keep the pressure on. However, finally, St. Clair get a breakaway, and it's 2 touches to the backboard and nothing more.
No, Sai needed to hit that double tap read. It's not an easy one, but it's one that we've seen him execute earlier. Now Jazzy has an open net to work with out on the beat. The backboard into the pass back to him is what St. Clair exactly needed to start something.
Jazzy, probably a bit surprised, just like I was, to see the open net there, but unfortunately, this is the consequences of Concord trying to play that very oppressive midfield. If you keep going for those challenges and even one of them doesn't succeed, all of a sudden the breakaway is a really really huge opportunity for your opponent. Speaking of which, another shot on target from Jazzy, but Helix, 2 good 50s in a row, and okay, I thought that might be on target. Sai the wiser, though, lets it dribble to the backboard and pinches it out. Under a minute to play, St. Clair has finally found a way to stop the scoring drought, but they need another if they want to get back into the lead. The first time they will have a lead in, I think, 3 games.
Ooh. Jazzy steals the boost initially, gets the challenge, but there comes beats from Concord twice over. Another challenge by CMOS, and this will stay on the St. Clair half. A huge jump here, and Helix sends it over to CMOS, who's waiting patiently on the wall. Floating. Still very patient gameplay from CMOS. The bump into Sai, who already has control to put it out into the corner. Very dangerous last 5 seconds of gameplay as either decides if there's overtime or not. By the looks of it, this ball is soon to touch. We will indeed see our first overtime of the series.
We find an overtime game 5, and this one very important. Winner of this moves on a series point. Concord, it's not exactly going to be the end of the day if they do move on and then take the win in this series. They will need to do it again after the bracket reset. But for St. Clair, if they can get the series point now, if they can finish the job early, they can avoid a second series altogether. But in order to do so, they have to convert chances like that. Immediately off the rip, they get a huge opportunity, but cannot convert.
Sai off the backboard, gets the first beat, but CMOS has been there in midfield to continue the pressure. A couple of extra touches, drops this down in midfield, but taken back out. Sai on transition, pop up towards backboard. Is Fabso there in time? CMOS denies instead, and Helix wins the challenge. Crispy goes up for it as well, and CMOS is the only one back to clear that into a defender in Sai.
Jazzy off the backboard, tons of boost to work with, but can they do anything with this? Looking for an extra touch, they'll find it to the corner, into the hands of Crispy. Gotta take this one across his goal mouth and hopefully find a clear. He will not. Sai still on the bar. Gets it around another. Fabso cannot get in time. But here comes St. Clair and that offense we've talked about. They like to lock their opponents in. They like to force mistakes. A double commit there could have been problematic, but a great extra touch from CMOS. And the 50 after. Fabso expecting the follow-up, but it doesn't come in time. And unfortunately for Concord, that would have been another great opportunity. 80 seconds into OT. It's been chances on either side, but still no solid shots on target yet.
Ooh. CMOS, that one bouncing off his car a little too far, but a double demo by CMOS, and Helix opens up some space for Crispy to work it. Gets the first challenge. Out of boost is the remaining of the St. Clair team. This one by Helix almost executed. I could tell everyone watching expecting what touch he'll make next. Still, it continues on further. Fabso, given this ball, CMOS was going after cars on the goal line. Helix, no boost, pop up. CMOS, backboard. Does he get the read? No, he's not high enough. Crispy shot off the board, and Helix can't get it underneath as well.
Multiple shots on target, or actually, excuse me, off target, and multiple chances not scored. Concord, you need to take advantage of this. You've got St. Clair on the ropes. They are just barely dodging these right hooks, but you can't land a knockout blow. Every jab doesn't matter. This one does. Concord finally find the uppercut as Crispy descends from the ceiling.
Rookie mistake. Fabso cheats way too far off of back post. He's so confident in both his teammates already ahead, he doesn't stay back far enough as a third man. Because of it, he backflips. He tries to get there in time, but Crispy's shot can't be any more crisp.
Well, we get our first timeout, and it's surprisingly after the start when we said maybe it'd be Concord after 2 bad losses in a row. It is St. Clair calling the timeout. They want to finish this one right here and now. Unfortunately for them, that was one of their best opportunities. Again, a Concord that could not convert on the plethora. 11 shots they fired in comparison to the St. Clair only 5. So St. Clair, if you were ever going to get a game where they are just not able to shoot on target, you need to take advantage, and they cannot. Concord, the miraculous comeback at this point, which I can't even say it's miraculous. They've earned this comeback from the way they are playing.
Yeah, I think credit to CMOS for starting off momentum for Concord, for giving them confidence, and that slowly got through to Crispy and Helix as well, who started to make plays upfield. Crispy had a phenomenal game, got that, of course, last final goal in that overtime, and Helix as well was attempting to make plays upfield. I felt like he was hesitant to do so a lot earlier in the day, but now understanding that CMOS can do so well, and Crispy is just as much of a dagger. Helix was putting himself forward as well, and that triple-edged sword that we've seen so often in Concord was just too difficult to stop.
This has been extremely difficult to stop, and that's why it's a streak that we're seeing right now. Again, first 2 games, 7-0 in terms of the goal differential. St. Clair didn't even look like they had a single chink in the armor. In comparison now to where we get multiple games in a row, 3 of them in which Concord take in confident fashion. Yes, the last one went to an overtime, but again, it was an overtime I really think could have been avoided if not for the inaccuracy. But the inaccuracy didn't matter to them. It didn't plague them. It didn't even affect them. They went right back into the same type of offense, these constant shots on target, or maybe just a bit off, and if they were off, there was a rebound player immediately after to follow it up. This is the Concord that we have said could be number 1 team in all of CRL, and they are proving exactly why. St. Clair, you made the right decision making the timeout here. I am hoping you guys can make the adjustments, because you desperately need to if you want to avoid a second series.
Yeah, St. Clair started so hot, but Concord just as much having opportunities to start getting hot themselves, and it's been impressive to see the tide and the shift changes throughout the series go from either end of the field. St. Clair crumbles and we're wondering what happened, but those little mistakes that we saw earlier out of them that costed them more goals, it feels worse than it is in the eyes and the brain of the player when they were doing so perfectly earlier. So hopefully this extra time was well spent, because we're ready to get into this next game scenario. Match 6 will decide if we go and finish out this series and go to yet another, or we go to game 7 with potential of St. Clair finishing it here and now.
St. Clair, I gotta hope. You stood up, grabbed some water, grabbed a snack, maybe did a couple of push-ups to get the blood pumping. I don't know what you did in between, but it has got to be drastic. It is already looking solid, though, as they are going to have the first offense of this game 6. Potentially, I was going to say, maybe not doing all too much with it. They had a double commit in the corner, but some demos on defense exposed them a bit. A follow-up touch. Not going to come from St. Clair, though. Free up the double touch for Crispy, and goodness gracious, we've talked about the patience in this series. Sai almost able to take advantage of that from the extra time given mid-air, but just can't squeeze it under the bar.
The 51 by Helix towards the back wall. Jazzy to pick it up first. Midfield as it goes and pops through safely into the corner of Concord, but Fabzo blocking him away. Size jump a little bit too late because of it. CMOS can poke it away into the offensive zone for his team.
So in the corner, no boost to work with, so Felix will easily dust him to the ball and get to pinch out center. Dimas is there, looking for the double. He's denied on the line, and I'm seeing a pretty big, significant improvement right now for St. Clair. Their defense is holding strong. We talked about it before, where occasionally they'd make these weird mistakes, but it was the well-rounded version of St. Clair to start this series that was by far the best version we've seen. This is definitely a better version than what we've seen through the last couple of games, but unfortunately for them, they're still struggling to find goals on offense. 2 minutes gone here, and unfortunately for them, they don't even have any shots registered, 3 on either side. So this has been a very close affair, both teams with limited chances.
Sai off the sidewall, popping up. Fabso there instead, tries to drop it down to a teammate. This one to go in midfield, and CMOS picks it up first. Sai and Fabso double committing, but Sai will stay on the wall. Looks for the challenge on Crispy, who's boostless right now, trying to make a play. Huge pop out to Crispy. Crispy, does he get the read? Sends it midfield, but Helix and CMOS both overextended and not making the greatest touch for themselves.
We're about at the halfway point in a 0-0 ball game. I don't know if I've really been able to say that throughout this entire series. Usually we've at least got a goal on the board, but that could change all right here. Sai, a redirect from center. Fabzo there, the shot on target denied by Crispy. They still got more work to be done. Long ball downfield into the hands of St. Clair, who are all boosted up and ready to go right back into offense. The Pass denied though. CMOS, great first touch, won't find a second, and Helix on low boost needs to do a lot. He'll get the pass. The shot is off target, and finally we start to see chances for Concord.
CMOS, the pop in mid to Helix. Helix is there, tries to get past one, beats one, but can't beat two. Jazzy's 50 goes straight into Helix, who's rotating back. Looking to still maintain control for Concord as Helix. Crispy a little caught off guard. Fabso almost had an open net to work with, but that little misdirection of touch kept them from scoring.
There's still a lot of this game left, but it really feels like a singular goal will be the margin at this point. Both teams with opportunities, neither team able to convert, except for maybe now. Jazzy denied again. The defense of Concord. We've talked about it so much about this series, and the step up from them has been stellar. But they're still not done. Jazzy, the double touch off the backboard, make it a triple, but the flip reset denied.
CMOS standing so tall on that goal line, managing to keep it out, and you know just how deadly he is on the opposing side. Pre-jumping this one here so I can get past one, can't get past two. Helix the pop out, the demo by Crispy puts him in position to get another demo by Helix. Is this the breakaway for Concord? But the demo pressure not enough to give them offensive pressure. Jazzy the boost steal a demo himself, the 50 in favor of Psy, and St. Clair strike first.
They get it at the most crucial of moments. So clever from Jazzy to just go for the demo, and same for Psy here. They're not exactly sure what they have to make touch-wise, but they go for the 50 through the smoke screen and just muscle it past Crispy. You got to feel for Crispy a little bit. If maybe he could have seen where that ball popped out, he could have had a chance. Also, I don't know how you can see this one. The double fake on the line. Crispy denied, and Psy's got an open net. St. Clair, the extra goal to potentially send us to Game 7.
That was crazy. Who would have thought both teams called a kickoff strat play, and it doesn't work out in Concord's favor, because you know who's there first? It's St. Clair that jumps on it, that manages off that kickoff to find the goal. They extend their lead that much further. Now that 1-2 seems like a canyon in the remaining time that's left. Concord have to answer now, or else we're going to a Game 7 that could decide the fate of both the standings of these teams.
Crispy in the corner, trying to at least get the comeback started, something to propel his team and avoid this scenario. Fakes in front of net, could have done that, but there's no follow-up player. They're just waiting for their moment, but you don't have the time. Or maybe Concord have just kind of accepted the reality. A Game 7 in a pendulum swing of a series. 3 games in a row from Concord after the first 2, both being shutouts from St. Clair. St. Clair take the timeout after that 3-game swing and find their response. Another shutout victory for St. Clair. Every win St. Clair has had so far has been a shutout.
I'm impressed with St. Clair's timeout call. Honestly, it was probably the best decision they could have made. It righted themselves back into this series. Their offensive pressure, well more thought out, and they were able to stop Concord defensively. Could Concord have had better shots? Yes, maybe a couple of times, of course. With the 7 on target, only 4 needed to be saved. So Concord hoping for a lot of those options back, maybe wishing they didn't go for that fake kickoff either. But a 3-3 scoreline going into Game 7. This one, I mean, it can't get any better than this.
No, this is everything we were hoping for. We were hoping this was going to go to 7, but if you are a Concord fan or maybe a North American fan, you're hoping it really goes to 14. You want to see them get the bracket reset here and move on to the next series. If you're St. Clair, and I guess still technically North America, but maybe Canada, you know, you're not US, but Canada instead, you're hoping that you see St. Clair finish this one out here and now. And to be quite honest with you, I think they're going to based on that last performance. Yes, Concord, I know you have the capabilities to turn this around, to change your strategies up, but the one thing that has stayed true for St. Clair is that when their defense is on, they are dang near impossible to stop. The defense of the first 2 games, immaculate. The defense through the next 3, shaky. That time, they cleaned it up. A much better defensive performance from St. Clair. Is it enough, though, to close out our day? Win this one, and you are the CRL Open 2 champions. Lose this one, we're heading to another series.
A lot is on the line. Mentioned it how much, and I'm sure it's in the minds of the players as well, but they need to zone it out. One game. That's all that they have to think about right now. Just this game, and Fabso executing that one top shelf.
An exclamation mark to start this off. Crispy, the poor man, did go up for it, but he was bumped off the ball. Helix almost had the read, and to show you how perfect that shot needed to be, it is top right bins, a slaughter, and Helix, if he put it anywhere else on net, is saving that one. Precision beyond compare from Fabso, the first goal that could finally propel them towards victory.
He was one of the ones to score the first goal to start off this series after being the more defensive player throughout today. That just shows the different looks that St. Clair has been able to bring in just the day today alone. Now they have to wonder, what other looks can they bring offensively? They've shown their hand a lot, and now it's Concord who has to read that hand and then provide some offense themselves. Simas doing well to control this one, gets past to the last line of defense. Sai can send it away.
Look at the speed at which you're seeing St. Clair start to approach this midfield now. They're just not hesitating, and they are not giving the space that Concord need to set up these plays. It's a huge difference in comparison to the last couple of games, and it's why their defense has not only been prepared in the right moments, but why the follow-ups on attack have been so much more lethal. A minute gone here at this point, and it's not a guarantee that we're going to continue throughout this series. Like we said, if this one is the final win for St. Clair, Concord are going to have to accept the second place and try again next week, but for the moment, they've still got life left in them. A second goal here would be demoralizing, but it's not happened yet. The breakaway from Helix, can this be the equalizer? Flip reset in the bag and denied by Fabso. Jazzy, the doink downfield, and St. Clair escape yet another sticky situation.
Simas still in control, going out to Crispy, who doesn't find connection with the ball. There is a double tap potential, and Helix can't sneak it underneath the bar either. So close is Concord, but they can't find the finish just yet, except through all the cluster on the goal line.
This is chaos in the best way possible if you are a Concord fan. Simas, I don't think he was even intending for that touch, but he gets it. And a goal is a goal, a lifeline extended for Concord to not see this as their final game of the day. 3 minutes to go, though. Plenty of time for either team to find the lead again. Could it be St. Clair immediately off a kickoff? Sai looking for the double touch, but cannot find it.
Fabso back line. Needs to get this ball out for St. Clair, and it'll roll all the way towards the other end of the pitch. Sai, the early read, and gets a demo as well, and Crispy denies the first touch. Still up, Crispy and Simas. Granted the backflip, I don't know if that's what Simas wanted. Challenge comes through. Jazzy as fast as ever to get there. Fabso, Helix, both on that 50. It's pretty neutral. The back pass all the way out to Sai relieves that pressure for St. Clair. It's a back and forth game. The transitions have been so fluid. Everyone always sneaking upfield ready for the chance that they might have to score again.
Fabso, awkward off the backboard. Crispy, also awkward off the backboard. I think he was looking for a little bit cleaner of a touch. He's not going to find it, at least not yet. Is anybody going to find a touch here? Eventually, but Crispy's challenge far too late. A huge opportunity for Concord, but they cannot convert. Now can Sai do it on the other end? Jazzy trying to be the lead blocker, but Fabso there to at least keep it in the half. A follow-up from Jazzy would be huge, but the doink will prevent it. Extra touch not going to be enough, but both teams, you can see it. They are hustling for these touches. They do not want to relinquish control, not even for a second. Sai going to muscle through the 50 out of midfield, but still, St. Clair, more work to be done if they want to break out of their half.
Jazzy's touch over to Sai, who's still in the high sky, almost gets back to it. Crispy gets there first. Zero boost in the tank. Helix and Simas close to one another. The first touch sneaks out into midfield. Sai up on it first. Looking for that bump, gets the demo, it's on target, and Simas with the goal line save. It's mere pixels for each and every opportunity. You can't get any closer than that. Another shot on target, saved by Concord. Concord not allowing St. Clair to get any more room.
This one gonna float out at midfield. Is anybody gonna be there for the receive? The double touch on the line. Is there a follow? Denied by Sai and by Jazzy. Two saves in a row, and St. Clair, how on earth have you kept this a tie game?
I don't know how to answer that. I barely comprehended how quickly the decisions had to be made. The squishy save by Jazzy was the only way he could get high enough in the goal line to even make that initial save. Now 10 seconds, St. Clair on the offensive zone. Granted, CMOS, not much boost, sends it towards the other end. Jazzy credited with the save. Helix looking for the shot, can't find it. This one, sneak out. Will CMOS keep it up? No. Overtime, game 7 decides our winner or a full best of 7 bracket reset.
We have a chance to see the dagger here, or we have a chance for Concord to silence the haters. This is a team that, like we said, have the capabilities, and they play phenomenally throughout this, but it is such an uphill climb. They need to win this and then keep it going. But if there was ever a chance, it is now. They're playing phenomenally. The offense is electric. They just need to see St. Clair make a single mistake, and that is far and few between. St. Clair's defense has tightened up so well throughout not only this overtime, but throughout this final game. But here comes an offense. CMOS downfield, extra touch, open net. Where's the rebound? The follow-up is saved after 18 years before the shot comes in.
He missed the opportunity at the double tap read that could have ended it. Instead, the shot follow-up comes way too late. Now, not much boost in the tank. The 50 to only go on the sidelines twice over. Sai with boost on the backboard looks to set something up for his team. Can't do so. It's popped back towards the other end. Fabso up quick. Gets towards the high skies. Beats out one. Sai is there. Can only find a 50. Can Fabso lock it in? CMOS on the goal line. Another save credited. More denial coming through as both teams fighting to get this goal. You can't have any more of a power struggle than this.
Crispy. Good first touch, but where's the challenge? Eventually it's there. Jazzy needs to escape back, but there's still players. Shot on target. No, it's not. Again, another shot off the bar. Concord, how many can you take? You guys are anti-environmentalists at this point. You hate the woodwork. Just put one on target and end this game and go to another series. Instead, we keep extended. 2 minutes into overtime. Crispy, a flick downfield. No extra touch. Awkward for Fabso. Where is the rebound? Not found in time. And St. Clair, how on earth do you keep getting away with this?
Dare I say Concord almost playing it too safe at times. They're not willing to put in that last offending player and finalize a bunch of these opportunities. It's hesitations. They come just a little too late to finish off the final blow. Granted, they're winning these 50s. They're getting the demos. St. Clair, you could tell, is nervous, but they're still holding on. With this 50, Concord will stay in the zone. They'll get an extra touch. This one to float back to them, but a bump happens. Actually, a team bump may open up some of the field as Fabso finds the 50 upfield.
Sai, full tank of boost. This should go straight to him. He gets it a bit too far away from him, but an extra touch here would go such a long way. Fabso around the midfield defender. Where's the follow-up? The follow-up was going for a demo. That means a 1v1, but Jazzy still able to get up in time. Sai, more space afforded again. Helix to cut it off quickly, but Fabso there. Underneath him, it's CMOS. The extra touch, and we're heading to another series. CMOS, the extra touch off the ground, and he gets the goal to end this OT.
If you had to guess who would score for Concord, all eyes for me are on CMOS. He has been the ice factor, the clutch factor for Concord. And finally, after so many opportunities, 16 shots for Concord, 2 of 16, CMOS with almost 1,000 points finishes off one final blow.
And it wasn't just his offense that was the reason they win this one. It's the defense as well. 6 total saves in order to do so. Almost as many as the entirety of St. Clair combined. We've talked about it. Individual brilliance necessary for Concord. They need these players. It doesn't matter which one to step up in each and every game. It has been different players to step up in those games, but in this one, it definitively is CMOS sending them to a second final. Bracket has been reset. The question now is what happens in the second series?
Yeah. Huge X factor for Concord here. I mean, and imagine, this is the difference between a bracket reset scenario and a game in hand. A game in hand would have ended this series. But because we don't, we get a whole nother one, and Concord gets that next opportunity. I think we've talked plenty about this series. Let's bring back Bod. Let's bring back Novanta. Give us your thoughts of that incredible best of 7 that went to 7.
Oh my goodness. I know Novanta's feeling good about his prediction on that, but we got to hold it for a second because there's still another best of 7. It's not over just yet. But even then, that, if it was a loss for Concord, in my opinion, would have been a steal by St. Clair. They were stuck on their side, hammered time and time again by Concord in that OT, before the OT, and CMAS is just the saint on the side of Concord for this team. Crazy stats as we saw there, 7 shots as we were mentioning before, but even more so, goal after goal after goal, almost every single game from them. Everyone in Concord, after those first 2 games, woke up a beast inside themselves. And shout out to their mascot Roar, because that's exactly what they were doing throughout the series, is roaring straight towards the victory. But even then, St. Clair, where were they for so many of those games, Bass?
Canada? I really can't tell you. I think the biggest thing for St. Clair is that when this team was feeling good, when they were playing confidently, when they were not affording time on the ball for Concord, they're doing plays like this. It speaks for itself, the way they played through the first handful of games. And then after that, it just kind of felt muted. This is a St. Clair we know are not only capable of playing to the highest level possible, but it's also a St. Clair that proved that on defense time and time again. But part of me wonders, how much of that was St. Clair playing a stellar defense, and how much of that was just the inaccuracy of Concord? Because I mentioned it in the series, I will mention it here. So many opportunities that were either left at the table or shot off target. If they can clean that up in Series 2, this is going to be a heck of a game, but a lot more one-sided.
I got to call out an individual player. We just saw him score a goal there. Jazzy went for boost over ball in that last initiative. Thought they had more time than they really did and could not get back to the goal to stop a simple shot on the counterattack. Maybe bad comms at the end of the day, or we're just focusing on making sure they had something to work with. But eventually, those last second saves, which we saw plenty of in that game, were not proven to be enough. And this game 7 on Champions Field, I think we're going to be watching that one back in the record books here, Jixa.
Yeah, it was just crazy to see the resilience of both teams, to have save after save after save on these onslaughts. And yeah, you're right. He goes for boost on that play. He makes the greedy decision and he gets penalized for it. That has been the name of the game of so many of these plays. It's making minor mistake, and these teams are so good, you get scored on because of it.
Now, Mr. Concord himself, Novanta, cheering for the team, knew that they could get the bracket reset. They got to do it one more time. How do they do it here?
So the first go around, we saw them at the top of the show. They were kind of on the flat foot, but then we saw what they did against West Virginia, using the elevation to their advantage. And it really was that passing game that St. Clair was on the back foot for, so much so they had to hit a timeout. Now I say put it all together. Give me that kind of chemistry you have, turn on up the intensity and the speed, and this could be a Concord series in 5.
Well, Concord, it could be in 5. Concord, they are number 1 in the standings. They're looking to be number 1 in CRL Fall Open 2, but we do have to give everyone a bit of a breather. We are taking a break before we get into our final best of 7 of the day. So after this, we will conclude the CRL Fall Open number 2 with our final best of 7 of the day.
I know you said stay out of this bit, but I don't get tired of it. You told me I'd never be happy. I'm not sad at all. Maybe I'm a fool, following my dreams, but mama, you're gonna see me on every magazine. Put the car and drive, another lonely night, don't know what to do. Finally see what it's like going out every night when it's not with you. I see you whipping down a 4-5. It was December, it was you and I can't remember how to feel alive without you. I wonder what I would say if you stayed, if the times all changed and the games we played went away for the day. But you hated me for everything. Yeah, I would do it all again if the clock restarted, knowing it'll end with us broken hearted. We could both pretend I'm in love with someone new, someone just like you. Someone just like you. Someone just like you. While you with him, but you keep blowing up my line like I'm with you again. It's just like 1996 and you doing that thing you do. You keep on lying to yourself about everything we've been through. It'd be cool if you let off all this and emptied your baggage like you cleaning out your Birkin. You at the club and telling everyone you're working, but I know you're mad and honestly you're probably hurting. I wonder what I would say if you stayed, if the times all changed and the games we played went away for the day. But you hated me for everything. Yeah, I would do it all again if the clock restarted, knowing it'll end with us broken hearted. We can both pretend I'm in love with someone new, someone just like you. Someone just like you. Someone just like you.
So I might have lied a little bit. I said we would only have one more break, but we actually have another break here. And we are back for some more CRL action. We do have a final best of 7 to play. So if you expected it to be done with that first one, well, you have some more Collegiate Rocket League to enjoy. And let's take one final look for now at the bracket itself to see how we got here. Now that we are in this bracket reset, Concord making a case that this wasn't just a fluke to make it into the grand final. They deserve to be here, proved it against West Virginia and Ball State, and now they have gotten revenge for now against St. Clair. With this look here, Mr. Concord, I'm going back to you. Concord, they're proving themselves. They have the highest amount of points. Now they're looking to get the victory. Would this cement them to be one of the best teams in Collegiate Rocket League, even without Maryville and Fisher participating this weekend?
Absolutely, Vaudeville. What kind of question is that? That's what I'm talking about. You push a team that was on the top of the bracket to do a bracket reset. People really can't underestimate the psychological disadvantage, the debuff that puts you on. They get the dub here. It changes the paradigm, my friend.
That it does. And St. Clair Green, first 2 games, I talked about it before we went into the break here, Bass. They just seemed kind of absent afterwards. Yes, Concord were doing a lot better, feeling a lot more confident, CMAS popping off, but Psy seemed to be absent for a little bit. Eventually did pop off when they did tie things up. But apart from that, the rotations and the calculations we've been seeing from St. Clair, not the same that we saw from that first upper final. What's missing here?
I think it's just the more well-rounded approach. I think at moments they have focus on offense. They have moments they have focus where they're specifically defensive. They need to make sure that they are playing an all-around game, keep the pressure at midfield while also still keeping the pressure out at offense. They also need to make sure that on defense they are not panicking. I think the final game was a lot more representative of that. They weren't having these panic touches on defense. They were getting out of defense with some authority and purpose. They need to do that the whole series, though. I do not want to see them come in and just let Concord get tons of time and space to develop plays, because we've seen what they can do with that. The end of the series was exactly that. Jazzy thinking, CMAS doesn't have this. There's no way he gets that. It goes off for boost, and by the time that they've reacted, it is far too late. It can't afford that much time being allowed on the ball by your opponent. If they can prevent that with a more well-rounded game, I think this series is...
So, Chick, so final thoughts from you before we get into this matchup itself. The rest of us went for St. Clair. Novanto went for Concord, but we also thought St. Clair has this in the bag. I know we talked a lot about St. Clair, but Concord, I mean, is this their time to rise to the challenge, grasp that crown after seeing that victory in Game 7?
I think it's certainly an opportunity for Concord to show that they are really one of the best teams in CRL, if not being the best with, of course, I mean, we've been saying it a couple times. We have the absence of Maryville at full capacity and Fisher Navy this week. So this is their time to cement themselves in it. They have a second opportunity after going down to lowers. They lost earlier, but this is also a repeat of something similar that happened last week when we saw a similar bracket reset scenario. So lots on the line. I think Concord are certainly feeling confident, as they should, but CMAS did put a lot of the weight on his shoulders in that last game and in most of the second half of that series, and that's not something that's easily done twice over.
Yeah, St. CMAS saving the day for their team on Concord, but it was a whole collective effort by that squad to get the victory at the end of the day. Still, though, St. Clair aren't going out without a fight. They forced it to go to Game 7. They kept it as competitive as can be and kept themselves alive throughout multiple minutes of overtime. But wait, we have been here before. This is the third time today St. Clair are facing off versus Concord to determine who is the top team in Collegiate Rocket League. Redemption has been achieved by Concord, but can they go the distance twice in a row against the former CRL World Champions? Let's find out here and now.
One final series, one final best of 7 to determine our champion of CRL Open number 2. It's CRL Sundays. It's not without a bracket reset, it seems. 2 weeks in a row, we see a whole nother best of 7 and the best of Collegiate Rocket League action.
I think we're just going to have to start getting used to this. I think it's just going to be a reset every single week. The question is, does the outcome change this time? Plenty of teams in the history of collegiate and professional Rocket League have been able to get the reset. Very few teams have been able to complete it. 2 best-of-7 wins in a row is a heck of a lot harder, but for Concord, it is a must. We already talked about them being the #1 team in CRL statistically at the moment, just based on standings. If they want to truly cement that they are that #1 team, they need a win here and now.
They had about 15 minutes to think about the series they just had. Concord should be reliving the victories they had throughout the series. In particular, we've talked to length about CMOS and his impact on the offensive unit of this team, and already showing their true colors in the first play of the game.
This was a very quick start here for everyone on Concord. Not surprising they didn't miss a beat, and not surprising that it's the electric offense we expect from this team. We talked about it at the beginning of the series. The follow-up needed to be quicker. They needed to be cohesive and play as a team. They are doing such a lovely job of that now here, all ready to start off our second series. We are only 40 seconds in, but that first goal has got to feel so good for Concord.
See if they can continue by putting this ball out onto the offensive side for Concord. Their defense has been their struggle for most of today, at least more so than providing offensive pressure. Babso doing his best to get upfield, but Sai doesn't read the miss. Instead bumps. Jazzy may have an opportunity. Will have to win this 50, and Fabso to turn in after what looks to be a boost steal. Still St. Clair, they don't get much more than that. A little bit of pressure, but no registered shots on target.
Fabso, touch out to the corner, but this is only more pressure. Can they do anything with it? Sai would like to think so. He's got time, space, but not the extra touch to get around the final defender. Good offense being built up by St. Clair, but it doesn't mean anything if they can't do anything with it. 2 passes in a row. The shot both off target and saved. And St. Clair, their best chance so far in this game is not going to convert. How about the follow-up? Not enough. And again, it ricochets out to the corner.
You have to love the creativity, a little bit of ping pong passing action for St. Clair Green and the Concord end of the field. It's an impressive look. Now Jazzy looking to drop it in. It is saved away by Seamus, who is still, in my opinion, the MVP of that past series and potentially the MVP of this one as well. He's doing so well and really changing the tide for Concord.
Fabso, hoping to maybe get a back pass to a teammate. It was a risky one at that, but I think it's gonna pay off. St. Clair, I think, just getting a little bit lackluster or maybe falling asleep here. They had multiple players that could have gone up and afforded so much time for the setup from St. Clair.
Yeah, Helix in front of Crispy on that play, but Crispy a little bit more boost in the tank, so decides to go up for it. But in his head, he was behind Helix, who should have gone first initially. Little hesitations. We mentioned how many times today make the difference. And in that case, the hesitation on the challenge cost them a goal. Now we find ourselves in a tied scenario. And that's how close these games have been. It's been back and forth. A miss flip there by Crispy. Helix gets bumped off. And it's almost late to the challenge. Trying to slot it in is Jazzy, and he has an open look because of it.
This is just confusing here. Helix obviously gets bumped off the ball, but I think Crispy and CMOS just weren't really sure what to do with this one. CMOS wants to stay in net because he's the final defender, so he doesn't want to necessarily go out and then leave it open. At the same time, Crispy doesn't want to go for the ball because he doesn't have a good angle to clear this as much as maybe just push it into the corner yet again. But with neither player making a definitive touch on the ball and making a stop, that's an easy goal for St. Clair. Unfortunately, it's 2 in a row. Concord, we said in the last series, you cleaned up your defense. I can't say the same thing for the start of our second series here. At least not yet, but with 2 minutes to go, it doesn't matter if their defense gives up these goals if the offense can make up for it. We've talked about it, how suffocating they are and how much pressure they can exert, and they do it again here, unfortunately not on that play. A couple of good touches in a row, but immediately St. Clair escaped.
Another double commit on the side of Concord could leave more pressure up for St. Clair. Sai in control of it, always slows down plays, stays in that high hair. I think has a flip, but decides to go down, win that 50 instead. Pop there, Jazzy bumps Fab, so his own teammate may leave an open opportunity, but Jazzy still goes through all the chaos. This one not on in either. What a way to manage on the feet and recover even after being bumped.
defense of St. Clair has been phenomenal. We've talked about it through both series, and although at moments it's had its downfalls, overall it really has been stellar. And it's done enough in this game to still hold on to the lead. 70 seconds to go. Fabso, great touchdown field, but right into the hands of CMOS. We find another. No, it's a back pass, and I don't think an intentional one. The goal is open, and it's in. And unfortunately for Concord, I think they've sealed the deal here on game 1 with that.
Yeah, it's outstanding that everybody overextends for Concord on that play, and because of it, they can sneak. It's not really a pass, in my opinion. It's just a shot on through. It's not that hard. So I probably could have let it on him, but it's better off that he finishes to make sure it does end up going in the back of that net. So now on the back foot is Concord. What looked so good so early on has quickly came to bite back at them. St. Clair have managed their offense. They've been able to stay on it much longer, and their shots have just been so much better placed.
St. Clair, can you slow down just a little bit? I'm still trying to get my notes down so I can figure out how many goals and assists y'all have, and you're scoring even more. Fabso decides he wants to get another one. Sai says, I'd like another assist, and the whole offense says, hey, remember how last time we were struggling to get a plethora of shots? Not the same thing here. 7 registered shots already, and 4 of them converting means they are not only shooting over and over again, they're converting on most of them. St. Clair, I think they have figured out their form. They might have looked a little bit worse for wear at the end of that last series. They are not starting off that way in the second.
Pop up. Opportunity for Sai to get there. Can't really get much more than bumping 2 defenders in Concord. Concord's still struggling to get out of their half. Helix able to do so, pops it up, looks for that demo or bump, but can't find it onto Sai, who's been slippery all day with his car control. Jazzy winning the 50 on the corner. With time running out for Concord, that game has also run out. St. Clair start off strong in the second series of the grand finals, and that may just help them move that much further on.
4-1, the official scoreline here for game number 1. And look, it's not a very large difference from what we saw in the last series start off on. So I'm not going to say, oh, St. Clair's figured out Concord. The series is over. Not by a long shot. Last time, they got a 5-0 victory to start this one off. The only reason I'm going to say this is just a little bit different, though, is last time it was a Concord who didn't exactly know what to expect from St. Clair. Yeah, they were warm, but they came into the series and very quickly had to make adjustments. This time, both teams firing on all cylinders, have an idea of how they're going to play, and still, despite that, St. Clair come out with 4 goals. In my opinion, that makes this a much more impressive win for them. But again, it still doesn't definitively say St. Clair has got this Concord team figured out. They might have got game 1, but this was also a very muted offense. 5 total shots for Concord is only as many as Jazzy had by themselves.
What I did like out of St. Clair is it did seem like a confident game. I didn't see them second guessing themselves. They just played their game. They were confident in Jazzy going upfield, having a majority of the shots, which we saw earlier. I mean, of anyone on that team, I look at Jazzy as being the top scorer. I wouldn't be surprised if he has the most goals across the entire weekend. But at the end of the day, they managed their game. They played it correctly. They were on the ball at all times and never hesitated. It was very fluid gameplay out of St. Clair, and if they can repeat a couple more times, it'll give them a safer lead moving into it.
I mean, you're talking about Jazzy being the goal scorer for the team. Because they scored 2 goals in that game, they're currently the PR2 finals, averaging a goal a game. So, yeah, no, Jazzy truly has been the forefront of the offense for the St. Clair team, and it's working out pretty beautifully. Let's see if they can do the same thing here in game 2. Last time, they gave up an early goal to Concord and Helix. This time, let's see if they can maybe prevent that, or is Helix right back to the scoring yet again? It was pretty dang close.
Yeah, I'm certainly looking for Helix to get more involved upfield. I feel like, though, the problem is those rotations and being as comfortable in the team that you are in. Because as soon as Helix gets more involved, you see a lot of double commits come out of Crispy and CMOS as they're often on top of one another, expecting kind of a goal-style play. So maybe we'll see what ends up happening as time continues to tick down. We're seeing our first minute of gameplay, and it's definitely different from our game number 1.
Much more patient on both sides. Again, these teams kind of got to this type of play style throughout the later parts of the last series, but we were both kind of hoping that maybe this would never arrive for St. Clair. I don't want to see them be patient. I don't want to see them hesitate. I need to see them just go, go, go at all moments just like that. Can they find the goal from it? Jazzy, double off the backboard. The flip reset denied. But again, this is the St. Clair. They need to be proactive, take advantage of the moments that they are given, because again, Concord, in my opinion, are still the faster team. So when you can dust them, do something with the ball.
Fabso in control on the sidewall, gets 50'd in midfield. Simas Demonsai, but Crispy doesn't find the touch, and this is what I mean. When Concord rushes, they make mistakes with even the basics of touches, and now they lost all their pressure because of it. Fabso not getting that touch though themselves, and now Simas has a breakaway play. If only they can position themselves for it. Jazzy beating out a couple. The 50 goes on top of net. It's another double commit, and Helix is last man back to clear it out, and can't get the 50 win to clear it further.
I'm starting to agree with you on that. Concord are playing too fast for their own good take. Initially, I was saying, oh, no, they're the faster team. They're comfortable with this. Now they're starting to double commit in moments that I really don't think are necessary, and it's looking a bit worse for wear. The good thing for them is none of those double commits have been punished. They have yet to concede a goal here in our second game, but they're getting closer and closer with every failed challenge. This one, a good challenge. It actually alleviates the pressure and clears them off the half, but the passing plays still connecting. At least for the moment. Simas probably surprised at the time they've been afforded, as will I. Jazzy was not, though. He knew that Helix had no boost and had to rush that play, fakes him on the line, and right back into offense goes St. Clair.
Backboard well protected by Helix, sent out towards the midfield where it will stall. Jazzy picking it up into the corner. 50s initially, backboard straight down, but nobody there just yet as it bounces back out. Simas finds the read, gets the beat, sends it towards the other end, where guess what? Jazzy, Sai, and Fabso all up in the air trying to connect. I very much appreciate how St. Clair Green is almost always going for a passing play with each and every touch. They make these perfect little triangles at everyone. If uncontested would have the touch, but this one, an uncontested shot that gets slotted top left corner.
We've talked about the slow burn effect before. It's the combination of the boost, the combination of the demos, and the combination of the constant pressure. Over and over again, they keep them suffocated, keep them stalked into their own half, and St. Clair will eventually find themselves the goal. Not only that, but they also, like we mentioned before, you got to limit Concord's chances on offense. They are doing a phenomenal job at that and making saves. That is only Concord's second registered shot throughout the game. And not only is it their second registered shot, it's a banger, and they still save it!
Simas, a good look for him, and that's all they get. Because you know what? That pressure came back. Fabso jumping the pass, and again, the passing lanes are so perfect. You can't get better teammate passes than that.
This is the St. Clair that we said was so incredibly cohesive and electric that it was going to be difficult for anyone in North America to stop them. We even got two of Europe's best, and they're still struggling to stop them right now. This is unbelievable, and that is also unbelievable. Where was the defense? I thought for sure somebody would be back for this one.
Yeah, definitely going to really take a look at the replay, but Fabso is the only one back and misses the challenge onto Crispy. Maybe should have been a little bit more patient, understanding that everyone, all 5 players, were upfield in front of him. So, costly mistake. It gets Concord that much closer. And let's not forget, even if St. Clair take this game, this is what happened last series. They started off with 2, and then Concord took 2 back, and this time Concord is much closer to taking this game than what we've seen in the past.
To be fair, Concord also seemingly have confidence in themselves. They did not take their time out in the last series, but they still absolutely can in this one as well. I'm not thinking they're going to, even if they do lose this game. Like you said, they've been keeping it extremely close. However, that is concerning. 3v1, and still somehow, some way, St. Clair are able to escape. They do it again. Crispy, pop up high. Fabso gets the first touch, but not the second. Luckily enough, Sai can get a 50 to buy time for Jazzy to make a touch. The pass out center. Oh, that was not nearly coordinated enough. Concord trying to get passing plays like St. Clair, but they are failing to connect. And with 30 seconds left, they need to make sure one of these hits.
I don't know if that's Concord's play style, though. Why play like St. Clair when their play style seems to just be a little bit more different? Concord, they do better with the chaos, to be honest. Yeah. As soon as they crash net, just like that, that's the goal. That's what works for Concord. They crashed that net. Crispy gets the 50 win, pops it up. Helix goes for a demo. It gets on his car. That's what works. That is the definition of Concord.
I guess it is. You look, the CNCRL stands for chaos occasionally, and it will do so here in our second final of the day. This is unbelievable that somehow, some way, Concord have turned this around after having so many limited opportunities on offense. But St. Clair, you've allowed them back into this game. You might allow them to avoid an overtime. Here comes the pressure. Side, a lot to do with this ball. Crispy lurking, and the shot will not be found. We head to overtime for our second game of our second final.
It's risky, but Concord, if they bring the house, could end it pretty early on. CMOS, backboard. This one, well read by Sai. Helix looking to challenge, can't do so. Jazzy has boost in the tank, looking for the backboard. Double tap read. It's denied by CMOS on the goal line. You normally can't stop Jazzy in those scenarios, but so well read that St. Clair can't end this game just yet.
I like that they're planting people on the backboard. It's a significant difference. We were critical of that from multiple teams today. It's how these series ended versus WVU. I want to see more teams continue to do that. You need to play defense for either one of these sides on the backboard with the constant aerials on either end. Props to Concord for keeping this overtime going. Now can they find an offense of their own? Passing play, the lead block, and it will do it! A 3-goal comeback completed in overtime.
Impressive game by Concord, but again, it's not a regular passing play. It's CMOS who fakes a flip reset, takes it to the ground, passes the teammate. It's everything that Concord is made of. It's two entirely different teams with two different play styles, and whoever just ends up executing a little bit better on their play style ends up winning each of these games. Close ones at that.
Yeah, this has been a very close start to the second series. I'm almost glad we didn't get the 2-0 swing like we did last time, because it almost instilled too much confidence in St. Clair. Then we get the pendulum back for Concord, who take 3 in a row. Instead, we do get these even flows back and forth between the two teams. You can get an overtime at that. However, one thing has definitely stayed true between the two series. CMOS is still the captain for Concord. My goodness, did he put up a heck of a performance there. He has a goal, 2 assists, 2 saves, the most amount of shots. He's the stat leader for every category except for goals, literally because his entire team all scored.
I mean, I don't know what else to say. I think we've pretty much nailed these teams. We've watched them enough. We understand what they do. It's up to them to put out what they've shown on the field and execute that much better. CMOS, if he can consistently be at the top of the leaderboard for his team and be that cutting edge sword for them, I don't know if Concord can truly be stopped with the peak that one person is playing. Don't get me wrong, every player on the field is really good. When you have someone playing at the best of the best that they're capable of handling, that's so hard to be stopped. And it's not like St. Clair can divert extra pressure to him. Sure, you can run around and chase him and demo him, but that isn't going to do you any favors either.
I mean, we talked about this. It's kind of how Concord want to play. They want to have that superstar, that elite. The individual plays are definitely part of their strategy. And if they can continue to find CMOS on so many of these chances, it would be huge for them. That being said, they still do got to play some defense. Awkward off the kickoff here as we start off game 3. St. Clair can try and maybe just slow this team down momentum-wise with an early goal. It could go a long way, but instead, it looks like the defense is prepared. It'll at least be a battle if they want to earn this first.
Fabso can only get the touch initially. Helix there actually finds the touch after his teammates 50. This one through to Jazzy, but another 50 comes through in midfield. Now Concord searching for a pass upfield. Sai on the backboard, fakes out, and that could almost be dangerous. The follow-up shots come out on target, but Fabso, last in line on net, denies the final shot.
All right, we have crossed over that threshold. I think we're going from confidence to ego. You cannot afford to just let that one float in front of the line because you think you've got them read. That is going to come back to bite you, and luckily enough for St. Clair, it won't there, and it might even get them a goal. Fabso needs to shoot on target, but is barely denied. The ripper across the net does not find a pass, and goodness me. St. Clair, please be careful. It feels like they are starting to give up opportunities both on offense and defense that maybe it's just due to straight fatigue because they've been playing Rocket League all day long, but you cannot afford to start giving Concord extra chances.
Surprised we actually haven't touched into that topic of fatigue and of how long these series have been. It's at the point where they just played a best of 7 that went to 7, that had a couple of overtimes, and then they took a break on top of that, and another break before that. There's been so much Rocket League today that fatigue is a crucial factor, and for some of these teams, they played in other tournaments. They've been doing a lot of Rocket League recently, and now they have to finalize and push everything that they've seen today into one final moment.
They're trying right now. Neither team has found that moment here in our third game of the series. We've got 3 minutes left on the clock and not a single goal on either end. Crispy trying to change that up with an air dribble out of midfield, and CMOS with a redirect would also like to do the same. Neither one of them even gets close to the goal mouth, and that means Jazzy can lead the charge the other way. Crispy, patient on the challenge, will bait in Fabso and force them to exert everything and retreat into a defense yet again. This ball keeps finding its way out to midfield, whether it's through a 50-50 or an air dribble. It just seems there's always a contest somewhere. Finally a breakaway, but Helix can't lock into the flip reset perfectly enough, and no real shot found.
Crispy trying to just send the one last pass right in front of net. It doesn't get its connection, but Concord able to extend offense even further. Crispy coming on through, 50, pretty even. CMOS off the corner. This one won't go through in front of net. Crispy still there. Helix the follow-up, sends it across. CMOS the turn, can he get there in time? Only a challenge to come out of it. And it's back on Concord's defensive side where they could potentially struggle, but Crispy given space, fakes it underneath. Can he just get it over Jazzy? He can, the one-on-one king, and Crispy wins that crown.
Again, it's the baiting out of challenges, recognizing a 1v1, forcing Jazzy to go high, so as long as he can get a 50, someone will be there to back him up. Even if Jazzy gets that save, CMOS is there to get the 50 and dunk it through on the line. Crispy does get credited with the goal, but it really was such a well-coordinated play from everyone on Concord. Now, can St. Clair respond? Flip reset in the bag. Sai looking for the pinch, but just not enough power to get past the defense.
Fabso sends it out, and Helix jumps that line. Jazzy last on the goal line, takes time. Crispy already pre-jumping him, though. There's the confidence. CMOS, the shot. Helix back up. Can he get to it first? Sai to send it out. Breakaway opportunity. Just Jazzy now win the 1v1. Yes, he does. Redemption for Jazzy. The crown gets passed back.
This is such a brilliant play from him. You can see it. He's getting chased, so Crispy's imagining he's going to flick it high. It's why he jumps early. Jazzy then just plays it low because he knows that that's the expectation. A perfectly well-played mind game, and this is what has made this such an interesting battle over and over again, is these teams keep on baiting each other into challenges, forcing them to commit, and if they don't play it perfectly, it's a goal every single day of the week.
CMOS. Still looking at CMOS, almost finds it, but open net, wide open, not even close.
Did we miss something, or is this just straight up Concord abandoned defense to go all out on offense and came up him? Because I have no other explanation.
CMOS Crispy on top of one another. I've seen it a couple times now, and it's for their follow-up after the initial challenge, but they're both stuck in net because they both go for the same ball to finish off. And Helix needs to play farther back if they're going to be on top of one another. But like I said, Helix keeps trying to come up and start plays himself, get into the offensive groove, but it's costly. They just can't essentially triple commit in the way upfield. They're almost always past that quarter line, the quarter line of St. Clair Green itself.
It's surprising is really the only word I can use to describe it right now, considering the fact that, again, Concord have those individual players that can do it themselves. So to keep on sending the house on half these plays and coming up empty is just, I don't want to say uncharacteristic, but as much as maybe unnecessary for this. But again, we still have time in the series as well as in this game. 30 seconds to go and a good offense brewing. Can they do anything with it? Feel it, the drop down, or maybe the pop up. I think he was looking for a pass, but instead just sends it to the backboard where multiple players are waiting for St. Clair. Demos not going to find anybody to receive that one as his teammate is demoed, and the breakaway yet again. 10 seconds to go. Can they march downfield? Concord looking for it there, and no contact found. I think that'll do it unless they can stop this, which they can. We talked about it. Leave the backboard open and you're getting scored on every time.
St. Clair penalizing the riskiness of Concord's playstyle. The risks they're willing to take, and Concord, you can't always take that risk the entirety of the game. I appreciate the heavy offensive style that they bring, that they're even playing so closely together. It's uncharacteristic of most teams to play that certain style, but you can't show it the entire 5 minutes of gameplay because St. Clair will catch you out. Any team at this level will catch you out on those games.
I mean, we talked about this for Concord in the last series. One of the best adjustments they made to their offense, despite it already being electric and so aggressive in the face, was the fakes they started throwing in, making it unpredictable. Not just always going for the same type of plays over and over, the stereotypical air dribble, the standard flicks, the standard dribbles on the ground, or passing plays. They started throwing in these little bit of head fakes and would catch St. Clair off guard, disrupt their defense, and throw them out of whack on the rotation to where they couldn't recover. We're not really seeing that right now. It feels like Concord just keeps shooting shots on target, and usually St. Clair are prepared for it. For example, 7 saves for St. Clair, 8 shots for Concord. The one save they didn't make is the one goal that Concord got.
Yeah, that's really what this game has come down to. Again, it's all little mistakes. It's all little plays. It's the risks you're willing to take. All of that culminates into the score lines we're seeing and the plays that we're seeing being made. If Concord want to play risky, they're going to have Helix play farther back and make him make the 2-on-1 or 1-on-1 plays. If the dual-headed Hydra that they have upfield of Crispy and CMOS doesn't work out on these offensive plays, it's a very dangerous game that Concord is playing, and it doesn't always work out, but they said they live in the chaos, and that means they'll also die by the chaos if they decide to go with it.
I mean, unfortunately, sometimes you gotta make that risk. It's been one of the, I'd say, more prominent changes to Rocket League over the last couple of years is that if you don't make those risks, you're gonna struggle to find offense and make those plays happen. If you play that just straight up safe play style, it's going to eventually come back to bite you. You have to find a balance of it though. Too risky and you're giving up opportunities. Too safe and you're affording time to your opponents. It's a very difficult balance to find, and it's not one I envy the players for having to search for. But unfortunately, it is necessary at the highest level of Collegiate Rocket League. You have to strike that balance. You have to play to the best of your abilities. And right now, while Concord is not far from that, the narrow margins between these two teams are becoming stark. This is another game where St. Clair are finding the defense necessary to slow their opponents down and an offense to back it up.
Yeah, I think of the pendulum, it's St. Clair who leads a little bit more on the safer side, and Concord that, of course, is leaning towards that more dangerous side, which balancing itself out, I don't know which ends up working out because they kind of equalize, and that's why the score has been going back and forth so often. CMOS almost getting the 1v1. Babso finds the demo on Helix 2 so that additional pressure doesn't come from the second man. Breakaway opportunity for St. Clair. Jazzy's touch off the backboard rings a little bit too far into the corner, and Fabso can't find the challenge either.
Good beat out at midfield from CMOS, though, and a necessary one after the boost deal as well. His teammates would have been completely starved and would have been thrown right back into that defensive structure that they cannot seem to handle for all too long. Again, Concord has definitely upped their defense, but it's difficult to continue to keep that upper level of play on defense when you have a team like St. Clair constantly battering you with shots and with pressure. Probably should have been a shot there, but unfortunately for Sai, he doesn't make contact. Maybe expecting a 50, I don't know. But either way, they're going to have to restart the offense here as it's just a couple of awkward touches in the corner. Maybe they won't even get a chance. Crispy gets the bump, but Jazzy to bail his teammate out.
This one's still on the offensive half for Concord. Another missed touch, and Crispy now beat by Jazzy. Can Helix get back in time? Not reading that as well as he needs to. He's caught off guard. Still a couple of missed touches. I don't know if I'll contribute this to fatigue right now, but it seems like there's more and more basic mistakes of just missing reads, and that's going to cause the game to get very sloppy very quickly if it doesn't change quickly.
Another great example of that, the pass from Felix, either too far out in front of Crispy or Crispy just misread the pass altogether. Either way, it's an opportunity that will be left a-begging. We go past halftime, still without a goal on the board. Sai gonna try to make me eat my words, looking for the double, but actually accidentally redirects it into his own half. That actually might be the worst outcome possible, because now here come Concord looking for a goal. They've even got the demo, but they don't have the follow-up, and they do! Finally! I thought off the post and out, but Helix the better read.
They're hungry for that ball, Concord. How many times do they have to do challenges and 50s and upfront pressure, and it finally finds itself out? Granted, I gotta say, I'm pretty mad at St. Clair. This is like the third or fourth time where they've decided to dribble or do something dumb in front of their net. Why? Why take that risk?
think it's not only not necessary, but it's also not really benefiting them in turning that into plays. They haven't been able to get these dribbles out of their half and develop them into offense, so I have to agree with you and question what is the idea there. It might just straight up be fatigue. It might literally just be not awareness of the scenario and that they need to escape as quickly as they do. But unfortunately, it's a scenario we've now seen multiple times. St. Clair, you're giving up chances in front of the net that you just can't afford to give up. Woo! And they won't give up that one. Great redirect last second, as if that pass connected. Surely it's a goal. That's a sacrifice demo. I think it'll work. Unless Jazzy can't do anything with this. This is awkward. Crispy not able to find the shot, though.
Jazzy gifted that boost as well, can find the beat. One-on-one with Helix, takes it down, gets the boink, and this one followed up by Fabso will be on in. St. Clair get the equalizer in a very close set of offensive plays.
And again, it's the hesitation on defense. Helix thinking, okay, he's got no boosts. Theoretically, he can't do anything more with his ball, but the extra doink afterwards from the flip reset into the weight dash puts it just far enough away from him to where he can't get a clean save, and the immediate follow-up afterwards is perfectly put on target. An equalizer here with a minute to go, and I thought maybe we would find the lead again. We still might. Two players in the corner. Neither one of them ready for the shot, though. And again, the lightest of double commits will come back to bite Concord.
The double demo as well really kept that net wide open. A missed opportunity. More hungry for the cars, hungry for that goal is Concord, but good thing the shot right on the car. Now, St. Clair, they have to get out of their half. They're struggling to do so. Size touch and the boost pickup allows him to have some space. Even gets a touch onto Crispy. But granted, another demo comes through by Seamas. This one being chased as well, and Seamas can't get to it. Helix, Seamas, someone call someone else off for you in comps, please.
They're trying to send that lead blocker over and over again. They like these individual plays where they can just kind of dribble it into net as long as they can get the demo. The problem is I don't really know if they've won a majority of those breakaway plays. And they're also having some awkward defense out of midfield here. Speaking of awkward, though, a miss from Fabso. Breakaway chance, and they still can't get it. The ball stays up, though. Can we find a shot? Will Concord avoid the overtime? Absolutely not. Another OT. We keep playing.
Oh, such pivotal games, each and every time. And now overtime, it makes it all that much more crazy.
No!
Another double commit, open net, shot placed, Fabso finish, and that's what Concord gets for making plays like that.
Ow, ow, ow. I have no other words. That is devastating for Concord. A huge chance, an awkward defense, and a free goal given to St. Clair moves them on to series point. We've said it before, and I will say it again. As much as Concord played a phenomenal first series, doing it back-to-back is so much more difficult than I can even explain in words.
Look at the shot count difference again. 11-4. And they still lose. Concord doesn't have a single save. St. Clair, 9 saves. And the double commit, why? It's just so risky.
The frustration is palpable, and as much as you and I are probably frustrated because we wanted to see that back and forth overtime, that brawl between the two of them, Concord has got to be more frustrated than us. They have to be looking at that as that is a game we should have won. I have got to say, bold call on Concord to not use their timeout. They're readied up immediately. They're ready to get into this next game. I don't know if I advise that, considering, look, they're playing well. They definitely are still playing at the capabilities to beat their opponents. Just even having a second to breathe after a tilter of a loss like that, I think is advisable. But they're going to ignore my advice. They're going to keep on playing. We move in to what could be our final game of the day. A 3-1 advantage to St. Clair. If they can finish this in 5, it is over. Concord need to play 2 games flat in a row perfectly. Just even see a game 7.
See what ends up happening. See if Concord let off the gas a little bit and rotate through as per usual. Crispy, though, missing that opportunity, and Jazzy, much space to give. Helix reading it well. Side of the follow-up into midfield. Another miss in front of the goal line. Looks like St. Clair now extended offensive pressure. Will they be able to get a pass off to a teammate? Not yet as they play through that corner. And Crispy does get enough to get it out towards the other end.
Fabso, though, awkward position. He's going to need to get bailed out by his team, or not. Again, just St. Clair really being afforded time on defense, and they should be getting punished for these dribbles in front of net. We have seen them get punished in a couple of different times, but it's just not going to be enough. They need to do more than just have these light clears out of their own half. If they keep getting these chances, theoretically, Concord will convert. But also at the same time, it's only theoretically. They still have yet to. And where's the follow here? Not nearly in time. I think we're going back to the same narrative we were painting before. Concord are getting nervous and getting shy from these challenges, and they cannot afford to do so.
Yeah, there's a difference between not being confident and being shy, not going for anything, and then also being overconfident and going for everything and double committing. They don't seem to have the line of which they both can do, and that one treads the line of the goal line itself. It doesn't go on in.
All right, St. Clair, I got a question. How much you guys pay the woodwork? How much did you pay the post and bar to keep these shots out? I cannot believe they still have not conceded a goal here in this 5th game. But we keep playing. 3 minutes to go, scoreless on either end. Emos and Crispy trying to change that. Hard save for Jazzy, and they will still make it. And it's another play like we've talked about before. Numbers advantage for Concord, but they still can't get past the lone defender.
Great cut by Crispy, but quickly challenged by Jazzy, who stays on the ball, sends it across. I think he was expecting Sai to be there to pick up that pass. Seamoss off the ceiling, sends it straight down. Instead, now Jazzy, full of boost in the high air, gets the flip reset, sends it over to Sai, but the connection isn't made. The pass looks so juicy, but no execution on it. Hopefully, Sai can get there here and send it to a teammate. He has Fabso in midfield. It's straight down, though, off the bar and out. Nobody can get past the woodwork in Game 5.
Well, apparently, however much they paid the woodwork, they didn't pay them enough, because that bounce not going in for them. How about the follow-up? That won't go in either. This time, though, saved by Crispy. Good defense being displayed by Concord, but can they now back it up with some offense? Sai, awkward off the backboard. And no challenge made until midfield. Okay, again, still the shyness here from Concord is just continually taking me by surprise. I don't think it's a bad idea because it has prevented St. Clair from getting any silly early goals, but at the same time, it feels like they're leaving so many chances up at the table and still affording time to a St. Clair that just need one opportunity to close this series and close this day out.
Another shot by Concord, quickly saved away. They keep trying to drop down in midfield, but it's highly contested by the entirety of the St. Clair roster. Simas up high, quickly contested by Sai. This one to go to the back wall. Helix there as well, can't win his 50. Crispy doesn't win his 50 either, and Jazzy able to get through onto the Concord half. Simas, last line of defense, able to go up even with 0 boost in the tank. And now this is just going to be a midfield stall out. Either team looking for the 1 goal to get ahead, and instead just won't allow pressure, whoever it is on either end.
Low boost, though, for everybody but Seamoss on defense right now, meaning Concord might just get caught here for a hot moment. If not for the breakaway, Crispy gets it over everyone, and Seamoss to guarantee it. Finally, the numbers advantage works out for Concord.
As you mentioned, it's a breakaway, and Fabso is the only line of defense. Doesn't find any contact there with Crispy, and because of it, it's an open lane to finish. A great opportunity for Concord. They're playing the transition game, and again, another fake kickoff opportunity that goes for St. Clair Green. They're still in control of it. They put it underneath. It's saved by Seamoss, but Concord, I think, ready for that fake kickoff, and now the transition, if only on target, could have been another goal for Concord. That extra they needed cushion-wise in the remaining 30 seconds.
They still have time to turn this around or to get an extra goal. Concord, just play carefully here. We talked about them not maybe hesitating all too much. But here, I would recommend hesitating. Maybe don't send the entire team into offense while you've still got the 1-goal lead. And they're doing exactly that. Look at the way they're patrolling midfield, not allowing opportunities for St. Clair to break out. Phenomenal offense might just end this game, and the back passes as well. Seamoss bumped off the ball, but Jazzy, no boost in the tank. How much can they do with this? Absolutely nothing. And Crispy can just plant 1 more to keep the series alive. Concord, the response we were looking for.
Yeah, Concord, a much more patient game, a reactive game at that as well, playing off of St. Clair's opportunities and then just transitioning upfield. Every transition they got, they sent the house, but it worked out in their favor because of that numbers advantage. A little bit more tactful from Concord, and again, working out in their favor. They extend this series even further along, but still a long road to get to that game 7.
This was the balance we were looking for from Concord. Initially, we were very concerned because they were almost too hesitant at the start of the game. I would say around the second or third minute, though, they recognized, okay, if St. Clair want to keep giving us this amount of space in this front third in the offense, we're going to start taking advantage of it. And they did exactly that. Transitions became a lot quicker. The offense became a lot more steadfast in terms of the rotations as there was a constant follow-up from the second or third man. This is what we were looking for out of Concord. This is the Concord that sent us to the second series and was able to beat WVU in the lower bracket. The only concern, again, is as good as that was, they need to do it again 2 more times. If St. Clair take a single one of these next 2 games, this series is over.
What concerns me is just the distribution of points on St. Clair. 5 saves for Jazzy, the only one with saves. 3 of the 4 shots, 1 for Fabso Sai. Nothing on the scoreboard that's notable. That's a tough game for St. Clair to swallow. They didn't have anything of momentum on their side. Meanwhile, Simas still on top of that scoreboard. I'm very impressed with his performance. He is having the best day that anybody could be having, and it's because of it that Concord is still being propelled forward in the series.
They've got a chance here to not only turn this series around, but to get what has one of the most unheard of things in Rocket League. Occasionally you'll see the reset, but can they do it twice? We head over to the bright lights from the billboards in Neo Tokyo to potentially determine this series. St. Clair hoping to avoid a Game 7 that they maybe could have avoided last series. And they don't want to do it again. They saw the results last time. They do not want a repeat. It's why Sai is already starting off the offense. Flip resets, redirects, but no shot on target.
Simas underneath. Jazzy Crispy could run away with it if he decides to. Does kind of get past 1, almost gets past 2. The shot from Simas on target, and Sai saves it at the final second. Crispy, last line of defense here, needs to win out against Jazzy. Jazzy wins the 50, and good thing, buys enough time for Simas to rotate back.
Sai trying to find something off the backboard, but can't at all. Instead, the long ball downfield finds its way into the hands of Fabso, who does not make a great touch, but the pinch out from his 2 teammates find themselves some reprieve. Sai in the corner, low boost, but on the ball, looks for the pass. Fabso not able to receive, but Jazzy's there. Fabso with some boost, he can keep this play going. Off the ceiling. All 3 players of Concord in net. They need to be careful. They are expending boost they cannot afford. If they get locked into this blend yet again, I don't know if they'll escape.
Crispy will take his time and is met with Sai on the sidewall, looking to go for a bump, almost finds contact. A double commit though, back towards the backboard, sent down. Jazzy trying to get underneath the bar, but can't put the trajectory on the ball that's needed. Now 3:30 left, and it's been suffocating for Concord on the defensive end. The shots just keep coming, but the save still denied, and Concord get out of the defensive end.
They had multiple chances to close that one out. St. Clair needed to convert on one of those plays. They had them boost starved for what feels like forever, but as soon as that ball got out midfield, all of Concord had one objective: grab some boost and get ready. They're going right back into defense again. But for how long will they live here? Maybe a bit further, because Crispy, not a great touch off the ceiling, and Felix low on boost. He can muscle through the 50, but can't he do anything more? Kind of. It's a touch out to the corner, and the boost steal, plus the miss. Everything going wrong for St. Clair as they head into a retreat with no touches.
Great continuous effort by Simas. He never leaves that play, even though he runs out of boost. He continues to apply pressure, win the challenges, find the 50, and Crispy gets the finish. Still a full star effort coming out of Simas, and now Concord have the lead and maybe a little bit more confidence. They've adjusted their play style to that of St. Clair, and now because of it, they're a little bit more in the advantage time and time again in this game.
Simas off the ceiling. Oh boy, Sai, you have had a lot of those close dribbles in front of net. We've had enough criticisms of them. This time I can't. It does not result in anything dangerous. It will result in some offense for St. Clair. Fabso would like to think so. 2 good touches in a row. Simas without a touch at all. I mean, this one can get thrown right back to the backboard where Sai can drop it down, but Fabso cannot receive. Jazzy gonna try to take this through the corner and keep some offense alive for his team. And he's gonna fake it out initially, but not do much more with it. Again, creative ideas from St. Clair right now, but none of them executing as necessary. If they want to keep going for these intricate passing plays through the corner, they need to make sure the passes are precise, they are connecting how necessary, and with power when the shot finally comes through.
Felix picking up off the corner. What a pass into mid. Fabso has to actually go into his own net to even get the angle correct for that save. Jazzy passing it over to Sai, who has a full boost tank in the air, floating. Gets past one more, but Crispy now with boost on his own side. Clears it out where Jazzy actually finds the read instead. Simas in midfield, another double tap read off the corner. Will steal some boost and retreat. Crispy, last line of defense, needs to be ready. Does leave that boost and does pick up the ball.
Oh, double commit though from St. Clair means Jazzy's got to buy time for their teammate to get back. And I don't know if they have. Simas looking for the block, but no boost in the tank means they can't find it. Still, dire straits here for St. Clair. They need a good breakout, and I think they will find it. Do they have the boost to take this downfield? Absolutely, but they don't have the time. Jazzy trying to lock into a flip reset. Meanwhile, Simas has already pre-jumped him last Thursday. This needs to be quicker. St. Clair starting to slow down. Their pace of play is diminishing, and they cannot afford that. They need this goal. Will they find it? Bumps in front of net, and it's still not enough.
Concord has St. Clair well read. There's no more tricks up the sleeve. We know they like to fake the ball a lot. We know they like to go for those flip resets. Concord is reading everything that St. Clair's doing. They can't even get away with the fake kickoffs anymore. St. Clair need another play out of the playbook, and they just haven't shown it. With 20 seconds left, Concord may just get away with this game as well. They haven't given St. Clair any opportunities to work with. This may be 10 full minutes of St. Clair without a single goal to call for. One last opportunity. Sai to send it down. Crispy reads it well, sends it to the opposing end. Fabso with a boost, puts it away. It's red. It touches the ground. Concord take a game 6 and send us to game 7 yet again.
10 minutes scoreless for a team after multiple close games. Where have we heard this story before? Oh, that's right. The beginning of the first series. We've already been here. Concord, though, this time the one putting their opponents into this unbelievable defensive structure that cannot be broken. We asked for Concord to step up on one thing and one thing in particular, and it was their defense. They have not just stepped up, they have summited the mountain and planted their flag. Concord, one win away, not only from being able to get a win overall in CRL Open number 2, but to do so in a full bracket reset fashion.
I'm convinced the minute I root for St. Clair is the minute they're gonna lose, because I've been saying against them all day long, all yesterday, all weekend, and now all of a sudden they have the opportunity to prove everybody wrong, and they're failing when it matters the most. Concord has risen to the occasion. They've been through an impossible scenario of a bracket reset. They won in game 7. They're here at game 7 again after being down on match point almost the entire series. Why be down? This is the last game. This is the final game. This is your last shot at being a CRL Open champion.
They gotta give it their all. I hope both of these teams full send, and they truly are. No timeouts taken in our second series of the day. Both teams are ready to get into the action. And as we've seen multiple times throughout the day, we know how important that first goal is. I don't know who's going to get it, but they both understand first goal is going to make a world of a difference at who we are crowning as our champs. Could it be St. Clair as they march into offense?
Fabso there first, quickly challenged and well read by Crispy, who sends it away. Sai can only deflect where Jazzy picks it up. Looks like a lot of speed coming through from St. Clair. Sai a little bit late to the touch though and has to send it off into the corner. Straight back down. Fabso the read, pops it up, and Simas is there. Concord ready for what St. Clair is throwing at them.
So far, it's a very measured first minute here. Definitely no hesitation. Both teams know they got to go, 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 but they also don't want to overexert, so you're seeing this. Time being afforded on either side, for better or for worse. Jazzy Not a lot of time here. Tries to flick it early to get it around Felix, but cannot. Sai, I'm not sure what the intention with the touch there was, but it's going to at least contain it in the half and keep the offense going. They're dwindling on boost, though, so if St. Clair want to do something with this ball, they got to hustle, and they are trying. Drop down pass. Jazzy there. Perfect catch, but not a perfect flick. And maybe the best chance so far here through the first minute of Game 7.
Over to Crispy. Crispy off the ceiling. Gets the flip reset as well and almost gets it over Jazzy. CMOS upfield corner read. Tries to find the 50 on Fabso. No connection there. Sai, opportunity to strike. Gets the shot off target, but the follow-up is what's needed. Jazzy there to finish in St. Clair. The first goal in over 12 minutes of gameplay.
It has been a hot minute since we saw St. Clair get a goal, but it is not only a good goal, it's the goal we've been asking for. Take advantage of the quick transitions. Again, you need to be speedy, you need to not hesitate, and as soon as you saw a little bit of awkwardness on the defense, there is already a player there to receive the pass. That's what we need to see if St. Clair wants to win this, and that's what Concord need to be prepared for. Again, well-coordinated offenses are the bread and butter of this St. Clair side. Now can Concord show the individual brilliance that has saved them so many times? 3 minutes left on the clock. They have got plenty of time and opportunity.
St. Clair searching for some bumps upfield on their last couple of offensive looks. This one in front of net again. Oh my goodness, Sai, please, somebody yell at him. That one almost costly and a goal. It'll cost Sai's life later on as he gets demoed, but I think St. Clair just clean enough to send this across field. I can't believe they almost got scored on again. Now on transition, Fabso last back to save to the corner.
Emas, great catch and a good pass, but unfortunately Sai is going to make up for his earlier blunders with one of the best saves we've seen today, a crucial one at that. Halfway through this game, still the lead in favor of St. Clair, but it is a very narrow margin and only razor-thin separation between the two teams. Can they get something started here and maybe increase their lead? No, a long ball downfield goes right in the hands of Jazzy. They've got no boost for this, so it's a floater out mid. Crispy wants a second touch off the ceiling or a follow-up. Neither is found, and this is what we talked about. Concord, they're waiting for their chance. They have learned from their previous mistakes. No longer sending the baby in the bathwater. They will wait for their chance and strike while the iron's hot.
2 players on the backboard for St. Clair and 1 in the high air. They all position the same. Someone needs to stay grounded, someone needs to be challenging, and someone could be on the backboard. You split up where you need to be defensive positionally. Instead, that's a blunder where they're all together. This is what matters in the final minutes of play. This one, a deflection by CMOS, a hero-like play, and like that, Concord have the lead.
This is either the luckiest play ever or the most coordinated one. CMOS is going flying downfield, gets bumped off, and just happens to land on the backboard. But it's all the credits Crispy, recognizing his teammate there, not hesitating on the challenge, and getting the perfect pass out to him to receive and score off of. Brilliant play from Concord. That is how you get it done against a St. Clair that will not give you many chances.
Pop out here. Crispy looking to finish this one. Sent away. Fabso will be challenged and beat. Jazzy, no boost in the tank. Pops it and CMOS is there. Right now, Concord living rent-free in St. Clair's heads. Another shot off the post, but the follow-up and cleanup is there. Helix scores this one. St. Clair now on the depths of defeat in a bracket reset double best of 7, full 7 scenario.
That is what happens when you let Concord get confident. They are starting to not hesitate on a single play. They are confident in their style, and they know they can beat this team if they have given the chance. Again, a double reset here. 2 brackets in a row. They would have to get 2 series back-to-back, and they are well on their way to doing exactly that. 1 minute to go. St. Clair, if there was ever a time to show your brilliance, to find a Hail Mary, it is here and now. A necessary 2 goals if they even want an overtime.
Simas in control, gets it all the way across field. Helix a follow-up, Crispy a follow-up, another shot, a double commit in order to find the save for St. Clair. Not much left in the tank for anybody. Helix there to challenge again. Time is running out for St. Clair. Another bump, another demo, another shot by Concord. They pour it on more. It doesn't even need to be on target. Time is running out for St. Clair, and Concord are about to do one of the things that are seemingly impossible in Rocket League.
7 seconds to go, but it is all but a formality. Concord, they have climbed the mountain. They have summited it. They have done the unthinkable. 2 series in a row. Reset the bracket and do it again. Concord are your CRL Fall Open 2 champions.
Well-deserved victory for Concord. They have not fought harder than any other team this week. If they pulled out again the unthinkable, the unbelievable, and what they were able to accomplish as a team. That is an outstanding victory for Concord, for Simas in particular, who really put the weight on his shoulders to give Concord the momentum to get back into the first series to begin, let alone the second one. And then it was full team effort and full confidence. They adjusted. They did everything that was needed, and now they can claim victory, a well-deserved victory.
I don't know if well-deserved even uses enough enthusiasm to explain. Like, you know what I mean? Like, they well-deserved, well-earned, well-everything. I don't know how to explain how much Concord earned that victory. Again, a team that came into CRL this season and was rated as one of the #1 teams in the entirety of North America, which is astonishing when you think about the record and legacy of teams like Maryville, of teams like Northwood, WVU. But Concord, we all knew there was something special about them, and they have proven it here and now. 1 week of nerves, a single week where they felt off, and afterwards they said never again. Everything going in their favor, including a win, 2 of them as a matter of fact, against the CRL World Champions. Take a bow, Concord. You have rightly earned this victory.
Oh man, this is just 2 open finishes that we have had, and we still have 2 more to go. I mean, adrenaline, we can finally lower ourselves a little bit. Let's bring back the rest of the desk. Let's hear what they have to say. Of course, shout outs. I'll give Nirvana his credit. He won the prediction battle.
I was going to say
but
that.
You know what? That is all good. That's all fine. You guys take it away. We need a little vocal rest anyways.
Yeah. You'll take a breather for a second. I'll give Novanta his flowers. 4 for 4 on predictions. I doubted Concord twice, and unfortunately, I was wrong on that one. So got to give you the kudos there, Novanta. But really, Helix popping off at the end there. A lot of people were underestimating this person, even in chat. And then we got to see NA Savior, the only North American player in that final event here tonight. 2 back-to-back game 7s and the victory, getting 2 goals at the end. Talk to me a little bit about Concord and their path to victory here.
When you think about the plan to take down a team as good as St. Clair, it came out in multiple stages. At first, there really was the idea of pushing and forcing that bracket reset, putting the winner's bracket on the back foot. And on the second time, it really was using every angle possible to skirt the defense. St. Clair had to go into a panic mode to clear things off the line, had no space for the offensive attack, and pretty much cut them off with the pass. And true to Canadian form, a bit too polite for their own good, should have been a lot more aggressive, chose not to, and that's why they have the L today.
And that's something I want to mention here too. One specific player I do want to see more improvements from this event into the next open is Psy. Bass, it felt like a couple of times with Psy, we didn't see the greatness from them. They were a bit lacking and sometimes didn't even have a single contribution to the scoreboard other than 100 points in that 6 games. So like, what do they really need to work on in all of St. Clair Green to have a repeat performance once Maryville's back in action, once Fisher's back next weekend, and also Northwood hopefully in their full force as well?
In my honest opinion, it's you gotta know who has the hot hand. We've talked about this a lot in the collegiate space, and it continues to be true. If you know one of your players is just feeling a bit off, stop trying to take the ball to yourself. Stop trying to keep that close to you and dish it to the people who are electric. We mentioned it. Fabso and Jazzy were scoring machines, both of them almost averaging a goal a game. And unfortunate for Sai, too many times we saw him keep the ball close to him, not go for the outlet passes, and it would come back to bite this entire team. Sai, I know you are more than capable. You are an unbelievably talented player, but sometimes if you're just having an off day, you gotta admit it and give the ball to your teammates. Play more of a third man role, and I think that honestly is what was so impressive about Concord. It wasn't the same person with a hot hand every game, but they figured out who it was and just kept launching it to them. You think about it at the end, Crispy was doing a great job. Dude didn't have more than 3 goals, or actually, excuse me, 4 throughout the series, but as soon as he saw CMOS get goal after goal after goal, just toss it over and over. Teams need to recognize that. If you have a player who's feeling off and you got a player who's electric and on, give them the ball. It's the only thing you can do if you're just feeling a little bit off.
Let's talk a little bit about what we mentioned before that were the issues for Concord defense. It feels like they completely washed away all of our doubts about them throughout both of those best of sevens, Chick. So is this the new Concord that we expected to see without the nerves, or is this maybe a flash in the pan of brilliance from them, but maybe next week it won't be the same?
I mean, I'm still not going to say their defense is fault free. They do play a risky game, and it does work to their advantage. They're the definition of like chaotic good. They decide to play upfield, to sometimes be almost in a double commit scenario, but it's one that's well thought out. I think they leveled that back a little bit. We said they were a little more patient. They played the game against St. Clair, and they adapted to them to win. I still enjoy though that they have a bunch of different colors that they can give you. There's different pages of St. Clair's book that they read, and then they ended up playing out really well. I'm very impressed with what Concord was able to show today. They're not a one-sided team. They very much can show all 3 players either showing off or different styles throughout a series.
I just want to quote one of our producers in the background, Zadok or Jack, who said, "Oh, after last week, we're just going to see the same 4 teams every time." We only saw one team make a repeat performance, and that is Concord, with a confident victory here at the end. Yes, it went to Game 7 twice, but they did it twice in a row and had that consistency to make it to the journey. And talking about the journey we've had so far, we're halfway through the opens. The first 2 are done, 2 more remaining. Every team needs to give it their all for those points. Concord now the first team to eclipse 20 points, basically almost securing their spot in those fall championships. And looking ahead on the horizon, with all the full strength rosters coming back next weekend, Novanta, how do Concord make a repeat performance into the grand finals?
Well, one of the things you realize, but having those 20 points and being Clair puts them in a good position to get themselves a little bit of a respite on the back half. But when you have Game 7s, you win out those, you've proven besides your mechanical skill, you're good at focus, right? You beat down your team on a psychological level. So anyone watching this now, you can watch all the VODs you want, no pun intended, Vodable. But when it comes down to it, do you have enough to really push them on the back foot to have them scramble? Because if you do not, they have found 6 different ways to beat a St. Clair team over 14 games. Are you kidding me?
That is very true. And if they can beat St. Clair, who are former world champions, well, then they can beat anyone. And we talked about that too. The top 10 teams can probably take on the rest of the top 10 teams. We saw WVU take on Northwood. We've seen Ball State take down Northwood before during a summer series. There's plenty of action that can happen. But let's take a look at the final finishing standings for this event that happened this weekend. Let's take a look at the bracket one more time first before that. But we do have just insane breakdown we need to look at. Northwood got a 3-0 sweep over Akron Blue, then lost to West Virginia. What was the slip up we feel like here, Bass?
Honestly, I think it's just kind of A, fatigue, and B, just the unfortunate truth that at certain points, certain play styles are going to counter each other. And if you can execute upon that play style enough, it is going to make a huge difference. I think one of the biggest things we saw from St. Clair in the first series that we did not see from them in the second series was the preventing of Concord's offense. And that really came back to bite them. So for many of the series we saw here today, it's just the little minor changes. And honestly, I'm not surprised to see that we have so many series today that went to at minimum Game 4. We only had 2 sweeps, and it's Concord over West Virginia, which, well, we all watched that. We know why.
Yep.
And Northwood Blue, who I don't think were thrilled to be in the lower bracket in the first place. So, again, just going back to that idea, such contentious series all across the board.
A lot of scrims having to happen, I'm sure, and grinding for these players in between now and next weekend, especially for the teams who missed out on the top 8. A lot of teams still in the hunt for those points, but let's talk about how the points went down with this specific Fall Open 2 and look at the standings. These aren't the current standings, but just the one from this specific event. As you can see, the top 16 teams: Columbia, Kennesaw, Mizzou, GMU, Stockton, earning their first points. Same for Southern Miss. So a lot of teams making their first appearances into that top 16. St. Clair Gold still consistent on making it to that final qualification match, but not getting to the end of it, unfortunately. My big question here, though, Chixa, Akron Blue, what is the thing we need to see from them? Because again, they make it into that in the lower bracket twice in a row now, but they only face their doom to a top team. First it was Fisher, now it's Northwood. Is it just bad luck, or maybe they need to pop off a little bit more here?
I feel like it's probably a consistency issue. I mean, I could be mistaken, but I'm pretty sure they won the BBB while all this was going on. Yeah, they did. So clearly they can win in other things, but just not this weekend in this specific tournament. So I think a lot of teams are dealing with fatigue, as we've mentioned a couple times, or being not in the same place at the same time, or just different matchups. There's so many scenarios, in a sense. It's like a big math game where you're trying to figure out who's against who and who's doing what, that Akron just hasn't risen to the occasion when it comes to this tournament and this scenario in particular. But outside of things, they are beating similar teams, if not the same teams, in different areas. So they need to focus hopefully on Open 3 and 4 to propel themselves forward and up in the points, because they're in a very dangerous 8th spot right now.
Yeah, and speaking of that, let's take a look at the overall standings that we see for these teams. I don't even think they're at the 8th spot. I think they might be down to the 9th spot, yes, because of their placement, just getting 7th and 8th every time, not making any more advancements since then. It's been a rough spot for them. Yes, they've had that consistency, but it's not enough for the top 8. But looking at some of these other teams here, Novanta, who are we feeling might have a chance to pop off this next weekend?
Well, you look at what's been happening so far with some of the normal players just deciding to not give us our best. But you know what? I think so much time, we look at the other side, the other Fisher squad, Fisher White. That is a squad sometimes that gets overlooked with some of the big boys. Maybe you have due for a time themselves in the sun as well. I look for them to really have a bit of a showcase next time, next Open.
Yeah, we'll see some interesting stuff from Fisher in that next Open. Very curious to see how they'll perform there and if they can continue their journey to secure a top 8 position. A lot of other great teams here too. I mean, George Mason with Memory making a bit of a run. My biggest question though, what's going on with Harrisburg here, Bass? We keep ranking them decently in our rankings and they keep disappointing, it feels like, a little bit. Yes, it comes down to bracket luck, but a lot of it also comes down to them not making the moves when it matters to get those points.
I mean, it was, I don't know. I feel like it's another team very similar to the Akron, where at their peak, they are unbelievably talented, but they've only seen that peak a handful of times. And in the moments where we expect them to peak, they do almost the opposite of that. This weekend was no different for them. They had an opportunity to make it through. I believe their spot was taken by Oklahoma Christian because Oklahoma Christian was able to beat Maryville twice. And I think Harrisburg did not beat them even once. Harrisburg's been lost to Akron Gold, another team that is going to be on this list. So yeah, there's something's got to change for Harrisburg right now. But again, they are not alone in that. There are multiple teams here that we are looking at that are more than capable of not only making it into the main event, but performing better when they do get into it. I know you asked me about Harrisburg, but somebody's got to bring it up. Northwood Blue in 3rd feels weird. They have not won a single event. This has got to be the run back. We can't have 2 weeks in a row of EU and then, Northwood just kind of keeps falling off.
Which is crazy because they do have a Welsh player on their team, so they could potentially have an EU player still getting a victory.
No. Wait, Canada claims him. Seb has claimed him. It's Canada now. No more
I do have to put the asterisk there as well. I mean, the imports from Europe proving their dominance time and time again. 2 European players on both of the winning rosters. We saw from Maryville, we saw from Concord. Can a full North American roster get the victory this next time? Only 2 more opens to prove it. And that's going to be a great time for that. But again, before we say our goodbyes, I do have to mention one more thing. If you still are in college and want to participate in these events, you can still sign up for the last 2 opens. Registration for this one coming next weekend. CRL Fall Open number 3. As you can see, start.gg/CRL Fall 24. Closes Monday night at 7 p.m. Eastern. One thing I do want to mention for a lot of those teams, I think 11 of them that are tied in points currently, Threes MMR is the tiebreaker if you are tied in points. Grind threes because the snapshot is at 7 p.m. when registration closes. I saw there's a player, not going to say who, on St. Edwards, that had Diamond 3, Div 3, threes MMR. Like, you can't do that when you're trying to make it for better seeding and better chances for these events. So grind threes, please, is all I'm saying, so that you could have a better chance to make a deep run at that. But with that out of the way, we'll go down the line, starting with Bass and then Chixa and Novanta before we close out the show. Final thoughts before we send things away.
I mean, this is just everything I've wanted CRL ever to be. I'm honored to be able to be here, to be involved in all of this, but I'm more honored at the fact that we've finally gotten to the point where, again, I mentioned it earlier on the show, and I think he's going to get the most credit for being kind of the first person to really truly say this from an inside perspective. One of the coaches, Paul State PK, saying that every team in the top 10 can beat the rest of the teams in the top 10, and he is on point with it. Today was a great example. Last week was a great example. Every collegiate event we have had so far has been a great example of that. If you don't love Collegiate Rocket League in this current form, I don't know what to tell you, because this, in my opinion, is the most exciting it has ever been. I hope people come back next Sunday, the Sunday after. We've got so much more action you do not want to miss.
Paris, think, what about you, Chixa?
Man, that was really good. I don't know how to,
It's hard to follow
beat
up.
it, but what the heck? Oh, no. Honestly, shout outs to both Bod and Bass, of course, for having their first weekend here. They did a phenomenal job. Of course, as well, Novanta, you killed it again this week, and all of our production, our staff, everybody, like, thank you for putting on such a wonderful job this weekend. Of course, thank you to Rocket League. We're on here, we're doing it. It's CRL. This has literally been unforgettable experience week after week after week. And now we're having a full mixing pot of teams with EU players, with Canadian players, with North American players playing in Collegiate and literally being the best of the best. We got a completely different, almost top 8, top 4, top
True.
2 winners. It's going to be different every week, so make sure you stay tuned. We always have Cyril Sundays now here, so I'm very excited to see how it continues to play out.
Great to hear, Chixa. Novanta closes out.
Yeah, I get 100%. Love the staff. Love working with you. Everyone is so much fun to be with this. And it's true. It is a different kind of season. The parity is off the charts. We're getting a lot new players, keeping things fresh. But I believe in Concord. I got to keep taking that. And also the Div 3 Diamond Shade VOD. What the heck is that? Coming from your ivory tower with your Chance style.
It's not shade. That's literally their rank.
Just talking down to us people who are low rank. I'm out of here. No, I'm just kidding. So much fun. Can't wait to do it again next week.
Oh, goodness. But again, we do have to give the biggest congratulations and kudos to Concord for pulling out the victory, the comeback from the lower bracket. I was wrong. I do got to stay on that one. And Concord did come out on top in 2 back-to-back game 7s. They went the distance, but they were the ones who are in charge. And at the top of the standings, we'll see if anyone can take their crown from them from then on out. Thank you all for watching. I've been Bottle. We've had Bass with the Past, Jixa, and Novanta here again, and the pets in the background, our lovely production crew. We'll see you again next Sunday at 3 p.m. Eastern.
You're my rainy morning. You say
what you did to me. Made me double take your rod on my teeth. Had me burning in the 3rd degree. Made me rip off the heart on my sleeve. I don't know if I can stand another night with you near my side. I can feel us tearing apart from the way my mind, I can plead my sanity. You're my enemy. You're my enemy. Wait, my mind, I can plead my sanity. You're my enemy. I feel like my life is passing me by.